Bada bing, bada boo.
Finding love is not easy, especially when you're competing against 3,900, almost 4,000 other people for the attention of just one person. 4,000 people are writing letters to one man to get him to fall in love with them. You really only have one shot. How do you get his attention? How do you stand out? How do you not be so boring? Maybe some people think I'll include some pictures, but how do you make those stand out? Maybe they're nude. Well, no, because the nude photos, they get flagged, and he's not even going to be able to read them. Hundreds of people have already tried, and sure enough, they've been flagged for being, quote, inappropriate. But how else are they supposed to stand out? Do you just write what you're thinking straight onto the page? I think I can change you. I know you've been hurt, but I'll be with you. I can see the pain in your eyes. I know you feel sorry. It's kind of like The Bachelor. Everybody is fighting for this one man's affections. Who's going to come out on top? Who is he going to pick? Only this man is not The Bachelor. He's a killer. He has committed double homicide. He killed 2 people in cold blood and has gone viral on TikTok for being hot. They call him the Deadpool killer, the Joker. People want to be his Harley Quinn. And now thousands of people from all over the world are writing to him, believing that they can be the ones to change him. Make a killer go good again. This is the case of Wade Wilson. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence. They are a nonprofit organization dedicated to creating a social, political, and economic environment in which partner-related, workplace, and stalking violence no longer exist. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Just a few quick disclaimers for today's case. There are mentions of suspected SA and somewhat graphic descriptions of injuries, as well as brief mentions of substance abuse. The majority of the research was pulled from the court trial itself, and the longest day of testimony lasted about 9 hours. Just for one of the days. So for the purpose of time, as always, some statements have been condensed. With that being said, let's get into it. Monday mornings are usually for regrets and headaches. The weekend is over, everything is back to reality, and it's not a good feeling. It's not great. In Fort Myers, Florida, Mila, she's freaking out. Her car was basically stolen from the bar last night, from the Buddha bar. Her $80,000 car is now gone. Stephanie, another resident, she can't get in contact with her best friend Christine that she went to the Buddha bar last night with.
What is a Buddha bar?
It's like a club called the Buddha bar. Yeah, Jason, another resident, is at work. He's hungover, he's exhausted, and then all of a sudden the doors open, police walk in, and they want to talk to him about, what did you see at the Buddha bar last night? And Wade, 25-year-old Wade Wilson, is standing in line Monday morning at this print shop. It's like where you can buy those giant prints, like printed storefront posters or art prints. He's standing in line behind another customer who's already being helped by the owner of this print shop. And it seems like both the customer and the owner that's behind the counter, they keep glancing at Wade. They keep looking at him and acting like he's not there, acting like they don't see him or the condition that he's in, because this man is shirtless. He's also shoeless, missing a couple of teeth, and he's got blood smeared like all over his torso. Just, he's covered in blood.
What do you mean missing a couple of teeth? Like his front tooth?
A few teeth are knocked out. He's waiting for his turn to talk to the owner because he needs to tell him what the hell happened at the Buddha bar last night. Sunday night at the Buddha bar in Florida is probably the perfect time for someone who wants to be at a bar. You get to enjoy the live music and dance and drink, but it's not as packed as every Friday, Thursday, even Saturday. You don't want to be shoulder to shoulder with people in this sweaty, humid room. It's busy, but it's not overly crowded. You actually get to socialize with some of the people there. It's not the craziest crowd, which is perfect for Mila. She just wants to have a little bit of a low-key night. Mila walks into the Buddha bar, maybe 10:30 p.m. She has this thing, okay? Mila has this thing where she never brings a purse with her. She likes to be hands-free. Her phone, her work phone, she's got 2 phones, her business cards, her wallet, her keys, everything goes into her pockets. She just stuffs it in there. And if it doesn't fit into her pockets, she usually has somebody with her that has bigger pockets than her, like her boyfriend, Wade. She gives him the keys to her $80,000 Dodge Hellcat. It's like a muscle car. He has the keys to her $80,000 Dodge Hellcat in his pocket, and the two start partying it up at the bar.
So Mila is dating Wade Wilson?
Yes, and she's at the bar with him, and he's got the keys to her car. Now, outside the bar, Amy just pulls into the parking lot, and she sees this sleek gray Hellcat parked outside. She's like, that's perfect. That's my best friend Mila's car, which means Mila's inside. Amy's here to see Mila. She grabs her bag, gets out the car, and she starts walking in. She's known Mila for maybe 10 years now, and this is the kind of friendship where it appears they don't really see each other too often, and when they do, it's like no time has passed. They hadn't seen each other in a really long time at this point when Mila and Amy decide, let's meet up at the Buddha bar. How about Sunday night? I mean, it's kind of the perfect night. I want to introduce you to my new boyfriend, Wade, and you live like a mile away from the bar, so it's perfect. Amy lives a mile away from the bar. So she shows up to the bar. It's going to be a fun night. And she's trying to find Mila in this crowded, loud, Mila! And next to Mila is her boyfriend, the one that she's been talking about so often, the one that Amy's supposed to meet. And the first thing that Amy notices is this guy is tall. This guy is probably 6'6". He's tall. And next to Mila, he looks even taller considering she's 5'2"? She's tiny. He also seems nice. He seems charming even. Wade Wilson, nice to meet you. Oh, Amy, nice to meet you too. The three of them, they grab drinks, they're hanging out, they're dancing. And then it happens. This is the one thing that every friend who goes out with couples, they dread. The couple starts fighting. They start arguing and the whole energy just goes south. It's sour. They're arguing at the bar because they just want to do different things. Wade wants to leave the bar right now and go to a guy friend's house and maybe do a little bit of drugs. Mila, she doesn't want to do any of that. It's Sunday night. She wants to go home early. She'd rather either stay here at the Buddha bar, enjoy the music, dance like they agreed to do, or just go home at this point. She doesn't want to continue the night at somebody else's house, and she doesn't even know this person. And what is she supposed to do? Sit there and watch them do drugs? She just wants to go home. They're going back and forth, back and forth. Nobody wants to budge. Mila's like, I've told you at least 3 times that I don't want to go over there. Please stop pushing it. Besides, this bar is about to close. It's nearly 2 in the morning. I think we should call it a night. The two step away from each other to cool off, and Amy's trying to stick by Mila's side. Maybe let's just head out, get some fresh air. I'm sure he's going to join us outside, and once he gets outside, maybe he'll change his mind. Maybe he'll be like, you know what, babe? Yeah, you're right. Let's go home. They walk outside the bar, and they hear a car engine rev and crack, and then they see a car speeding away. Amy's looking at the car. She's looking at Mila. She looks back at the car. Isn't that your car? Wade, Mila's boyfriend, had taken Mila's keys to her $80,000 car and had just driven off. Stranded his girlfriend at the Buddha bar. At the same bar, there are 2 other girls that have no relation to Mila and Amy, or at least not yet, Stephanie and Christine. Just like Mila and Amy, Stephanie and Christine have been friends for a really long time, and they're just trying to enjoy their Sunday night before the work week starts. The girls are about to leave when a man jumps in front of Stephanie. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering, who's your friend? He kind of cocks his head towards Christine, who looks up at him. Hi, I'm Junior. Oh, this is my friend Christine. Stephanie's a little bit confused. Christine reaches out her hand, shakes Junior's. Christine, nice to meet you. And the 3 of them, Stephanie, Christine, and Junior, they start walking towards the bar and they start talking. I mean, it's very clear that Junior is very much interested in Christine at this point. He's so distracted, he almost forgets to introduce. Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry, guys. Meet Jason, everyone. Jason, this is Stephanie, and this is Christine. They're like, hi, Jason. So the 4 of them, they enjoy their drinks together, and Christine is giving Stephanie the, oh, this is good. Like that look. He's cute. He's charming. He's friendly. He's so funny. Look at his clean shaven face. He's got the big dimples. Christine is joking to Stephanie. The guy that I was talking to earlier tonight, remember? He had just one dimple. This guy, Junior, he's got 2 dimples. Okay, the message is very clear. Stephanie and Jason are playing wingman tonight, so Christine and Junior can get to know each other. And they do. The girls are at the bar from 10 p.m.-ish to around 2 in the morning until the bar is closing up, and slowly everybody starts shuffling out of there. Things are going, honestly, very well at this point. Nothing feels forced. Nothing feels unnatural. The conversation is flowing so easily, and they're all standing in the parking lot for a second when it's suggested, why don't we just all go back to Jason's to finish off the night? Christine and Stephanie had Ubered to the bar, so it makes sense. It was kind of perfect. They get into Jason's car. Jason starts driving back to his place. They open up the front door. They're all giggling, all 4 of them, when they flip on the lights, and on the couch, sitting there, staring at them, walking in, is Jason's mom. And she's pissed. It's past 2 in the morning. It's Monday morning now, and Jason's been out all night long, and now he's brought home 3 people over.
How old is Jason?
I would say probably early to mid-20s.
Oh.
So everyone tries to make small talk with Jason's mom to kind of ease the tension. And it's not really working, so they all just run off into Jason's room to get away from the weird awkwardness. Jason's room is interesting. It's at the very back of the house, and there's a door to the backyard in his room.
So it connects to the
Yes,
backyard.
exactly. So Stephanie and Jason, they decide we're going to just step out into the backyard to hang out, give Christine and Junior some space to do whatever they want to do, because the 2 of them, they start having intimate relations pretty quickly inside of Jason's room. Now, I do want to mention, everybody here is an adult and it's consensual. Stephanie is the type of friend to fight somebody herself. She's the type to call the cops herself if she thinks even for a second that something is wrong. This is, by the way, Stephanie does tell this to authorities later on. Like, she is recounting the whole night, and so does Mila. There's a lot of testimonies here. Now, Stephanie says they're just adults that met at a bar. They're having some fun. And it was nice to see Christine enjoy herself once in a while. I mean, she's usually the one that's taking care of everybody. So it's nice to see that she's getting a break from all of that. Now, the 4 of them are there for a few hours, maybe. I mean, they kind of lost track of time when Junior pulls the girls aside and he tells them, this guy doesn't want us here anymore. We got to go. That's what he says. And it was at this point, Stephanie said, they realized, wait, these 2 guys, they don't know each other. Junior and Jason, they also just met at the bar tonight.
What?
She assumed that they had been friends. Like, they were under the impression that Jason and Junior had known each other and had arrived at the Buddha bar together as friends. But the way that he's saying, hey, this guy doesn't want us here anymore, it very much is indicating, I just met this guy.
And he just slept in his room?
Yes, with Christine. And so the whole thing is a little bit strange, but also not strange because it's not like anybody lied about it. It's almost like Stephanie and Christine just assumed. They made the assumption, right? And they just seem so natural. They seem like they had been friends for years. Now, it's unclear who offered or how this next plan comes into place. But the new plan for the rest of the night, I imagine it's maybe like 5, 6 in the morning at this point, is to go to Christine's house. Christine lives alone, so there's no mom that's going to be sitting in the living room waiting for them to get in. She does live with her cat, Monty, but other than that, she lives by herself. So they grab all of their stuff. They throw it into the car. This is actually Junior's car. That's also another revelation the girls are having. They're sitting in the car and they're like, wait, Jason drove this car to Jason's house, but now Junior's driving it. So apparently it was Junior's car that Jason drove. It's weird. It's a little bit weird. So they get into the car. Junior's in the driver's seat. He turns it on and the engine is so loud. I mean, especially because it's 5 in the morning and they know that all the neighbors are probably going to wake up to this. It's just revving so loud, practically waking everybody up. Junior puts his hand on the steering wheel. He puts his hands on the gear shift and he starts backing out of the driveway and the engine is getting louder and louder, but the car is not moving. The car is not even moving an inch. What the hell is happening? He tries to back out again and the car engine revs loudly again. I mean, do you know how to drive your own car? Like, what's going on? Are you drunk? He doesn't seem drunk. Junior is fiddling around with the pedals and it's not moving because it's not even his car. He had never driven a manual car before. This is a stick shift car. He's used to automatic cars. He's never driven a Hellcat before. This is his girlfriend's car, Mila's Hellcat, that he stole from the Buddha bar. And his name is not Junior. His name is Wade Wilson. And he is about to murder one of the girls in the car. Joshua, the owner of the print shop, waves by to his customer. Thank you. Have a nice day. He's smiling at the customer and he's avoiding Wade as much as possible while that customer is walking out of the print shop. He pulls Wade to the side and he's asking him, this is also Joshua tells the police later, what the hell is going on, man? Wade starts pacing back and forth inside this print shop. I need your help. I need a bus ticket. I need a plane ticket or something. I gotta leave town. Joshua had heard about the fight with Mila from a mutual friend of theirs. And he tries to kind of calm this guy down. Wait, look, if it's about the fight with Mila, no, you don't get it. You don't understand. I killed someone. Wade starts frantically filling Joshua in on what happened last night, how he went to the Buddha bar with Mila, stole her car, but he didn't know how to drive it because he can't even drive a stick shift and the car is not automatic. He had some random dude named Jason drive it out of the bar. He, Jason, and two other girls went back to Jason's house and then Jason kicked them out. So Wade and the two girls, Stephanie and Christine, they were going to head back to Christine's house for the night, or early morning, I guess you could say, just a few hours ago. But Wade could barely get the car out of the driveway, and now Christine is dead. He killed her. Joshua freezes, and Wade begs him to help him get out of town. I gotta go. I need a bus ticket. I need a plane ticket or something. Because I also might have just tried to kill Mila this morning as well. So there is so much going on. Joshua is nodding, but the only thing on this guy's mind is, how the hell do I get out of here so I can call 911? He later tells the court this. He's like, I just needed to get out. I didn't want to alarm him to make him feel like I'm going to rat him out or snitch on him. So I'm thinking of, okay, do I tell him I need to go talk to a friend? Do I tell him I need to go smoke a cigarette? He just needs to call 911 so that someone can come and get this guy, because this is not good.
Are they friends?
He said they're more like acquaintances.
Okay.
He's saying they're not even that close of friends.
So he barely knows him.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not trying to help this guy get out of town. I'm trying to help this guy get arrested.
And the Wade just showed up.
Shirtless, shoeless, missing a few teeth, and with blood smeared on his torso.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. How well did you know Mr. Wilson?
I didn't know him very well. He was an employee at a friend of mine, marina in Conch Key, and
Down in the Keys.
Down in the Keys, and I've only met him maybe a handful of times before that.
Mila's also not having the best morning either. Not the best Monday morning. This is before Wade goes to Joshua's print shop. This is early in the morning. She wakes up on Amy's couch. This is the friend that was at the bar with her. And she's staring at the ceiling, probably contemplating her life right now, okay? Contemplating how she got here. How her boyfriend Wade just abandoned her at the bar last night, essentially stole her car, and the past 6 months of her life were a living hell. Wade was probably the world's worst boyfriend for the past half year of Mila's life. Within a few weeks of dating, she had already called the police on him multiple times. He had physically assaulted her multiple times. One time, Wade apparently got very upset at Mila for these text messages that she had on her phone. It's unclear what the messages entailed or what the contents were, but they're both in the car and he's driving, blowing up on her, and she doesn't like where this is headed. So she ends up trying to get out of the car, just trying to create some distance between those two. He runs after her, ripping off her skirt. She said she wasn't wearing any undergarments underneath, so she's just running down the street in nothing but a t-shirt on, trying to find somebody to help her. He ends up tackling her to the ground, choking her in the middle of the street until she passes out. She comes back to, and she's in the car. Her hands are tied behind her with a cord, and there's this makeshift blindfold over her eyes. He said he's taking her back home. Their place at the time had a boat on the property. And it's parked on the dock, so there's water out there. He drags her onto the boat. They start getting off into the water, so there's really no way for her to escape anymore. It's not like she can just jump out the boat. And he tells her, I'm teaching you a lesson. He essays her. And when he's done, he brings her back home and then starts trying to comfort her, telling her the pain is over now. That's what she said, like the pain is over now. This is all reported to the police, and Wade ends up spending a total of 3.5 months in jail before being released on probation. He'd actually just gotten out a few days ago, and then the two of them decided to go to the Buddha bar. But now, Mila's done. She's over it. She said she just wants her car back, she wants her property back, and she will be so happy to never see this guy ever again. And now it's the next morning. She probably has a raging headache from the alcohol, if not, probably from the mess that she's in. And her phone is ringing nonstop all morning long. She's getting a bunch of text messages, missed calls from an unknown number. She finally squints her eyes. She looks at the time. It's around 8:45 in the morning. She calls one of the numbers back. Whoever this is calling her work phone, trying to get in touch with her. So it seems like could be work related. She owns a spa. It could be a customer. It could be a client. She doesn't know. She calls. The voice on the other end is the most agitating voice that she's going to hear all morning. It's Wade Wilson. And he's acting like none of that happened last night. She says hello and he's quick. Where are you? Can I come get you? She tells him, look, I just want the keys back to my car. I want my car back and I need to get it back today. I have a few things I need to do. Where are you? He starts calling her a bitch and a cunt and all sorts of threats. It's just a lot. It's getting pretty heated, enough that Amy can hear from her bedroom. She says that she starts walking out into the living room and she thinks the whole energy is weird. I don't know if she necessarily heard the conversation or maybe Mila told her afterwards, but they both state that he was going from being very calm, saying things like, I love you, we can make this work, to the next time I see you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like, it's just back and forth like this, just hot and cold. Mila manages to de-escalate the conversation because, again, she just wants her car back. She's not even trying to fight him or argue or talk about how messed up that was last night. She just wants to do whatever it takes to be happy and nice and get her car back and then block him on everything. She de-escalates the fight, and the two of them, Mila and Wade, they agree to meet in the parking lot of Mila's spa that she owns. Amy understands that as, okay, we both gotta go because you don't have a car. She gets ready. The two girls get into Amy's car because, like I said, Mila doesn't have a car. And as they're driving to her spa, the whole time in the car, Amy said, Mila's phone just nonstop blowing up, buzzing the whole way. He's just calling her the whole time. And this guy just feels very unhinged. Amy parks her car at the parking lot. She watches Mila get out of her car, approach Wade, who's sitting in the car, and she goes to the driver's side. Next thing Amy remembers is she's on the phone with 911 because there's just so much blood. Mila had gotten out of Amy's car, walked up to Wade on the driver's side of his car. He's like, Mila, get in the car now. She's not gonna get in the car. She literally says, I'm not getting in the car. Is this guy crazy? He tries to grab her by the waist. He's pulling at her dress to try and drag her forcibly into the car through the driver's side window. Not even the door, through the window. So Mila says she needs to think quick. She throws her arms up in the air, like she's about to dive into the pool, just straight up, like a plank. She refuses to let her body fold up because she thinks the second that her arms fold in, he could probably drag her into the car. She's gonna go through that window and she's like, no way I'm getting into the car with this guy right now.
Like he's kidnapping her
Yes.
in broad daylight.
She's resisting. She's planking. He's pulling her. He's ripping her dress, grabbing her hair, dragging her, and whatever he can get his hands on. She manages to wiggle away and Wade starts panicking, realizing that she's slipping away from his grip. He opens the driver's side door. He hasn't even put the car in park at this point. It's still in drive. He gets out the car, grabs Mila. The car starts slowly rolling forward because it's not in park. Wade tackles Mila to the ground, and the two of them are positioned where the car nearly runs them over. It grazes their legs. Wade jumps off of Mila, quickly puts the car into park, just pulls the emergency brakes. Mila uses this chance to run. Amy has been in her car trying to figure out what to do. This is happening very quickly. She has her hand on the door handle. She's ready to get out and help her friend. Wade is chasing after Mila and he points at her. If you get out, I'm gonna kill you. Amy does not get out. Mila is 5'2". She's tiny, maybe 100 pounds. Amy is 5'4". Both of them against Wade 6'6". Nothing good is gonna come out of this. They're both gonna get killed. They would need to have a whole army of them first. Amy's busy in the car calling 911. Meanwhile, Wade manages to catch up with Mila. So Mila at this point, I imagine.
This is, you say 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning?
I would probably aim closer to 9:30 in the morning because she got the original phone calls. She calls back at around 8:45 in the morning.
Right. So
Yes.
there's nobody around?
There are other business owners, but I don't think that they've come out yet fully. Mila's just trying to book it to the spa. I think her intention is if I get into the spa, I can lock it. I'll be safe. I mean, I'm hiding somewhere. Because I don't know if she knows which businesses are open at this point inside of this little retail shopping plaza, or which ones are going to open the door for her. Now, Amy can see all of this. Mila is holding onto the stair railing at one point, quote, like a monkey trying to hold on. He just keeps ripping her more and more, trying to drag her into the spa. So now he wants to take her into her spa. Mila says she knows that if the two of them are alone in her spa right now, he's going to kill her. She said, I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body. If he got me inside, I knew I was going to die. So she is doing absolutely everything in her power to stay outside of that spa. She said, I start to get beat. It all went so fast and so slow, whether it would be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there is nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there's no reasoning with him. He just has these dark serial killer eyes where there's nothing to reason with. It's like looking into a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotions, but there is nothing behind those eyes. I'm just trying to buy time. That's what Mila says. Now, Wade has Mila pinned up against the hallway wall. Both hands are around her throat. The only time he takes his hands off her throat is so that he can pummel her face with his fist. At this point, two things happen at once. One, they start hearing police sirens in the distance coming closer and closer. Two, Wade punches Mila in the face so hard, her nose, quote, explodes. Just blood explodes everywhere. Mila thinks this is either one of those, or maybe both of these things that kind of freaks Wade out, because it seems to take him off his guard, giving her just enough time to duck underneath his arm and run away. She bolts it across the parking lot. A neighboring business opens her door. She's rushing in. They slam the door closed right behind her. They lock it. And by the time that the police arrive, Wade is gone. He has just driven away. The police have an idea though. Why don't we lure him out? That's what we can do. The plan is Mila's going to convince Wade to meet her in the parking lot of a local restaurant called Joe's Crab Shack, which surprisingly or unsurprisingly, I don't know at this point, but this man is headache inducing. Wade agrees. He's like, yeah, sure, Mila, I'll come meet up with you. He's going to meet up with her at Joe's Crab Shack. There are two officers on site that's going to block his car so that he can't leave. And they actually end up talking to Wade. There's footage of this. He rolls down his window. The officers.
Wait. This happened when? Right away?
This happened like an hour or two after the assault.
Wade knows damn well the cops were coming.
Yeah.
And he's like, let me meet you.
I guess he was confident enough that Mila was not pressing charges, or that maybe they didn't believe her. I'm not sure what he's thinking. But he shows up and he rolls down his window, and the officer is reassuring him because he doesn't want to scare him off. I'm not going to arrest you. We're just going to detain you for a second or two to figure out what's going on. So the officer leaves for 2 seconds to get a backup officer. He turns around. Wade is driving off again.
Just wait till my partner gets here. L41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey. Alpha 8, camera over there.
Like 1 second he's there, the next second he's not there. He drove off from the Buddha bar in the Hellcat, he drove away from the spa, and now he's driving away from Joe's Crab Shack. And the police are confused. Where the hell is this guy going next? They don't have to wait too long to find out, because soon enough they get a 911 call from the owner of a local print store, Joshua. The call was along the lines of, hello, I have a friend of mine who came in here with blood covered all over him. He said he killed somebody. His name is Wade Wilson, and I told him I was going to go smoke a cigarette and I would be right back, but I'm calling you. The police are now standing in the parking lot of the print shop. It's a very busy day. Wade is long gone. And once again, this is the police's third time missing him this morning. He's gone. But this time he left them a little something. The car. The car is parked in the parking lot. The car that he drove to the print shop. The car that they're staring at, though, is not Mila's car. It's not the Hellcat. It's a black Nissan. And they know that this is not registered to Wade either. So it's not Wade's car. It's not Mila's car. So the question is, then whose car is this? The police officer puts his face up to the window and he's pretty much like cupping his hand so he can see better inside. And he decides, we gotta open this car. We gotta break into the car because there is blood inside. There might be someone in the trunk. That is what the officers believe.
Whoa.
Stephanie was at work when she gets a call. This is Monday, the day after Buddha Bar. She gets a call from the police and
Wait, Stephanie is...
Christine's friend. They were the ones that were at Jason's.
Right. Okay, yes.
But they knew Wade as Junior.
Right, okay.
So she gets a call from the police and they're like, hey, we found your friend Christine's car, her black Nissan. What do you mean you found her car? It was never missing. She's so confused by this. Now, here's what the police are able to piece together by this point. After talking to Stephanie and hearing her side of events from the night before, this is what they gather. It appears Wade Wilson went to the Buddha Bar with his girlfriend Mila. He then steals her $80,000 Hellcat and has Jason, a random guy he meets at the bar, drive him and the two girls, Stephanie and Christine, back to Jason's house. Afterwards, they try to go to Christine's, but because Wade cannot drive the Hellcat because it's a manual stick shift, they leave it in Jason's neighborhood and they Uber to Christine's house. So now it's Wade, aka Junior, Stephanie, and Christine at Christine's house. Stephanie says that she was there for maybe 15 minutes, but she had to go back home because she had work the next day and she had to take her son to school. Stephanie turned to Christine and she asked her, is everything okay? Like, am I okay to go? She said that Christine gave her a hug and kissed her goodbye. And so she's like, okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Stephanie says if Christine was concerned about this guy in any way, she would have not let me leave that house. If she was scared in any way, she would have told me, let's get this guy out of here. So Stephanie leaves. She walks past Christine's black Nissan parked in the driveway and goes back home. All morning, Stephanie has not gotten a text back or call back from Christine, but she's not freaked out about this because technically they essentially pulled an all-nighter last night. She just assumed she doesn't have work. She's probably knocked out right now. Meanwhile, that morning, Mila's phone is blowing up from calls from an unknown number. The police track that number and it's shown to be Christine's phone number. But the two girls, they don't know each other. I mean, sure, they were at the bar, the same bar last night, but they never spoke. Why would Christine's phone be calling Mila? Because Wade had taken Christine's phone, but why? Mila doesn't know. She just wants her car back. The Hellcat, right? That's presumably parked somewhere near Jason's house still. Wade agrees to meet up with her at her spa, but he shows up in this black Nissan. He attempts to kidnap her and then later essentially attempts to murder her, drives off. He goes to meet with her again later at Joe's Crab Shack, not knowing that the police are there waiting for him. He pulls up in the same black Nissan, Christine's car, and then he manages to drive away. And now he's gone to a print shop where his friend Joshua is the owner, and he tells him that he's killed people. Joshua rushes to call 911, and by the time that the authorities arrive, Wade is gone, but he's left the black Nissan in the lot, which happens to have blood in it. This is what the police know, and the police are very concerned that they're going to find Christine's body in the car.
But how did he leave without a Nissan?
I guess he just ran off.
He ran barefoot?
Yeah.
Wow.
And instead, they find a phone inside the car. Now, this phone is not Wade's phone, and it's also not Christine's phone or Stephanie's phone. It's a complete stranger's phone that has no correlation to any of these people in the car with blood inside. Usually when you see a vulture, it's never a good sign. Vultures are literally called vultures because they feed off of anything that they can find, and sometimes there are bodies that they feed off of. Police find vultures surrounding this wooded lot nearby, and it's like this empty wooded lot. The police decide we gotta go investigate what's in there because that's a lot of vulture activity. They walk in and they search the place, and they find a woman's body. One of her fingers and nasal bones were fractured. She had injuries all over on both sides of her body, bruising up and down her arms, her hands. Her ribs were broken, as well as the hyoid bone in the neck. Her name is Diane Ruiz, and Wade Wilson had just recently killed her. Wade is sitting in the living room of this nice empty house. This is after the print shop. He's sitting in this nice, honestly kind of expensive house with 5 crumbled up cans of White Claw next to him, the seltzer, the alcoholic beverage. He had some popcorn, he took a shower, so he feels better. He put on some fresh clothes. They're not his, but it's the least of his problems right now. And he grabs his phone and he starts calling the person that he usually goes to. Now, whenever something bad happens, whenever he's in trouble and he needs to get out of it, this is the person he calls. Wade had never been that close with his biological dad. In fact, he only recently saw his biological dad for the first time, 7 years before all of this? Wade is 25. He met him for the first time when he was 18. For all of Wade's childhood, he had been living with his adoptive parents. His biological parents had been 14 and 15 when they got pregnant with Wade. They just weren't in the situation to take care of him, so he gets adopted by a family that went to church with the mom, with the biological mom. They already had 2 daughters. They're of the age where they can really take care of a full family, and they think, let's bring Wade into our family and make it a family of, 5. For 13 years, it works. Wade is a very active member of their family. He's always spending time with them. He's spending time with his 2 sisters. And it's actually when he turns 13, the family starts figuring out something is very different about Wade. It starts off with these smaller things. One time, Wade's sister was giving him a haircut, but because he was wearing this hoodie, it just keeps getting in the way of making sure that the hair is even in the back. And she asks him, can you take off the hoodie? Which he does, but as he's taking it off, she notices something incredibly alarming. He's wearing a t-shirt underneath, and he had stapled his t-shirt to his skin. He had stapled the arms of his t-shirt to his arm, the sleeves of his t-shirt to his arm. There's just staples in his skin. Nobody knows why, but I think everyone can agree that's very alarming behavior. Regardless, Wade reaches out to his biological dad when he's 18 years old. And the 2 of them, they've been trying for the past 7 years to have some kind of relationship. It's a little bit hard to do when the only time that they've really seen each other is once, and Wade only ever calls his biological dad Steven whenever he's in trouble or he needs money. Kind of like now. His biological dad, Steven, picks up and he's like, what's going on? Wade sounds really frantic, like he's about to lose it, and he keeps repeating to his dad that he did something that he can't take back, and he's in big, big trouble. He needs help leaving town. There's 2 people who can't be here anymore. That's how he puts it. Because he killed them. He's a killer. That's what he tells him. Wade's dad does not believe him because he knows that Wade is always on drugs. And he's thinking he might be high right now, and he's like making up stories. He's hallucinating. He's delusional. Something's going on. But he's also kind of a fibber. Like, he likes to tell these crazy stories, and most of the time they're not true. So he thinks, okay, this guy is just really out of his mind, bonkers high. But Wade keeps calling him throughout the rest of the night, giving his dad more details on what's going on.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story,
Finally, at 10 p.m. that night, so almost 24 hours after the Buddha bar, Monday night, he starts telling his dad in detail about how he went home with a girl named Christine from the Buddha bar. They hung out, and after she fell asleep, he got on top of her and he, quote, I choked that bitch. He stated that he stayed in Christine's house for a little bit longer afterwards with her dead body, and then eventually he decides, I should probably dispose of her body. He grabs blankets, clothes, and he rolls her up inside the blanket, like almost how you would roll up a rug. Sandwiches her, and the thought was initially he was going to put her into the trunk of her car, but he couldn't lift her. He told his dad that he thought rigor mortis had already set in, so it was making her body very stiff, and he thinks that's why he couldn't place her in the trunk. So he just leaves her in the apartment, takes her car, and leaves. The dad is periodically asking questions like, why would you do that, Wade? I don't understand. Why would you do that? And he says, I don't know, Dad. I don't know why I did it. I just wanted to do it. Wade then tells his dad about how he found a woman walking on the side of the road the next morning, and he was stopping to ask her for directions. This is after he beats up Mila. This is after he tries to kill Mila, but before Joe's Crab Shack.
So this is like you're saying like 9:30 a.m.-ish?
Yes. He finds a woman on the side of the road, and he stops to ask her for directions. Somehow, he manages to get this woman into the car, whether it was by pure physical force or manipulation, I don't know. He strangles her, finds a place to dispose of her body, drags her out of the car, and then he realizes she's not dead. So he gets into the car and runs her over, quote, until she looked like spaghetti.
He just saw a random woman on the street and decided to brutally
Murder
her.
her. Yeah.
For no reason.
Yes, his dad was also confused. So Stephen asked, why would you do that? You don't even know this woman. And he said, I thought, F it, already got one down. The most chilling part of this is the whole time Wade is describing what he did to his dad. And Stephen, the dad, describes it as being very excited. Like he wants his dad to be excited with him. Imagine if your son won the lottery. They want you to share in that joy and excitement with them. That's what he sounds like. He sounds very proud and happy.
When he talked about these two people who are no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
But he also needs his dad's help right now to get away with this. Help him run. Get him out of town. Stephen, Wade's dad, is quiet for a moment before he says, okay, give me your address. I'll send you an Uber. Not too long after, a car pulls up to the driveway. Then another, and then another. But it's not an Uber. It's the U.S. Marshal's Office, and they are here to arrest Wade Wilson. The police had already reached out to Wade's father, Stephen, and he had been helping them. While he's on the phone with Wade, trying to send him an Uber to help him get out of town, his wife Melanie is on the side texting the police the address to where Wade is. Wow. Stephen is actually pretty honest. He said, as a dad, I did hesitate on whether or not I should turn him in or not, or help him get away. And he just thought about the immediately. I don't think he pondered on this quite long, but he said immediately he just thought, what if that had been his wife or his sister or his daughter, right? He can't do this. And what if Wade is going to kill again? Then that's on him. He knows that he doesn't have a choice. He has to turn his son in.
And where was Wade? You say
He had broken into a random person's house in a suburban neighborhood, and he was drinking 5 White Claws, eating popcorn, taking a shower, and wearing the homeowner's clothes.
And nobody was home.
They had recently just gone to Ohio, so this is like their second home. I believe they were on a flight to Ohio when this was happening, so they had just left.
Wow.
Yeah, the timing is a little crazy. Now, Wade is arrested very quickly inside a stranger's house. And he's very quick to tell the police everything he told his dad on one condition, that he gets a burger and some fries. He tells the police everything. He starts from the beginning about how he stole Mila's car from Buddha Bar, goes to Jason's house where he leaves the Hellcat because he can't drive it. Then he goes to Christine's where they're finally alone. Stephanie had already left. He strangles Christine to death. The whole thing is just bizarre. He doesn't give reasoning. After they were having fun, she was in her bed falling asleep. He just gets on top of her and, quote, I just decided I was going to kill her. Then he steals her car, drives to meet with Mila, nearly kills her, runs from the police that are called on him from the spa, and as he's driving around, he sees a woman walking down the street, minding her own business. He stops the car and asks for directions. He does not need directions. This woman is Diane Ruiz. She was walking the few blocks from her house to work. She works as a bartender at the Moose Lodge. It's maybe a 15-minute walk. She's the bartender there, but I mean, honestly, she's a lot more than that. The Moose Lodge always holds these kind of events for even kids and elderly. Sans alcohol, like no alcohol, of course. And she was always there working these events. People loved her. I mean, she had worked there for 3 years now. Everybody knew her. Whether he convinced her that he truly had no idea and it would just be so much easier if she could just get in the car for 2 seconds and help him down the street, or whether he forcibly dragged her into the car, or perhaps he told her, thank you so much for helping me, I can just drop you off at work since it's on the way. I don't know. I personally think that he forcibly dragged Diane into the car. He doesn't state that. He says that she willingly got into the car, but I disagree. Somehow Diane is in this man's car. He starts choking her while he's driving, and his head is on a swivel. He says that he's just looking for a place to dispose of Diane's body now. He stops near this empty wooded lot, drags her out, and realizes she's still breathing. He lays her body on the ground, and he gets into the car and starts driving forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward, and a neighbor even testifies.
Whoa.
A couple was eating breakfast that morning, and they had looked outside and they saw this random black Nissan just driving back and forth in one place over and over and over again, and then eventually drove off. And they didn't think anything of it until a little while later, there's crime scene tape everywhere.
You were kidding me, and they didn't see the body.
No.
Wow.
He said, quote, I ran over her until she looked like spaghetti. And then he just leaves. And the authorities, I mean, they have the same questions as Wade's dad. Why would you do that? And he just tells the investigator, quote, "It came across my mind to just murder, just kill, kill, kill." He says, "It's just like, you know what? I've already done it once. I'm going to do it again. It came across my mind to just murder, 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 just kill, kill, kill." He said that he could also sense Diane's fear, and that made him want to kill her. He said she really wanted out of the car bad at this point, and I could tell. I can sense her fear. I'm like a lion, you know, and you're the prey. I can sense it. They can't get away from me, even if they wanted to. I'm too strong. I don't look strong, maybe, necessarily, but I can, believe it or not. I'm not trying to be mean, but I could take either of you two down. He's talking to the two detectives. He's like, I don't look strong, but I could take you down. And he said her fear is what triggered him to kill her because he's a lion and she's the prey. He allegedly tells the authorities, and I would do it again. Afterwards, he drives to Joe's Crab Shack where he is confronted by the police and manages to escape once more. Then he drives to the print shop and manages to escape once more. As for why he took Christine's phone, he states that somewhere along the Buddha bar or Jason's house, he had lost his phone. And before he left Christine's, so she's already deceased at this point, he needed a phone. He grabs hers and uses her face to unlock it with Face ID. And he leaves. Police had already arrived at Christine's house by this point, and immediately upon walking in, they knew that clearly something was amiss. Someone had placed what seemed like a roll of blankets just in the middle of the hallway between the bedroom and the kitchen. They slowly approached the wad of blankets, and they quickly realized that at the center was Christine. Just from looking at her, her face is badly bruised. She has a swollen eye bruising up and down her body. Her fingernails were broken and chipped, indicating that she was asleep when he started strangling her, but she awoke and there was clearly a struggle, and she fought back hard. And what's crazy is this isn't even the first time that the police had known about Wade Wilson. A few months before the murders, there was another situation. Kelly did not know Wade Wilson. Kelly is another woman, but she knew Stephen Wilson, not his dad, okay? But that was her boyfriend that she had been living with for the past 6 months. They start living together 2018, but the incident takes place February 2019, and the murders are October 2019. So they start maybe dating a year before the murders. Kelly and Stephen are full on living together when she finds some weird things in the house. It's like this weird glass contraption. It's obviously not hers, so it's got to be Stephen's. And she doesn't straight up ask Stephen about it because maybe she just has an inkling that he's going to lie to her. She ends up taking a picture of it, posting it onto Reddit, and asking Redditors, "Hi, hello, what is this? Is this like a drug thing? I don't know anything." Everyone starts commenting, "Oh yeah, that's a makeshift crack pipe. Your boyfriend's doing crack." Kelly also finds out that his name, her boyfriend's name that she's been living with for 6 months, isn't even Stephen Wilson. Well, I mean, it is, but his real full name is Wade Stephen Wilson. And he's got 2 kids. He has children. Wade Wilson has kids. And he did not tell her about that. She ends up finding out through all of this by herself. She confronts him and he tries to convince her, "Those are my kids. Those are my friend's kids." Which, what? Like, we're not even getting into the drug usage. She hates it. She doesn't want drugs in the house. And the fact that he's constantly lying to her. In addition to all of that, Kelly would catch him cheating on her multiple times with multiple different women. He would deny it. She would at times catch him on camera cheating and he would still deny it. She said this guy is a master manipulator. That's how he lives his life. I guess one day Wade had enough of being called out on his own bullshit because Kelly comes home and everything is gone. Everyone and everything is gone. Not just Wade's stuff, but all of her stuff is gone too. He even took her gun and ran off. She reports it to the police and they do nothing about it. We got back from our trip in South Korea, and my husband did one of the most surprising things. He was actually able to speak a lot of Korean. I'm talking conversational, understandable Korean, and there was barely even an accent when he was talking. And I do have to thank Rosetta Stone for that, because the moment that I found out that we were going, I told him he needed to study every day, every hour, every minute, because I just didn't want him to get lost in the city without me and be unable to find his way back, even though he only started days before our trip to get back into the flow of really going into the Korean lessons. I have to say that I was really impressed of how he did, but he said Rosetta Stone made it very easy for him, which makes sense because Rosetta Stone is the most trusted language learning program for 30 years with millions of users and 25 languages offered. My husband really liked that Rosetta Stone forced him to immerse into the language, meaning it doesn't give him any English translations, so he could learn to speak, listen, and think in Korean. It teaches you the language how you would naturally learn, meaning you learn words, phrases, and then sentences. This is not one of those apps where you just learn a few words a day and then forget about it. Rosetta Stone is built for long-term retention. It even comes with this built-in true accent feature, meaning it's going to give you feedback on your pronunciation. It's almost like having a personal trainer for your accent. You can train anywhere with Rosetta Stone because it's built for the desktop, or it has an app, it has an audio companion, and you even have the ability to download lessons offline. Rosetta Stone has Korean, Japanese, Chinese, and so many more languages for you to learn from. You can literally get a lifetime membership for all 25 languages, meaning you literally get access to all 25 language courses for 50% off. No matter where you plan to go or what trip you want to take, Rosetta Stone can help you learn the language. Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. For a very limited time, Rotten Mango listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten today. Kelly would later say he didn't have any violent tendencies. He yelled a lot and was mentally abusive. He kicked a door in once, but he never hit me, and I just thought I was in a shit relationship. I didn't think anything of it until he tried to kill me. A few months before the murders, February 2019. The murders take place October 2019. This is the day before Kelly's birthday. Wade comes over to her house and he's like, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to rehab. I'm going to get the help that I need, and we're going to be happy again. By the way, Kelly has like a whole TikTok series about this. She's like, I've been on this train before. I know where this is going. No, like, you're not going to rehab and I know it. They start getting into this heated argument, screaming at each other. Wade leans over and starts choking Kelly, throws her into the backseat of her own car. He grabs a knife, cuts off all of her clothes, essays her. He starts biting her all over the face. He ends up busting open her lip. She's got ligature marks on her hands, knees, neck. Her neck marks are so deep that Wade's fingerprints are literally imprinted into the bruises on her neck. He then proceeds to tie her up, gag her, drive 3.5 hours to the Florida Keys, where he is definitely not going to rehab. Now, mind you, this whole car ride, Kelly has a shirt tied around her head. She's literally being kidnapped. Leggings stuffed into her mouth, and she's naked in the backseat. She also has a broken foot because he slammed the door on her foot. He just takes her on a journey, driving through McDonald's, stealing her phone, selling it to buy crack, and eventually he leaves her in her car in the middle of nowhere to go hook up with another girl. Kelly manages to untie herself. She drives all the way back home. This is like 4 a.m. at this point. She said that she was speeding back home, quote, going like 100 miles an hour, trying to get someone to help me, hoping that I would get pulled over so that I could explain what was happening. Kelly states that the police took pictures of all of her injuries. She had a kit performed and received treatment from the hospital for several hours, but she states that the police did not care for the case. They found Wade down in Florida Keys, and he told the authorities, Kelly's just kind of into that thing. Like, into that kind of thing, choking and rough stuff. That's all it took.
And police just stopped.
The incident report reads, quote, based on everything learned during the investigation, at the time the case will be inactive due to the following. There are no witnesses to the alleged crime and no evidence to establish probable cause. The suspect has continued to deny the allegations and refuses to submit to an examination. The case will be inactive pending further investigations. Kelly also claims that the day that the police decided to deem the case inactive, Wade told authorities that Kelly was stalking him, that she was warning his current girlfriend about him, and that would be stalking, and the police were going to open an investigation into her. I don't think anything came of it, but still.
When I tried to pursue this, all of that disappeared. Everything from my trial was gone. My photos could no longer be found. No one found them. No one has them. I've never seen them, but I remember them being taken.
Kelly has also stated on her TikTok that Wade tied up another girlfriend of his and threw her out into a parking lot completely naked, and that at one point he dated a man and ended up stabbing him. Yes, so Wade dated a man prior to I think it was after Kelly, and he ended up stabbing his boyfriend.
This is all from Kelly.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, Kelly states that she has since gotten an attorney, and she firmly believes that had the police believed her or even tried to investigate a little bit, had they arrested Wade, he would have not killed the other two women later on. She's also very vocal about how much she hates the man, which is understandable, but she says, I want nothing to do with him until it's time to watch him fry, and I will be in the front row with a big old sign saying bye. Yeah, fry as in executed. What is certifiably frightening is the fact that when Kelly shared her story on TikTok after Wade Wilson's arrest, after he was already going viral on TikTok for being hot, okay, people commented on her video, well, you're a 3 and he's a 10. After her traumatic story of being kidnapped and essayed by a now convicted killer, and how perhaps if the police had listened to her, none of this would have happened, there were some people still focused on the fact that they believe he's more conventionally attractive. I really hope that these netizens are not 18 or registered to vote in the US this upcoming election, because I'm terrified. Now, some people on TikTok seem to excuse double homicide for the pure fact that they like this man's face tattoos. It's kind of wild. That is why Wade Wilson is going viral on TikTok. They keep playing his court videos with the Joker quotes overlaid or the Joker audio overlaid. One TikTok is of him in court, and there's audio of the Joker's voice from the movies saying, remember this, nobody watches you harder than the people who don't like you. So give them a show they'll never forget.
It's like fan edits, right?
Yes, he's on trial for double homicide. There's also this one moment in court where I don't know why he's doing this, but he's kind of placing both of his hands and sliding them over his frontal pants area. And the comments are genuinely thirsting over this move. They love his hand placement. And when someone tells them, hey, this is actually insane, they say, we don't like what he did, but we just like his face tattoos. And see, I have a problem with that. Let us have a full rundown of some of his tattoos and their meanings, shall we? Even after some of these people have been told what the tattoos mean, they still don't care though. I'm just gonna preface that. He has the word live tattooed on his fingers, L-I-V-E. He has TTG tattooed on the right side of his forehead, which allegedly stands for time to go or train to go, as in ready to fight. He has bread for war tattooed in big letters under his chin, again, as in ready to fight, ready for war. He has the letters NMM on his left jaw. That the meaning seems a bit more up in the air, but some people believe that it's a reference to Deadpool, the Marvel character.
Wait, what's the tattoo?
N as in Nancy, M as in mom, M as in mom. So that's the tattoo that Wade Wilson is the Deadpool's name in the movie.
So they share the same name.
Yes, and that's why some people call him the Deadpool killer right now, especially because the new Deadpool 3 came out around the same time that his verdict came out. And yeah, it's just the timing is horrendous. Now, Deadpool's alter ego is Wade Wilson, and Deadpool actually gets M-Day tattooed on his body for the day that the mutants lost their power. So some people think it's a reference to his name being Deadpool, but it's very unclear. Around his eye, he has the words, "Why so serious?" which is likely a reference to Heath Ledger's iconic line in 2008's The Dark Knight as the Joker. And then he has the words, "Ha ha ha," tattooed underneath. He also has a wannabe Glasgow smile tattooed onto his face, which is, you know, where the Joker has his lips cut to his ears. He has it tattooed, though. So it's not a real cut. It's a tattoo. And it might have to do with Heath Ledger's next line in the film, which is, "He sticks the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face." So it's, why so serious? He sticks a blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. He also has the number 14 on the right side of his neck, which is a white supremacist mantra that stands for the 14 words they live by, which is, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. He has the number 88 tattooed on his neck next to the 14, which is the numeric code for the 8th letter of the alphabet, aka H. So 88 would be HH, and for white supremacists, it stands for Hail Hitler. And the combination of the numeric codes 14 and 88 is typically a very white supremacist number. He also has 2 Nazi symbols, one under his right eye. Yeah, in case you're like, well, no, the 1488 could mean something else. Maybe it's January 4th, 1988. No, he has a Nazi symbol under his right eye and another one on his scalp, But a lot of the times, the one on his scalp is hidden by his hair. It's huge. It takes up like half of the right side of his scalp. Now, the thing is, when he went to the Buddha bar in 2019, when he committed these murders, he did not have any face tattoos. Otherwise, I don't think Mila would have dated him. I don't think Christine would have given him the time of day. I don't think Diane would have even stopped momentarily to help give him directions. I mean, you see one Nazi symbol on the face, you're running. But he didn't have any of these tattoos on his face in 2019 or in his mugshot. He wasn't allowed on bail. So how did he suddenly show up to court with these tattoos all over his face? October 2020, almost exactly a year after the murders, Wade has been sitting in prison waiting for this upcoming trial. He was obviously denied bail. And that is when a little note gets slipped underneath a different cell door. The note reads along the lines of, I'm here for 2 murders, but I'm gonna leave around 1 or 2 a.m. There's also an address. This is where I wanna be picked up. It seems like an arrangement of sorts. What do you mean you're leaving at 1 or 2 in the morning? This is prison. You don't just get to leave when you want to leave. A man named Curtis in the cell picks up the note and he smirks. Message received. I mean, for Curtis, not for Curtis's cellmate who's sitting there like, what do these people think we're doing? This is not an episode of Prison Break. He goes to the guards, tells them what he saw, everything. He tells them from start to finish. The guards storm the entire cell block, full lockdown in pod 1. And sure enough, in one of the cells, the glass on the window had been cracked. Side note, the window is too tall for anyone to actually climb through, but the metal stool that was bolted onto the ground was also found to have been pried off. Someone had ripped it off from the ground. So whoever did this, they're determined to get out, but not smart.
Wait. So, what does that mean? So they
Okay,
broke
the window is
window?
really tall. So there's no way that anyone, even someone 6'6", could get through the window unless they have some sort of leverage. But the furniture in cells are usually bolted to the ground because of that reason. Someone had pried off a metal stool that's bolted to the ground.
So they can step on it.
Yes, they ripped it off so that they can step on it.
Wow.
They're determined, but they're not smart, because even if you get that window cracked open, it's so small. Like, they make them small for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not gonna fit an average male body through it, let alone a 6'6" dude. Additionally, even after the window, you're still talking about multiple layers of barbed wire, guards with guns, security, alarm trigger, CCTV. I guess we'll never know if they had a whole plan to outsmart any of that, because both Wade and his cellmate are caught. They're charged with attempted prison escape and criminal mischief. I mean, side note, the whole time Wade is in prison waiting for his trial, he is just overall a mess. He keeps reaching out to news networks to talk about what happened, and each time he would just change his story. First, he stated Christine was alive and well when he left her house, and that Diane was the one that asked him for a ride, and that he dropped her off at a bus stop.
Are you guilty of those murders? Did you commit those murders concerning Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz?
No, ma'am, I did not commit these murders, and I'm innocent. I did not, no, ma'am.
April of 2023, Wade was caught running an El Chapo wannabe scheme in prison. He was charged with attempted trafficking of crystal meth inside a prison. He also snitched on another inmate of his who was trying to kill the mother of his child. There is an inmate by the name of Tristan Gendon, and he wanted to kill the mother of his child. He asks Wade, can you help me kill the mother of my child, who's obviously not in prison? And Wade is like, how would I do that? I'm in prison. And he says, well, of course, I think you know some people on the outside. He promises Wade a $250,000 payout, which I highly doubt that he's telling the truth here. And I think Wade also knew that Tristan is not a believable character. Tristan even wrote this letter for Wade detailing how he's going to get paid. He literally writes the evidence. He writes, next plan involves going to funeral home and crocking my pop's safe open to extract drug money and hit money for Valerie. ADT security pin to disarm system is blank. Garage door code is blank. Easy ass in and out, and you can open safe with diamond blade demolition saw. Easy $250,000 in there. Could have been done already. Yeah, Wade wasn't buying it because he goes straight to the prison guards and snitches on him. He says, people would accept 100,000, 200,000, surely, but I'm not that type of person. I don't know her personally whatsoever from a can of paint, but it doesn't matter. She's a person.
No way.
I think that he knew he wasn't going to get paid. I think that he knew that he didn't have anyone on the outside to do this, and he was going to use this to his advantage to make himself look like a moral person. But it's just all very transparent what he's trying to do here, no?
Yeah.
So he actually ends up receiving the tattoos in prison. He gets all of the face tattoos in prison, but he chose to get these tattoos in prison while awaiting trial. Now, obviously, these new prison face tattoos are not going to do him any favors during the trial. His attorneys motion to let Wade change his appearance for the trial, aka, can we please let him get a haircut, get some suits, and clean up his face tattoos, whether it's covering them up with makeup or something? The judge grants this. They give Wade permission to cover up his face tattoos, his clearly racist, obnoxious, and honestly just very poorly done tattoos on his face. But when Wade shows up to court with his new suit, new haircut, and new face tattoos, his attorney sits down next to him, takes one look at the side of Wade's face, and he looks genuinely disgusted by his own client. He shakes his head and he whispers to the co-counsel, and he just looks grossed out because Wade asked the judge for a haircut. He does get one, but he does a strong fade on the sides of his head, and he's basically showcasing the giant Nazi symbol tattooed onto his scalp.
Yeah, so he gets the tattoo in prison, these very, very specific tattoos, and he decides to show it in court. I think
Yes.
that says more than enough.
Yeah, and he goes out of his way to show it in court.
Yeah.
Okay, covering up the face tattoos, maybe that's, I honestly don't know why he wouldn't do that, but to intentionally get a haircut to show off the scalp Nazi symbol,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
And this is not even like a momentary, like, oh, I'm not.
No.
Like, this is like a decision he made over and over and over.
Yes. Now, that moment of the attorney being disgusted by his own client has gone viral online, as well as another moment that Wade shares with another one of his attorneys, a blonde female attorney. He is leaning closer to whisper something, which is kind of what you do in court. You can't really speak loudly. But that moment has been romanticized by some people on TikTok because they keep comparing this scene to the scene of Harley Quinn and Joker from Suicide Squad. Yeah, there are edits all over TikTok of just Wade walking into the courtroom, and I guess there's a noticeable bulge in his pants. And the comments on the fan edit of him walking into court read, it walked into the room before he did. And people are having a blast. There's another fan edit where he's walking into the courtroom in his suit, and there's two police officers watching him because, you know, he's a dangerous killer. But the song on this one goes, as I walk, you know this song, as I walk through the shadow of the valley of death, I take a look at my life and I realize there's nothing left. They think he's the Joker. And the comments read, he walks in like he's about to lead a very important all-company staff meeting. He walks in like he's a model for Hugo Boss. The attorney has a thing for him for sure. He walked in like he's the attorney. He walks into the courtroom as if he's the judge, heart emoji. He walks in like he's the president. He's the CEO of the court. Another fan edit includes a song by Eminem called Spacebound. The lyrics go, nobody knows me, I'm cold, walk down this road all alone, it's no one's fault but my own, it's the path I've chosen to go, frozen to snow, I show no emotions whatsoever, so don't ask me why I have no love for fucking hoes.
That is crazy.
It's a fan edit with just screen captures of him from the trial. You know, the trial where he's being tried for double homicide? And one of the comments reads, as a family therapist myself, I cannot imagine this court without a report and explanation of how the adoptive parents treated and influenced this young man. Another fan edit is just of him walking into court. There's a sad song playing in the back. The caption reads, how do people say he's showing no emotions? I see he is sad, hopeless, and helpless. Let's forgive because at the end of the day, nothing is going to change. Peace. And they do a peace emoji. Another comment reads, I can see his aura. He killed his emotions too. He accepts his situation. That's why he looks like that. In another TikTok, there's whole TikTok pages, multiple TikTok pages dedicated to him. One comment on that page reads, I don't support what you did, but I just see a lot of suffering in your eyes. There is also a change.org petition to stop Wade Wilson's death penalty execution because this is a death penalty trial in Florida, which I wouldn't even be talking about this petition in this context if it were a genuine, or at least in my opinion, a genuine petition organized by those who genuinely just are opposed to the death penalty across across the board. And regardless of if it's Wade Wilson or anybody else in the world, they would be fighting for their rights to live. That is a very different story. We are not here to argue whether the death penalty is good or bad. But just reading the comments left behind on this petition, it is pretty clear. Some of these petitioners, they could care less about the morality behind executions carried out by the state. Even the original petition, again, like I said, if it's a petition created by someone who just genuinely is opposed to the death penalty, I would not be talking about it in this manner. But the petition itself includes a poem. The poem reads, "You wear a mask of tattoos as your disguise, but I see the pain and sadness in your eyes. It's clear by your beauty that God wanted you to live a beautiful life, filled with joy and the love of a devoted wife. But after a life of abuse, a damaged boy remains, a boy who is shackled in sorrow and chains. You had a life of torture and didn't get the chance to find a way to fight the demons you face night and day. As the verdict looms, the world spreads hate, but let us pause for a moment and contemplate. Because behind the bravado, the world should see a frightened boy who deserves our sympathy. In your gaze, there's a desperate plea for a little understanding and empathy. The world sees a villain who should never be free, but they don't know your full story."
That is crazy that somebody came up with that.
Yeah, they thought they ate too.
Yeah.
Yeah. One comment on the petition reads, "Save this man. He's too young to die. This man doesn't deserve death. He needs help." Praying emoji, crying emoji, broken heart emoji. This is so heartbreaking. Another reads, "I wish I would have known him sooner. So many people don't realize how much good there is within. Society failed. Society failed everybody. I do not support the death penalty in this matter or case. The death penalty is murder. Murder is a sin. Therefore, if he is sentenced to the death penalty, it makes them no better than a murderer."
Oh.
He still needed time to develop. He's 25, okay? He had a rough upbringing into his adolescence. The pain in his eyes from seeing his dad brought out hidden trauma of neglect and abandonment. Suffering in your own pain brings a lot of cognitive issues and out of touch of reality. This guy deserves a second chance to realize there's consequences. He may be a father, and we don't want the same pattern to occur with his children. He has suppressed thoughts and needs proper psychological treatment. He's very young to be sentenced to death. Yes, he did murder 2 innocent victims, but I believe he does have mental issues. I've been exposed to people with different types of mental issues, and I'm sure if you get to know him, you would notice these things. He should have received medical help when he was a small child. I believe that he would not be at this point today then. Another one reads, "Nobody can decide if a person lives or not. Not just because it's the law. It means, they can decide if a person lives or not. F them." It doesn't even make coherent sense. At this point, irony is just sitting in the room with us. Another person comments, "We all make bad choices, some worse than others, but there's no reason to kill somebody for the things they did."
These people delusional.
One just reads, "Save Wade. He doesn't deserve the death penalty. Save Wade, save Wade, save Wade, save Wade." Or, "I think he was set up for this. He deserves a chance to speak." Yes, he was given a chance to speak. He said he ran an innocent woman over until she turned into spaghetti. That's what he said. Some people in the comments actually question his guilt. So that's a whole thing. Some people believe that he's being framed. Where did they get this crazy idea, you ask? From Wade Wilson himself. In 2020, the year after his initial arrest, he told a news station that he had been involved with some very shady people in the past, like really shady. They were traffickers, trafficking syndicates. They trafficked all sorts of commodities, drugs, humans. He used to manage the product, aka he used to groom women for them, manipulate the women into becoming victims. And then he wanted out. He was like, "My soul needs to heal, basically. I need to get out." And they said, "No, you're never getting out." And he said, "No, I must." And they framed him for the murders.
A man is guilty until proved innocent, and he is not guilty until proved innocent. And the thing about it is that I don't, I'm just a man sitting in jail, and I'm being slandered, I'm being talked down to, I'm being put on a very bad place. I'm being put in a very bad place, and it's not fair to me. I have a family, I have 2 children.
So because of that, one comment in the change.org petition reads, There are too many holes in this story. You know how many people got locked up and are not actually guilty? Imagine putting someone to death and they weren't guilty. I believe he's covering for someone. He already said he had to lie and confess to protect his kids. What if he didn't do it and we kill him? And the death penalty won't bring them back. Someone who is in pain and has had lots of trauma deserves a chance to be happy and find God, even if it's locked away. He deserves a chance at life with meaning, and his kids deserve to have their daddy around. It's likely that some of these netizens have a sexual interest in those who commit crimes. It usually manifests in those who believe that they can change someone, that someone is so evil and is so willing to kill, but they will go to the ends of the earth to, I guess, protect the ones that they love, that only they can heal the inner child of the killer and nurture them. They think that they're living in their own dark romance novel, but no, you're living in a true crime documentary because you're going to be next. Like, I don't know how else to put it. And I know some people consider this case a book talk case because there were some people on book talk that were, I guess, romanticizing it as a dark romance. But none of the book talk guys would do this. I mean, if you read a dark romance book, I don't think that they don't do stuff like this. It's just bizarre. There are people even writing letters to the judge that read, if you look past his tattoos to his face structure since being in prison and medicated, he's healthier. His face is fuller compared to his booking picture, his mugshot, where his face is gaunt, pale, and he looks unhealthy. He's been healthier since being in prison. So in this healthy state of mind, he is fully committed to the white supremacist tattoos on his face. I mean, I feel like the argument is not being proven here. Again, we're talking about the white supremacist Wade Wilson. Not only is his face a walking racist poster board, but he's part of the prison gang Unforgiven. It is the largest white supremacist prison gang in Florida. Meanwhile, Christine and Diane are gone, and I don't think that they've publicly stated anything about seeing these TikToks that have been made about Wade Wilson, and I don't even think that's something that we could be able to comprehend the amount of anger, or I don't know exactly what the word would be if they were to stumble upon them. But Christine lived alone with her cat Monty. Monty was actually a fixture in a lot of the crime scene photos. The jury and the court had seen him in a lot of the pictures, and they just called him the fat cat because after Christine's very vicious murder, after the police arrived at the apartment, after CSI came to take pictures, through all of that, Monty refused to leave Christine's side. So that is why he is in a lot of the crime scene photos. Christine's cousin gave a victim impact statement where she says, Christine adored her mother. They were two peas in a pod. They were the same and different in the most beautiful ways. They lived less than 1 block apart in 2019 when this occurred. Christine's mother has not been at this trial. Once Christine was murdered, she was never the same. How could she be? Her health declined quickly. She left Florida and is now cared for by their son in Maryland. Christine's mother is my godmother. When she left Florida, she made me promise to see this trial through, and I have kept that promise. We all have. We have sat through graphic testimony and heard all the positively gruesome details of how our girl met our end, and I sit here today and I listen because that's what Christine would have done. She would have sacrificed her sanity to see justice done, and so I have done the same. Losing Christine has been like loving Christine. It has changed the courses of our lives forever. Losing someone to murder is foul and vicious and soul-crushing, and with one exception, and she looks straight at Wade, and he looks straight back at her. She says, with one exception, I would not wish it on my worst enemy.
With one exception, I would not wish it on my worst enemy. The prosecution has won this trial, but I assure you, the family, friends, and loved ones of Christine Ann Melton have only lost.
Zane Romero was 11 when his father died, and he was 14 when his mother Diane was murdered. Wade Wilson orphaned a child. Now in court, Zane is 19. I mean, he's barely an adult, but he's somehow brave enough to stand in front of his mother's killer. He tells the court, my name is Zane Romero. I'm a 19-year-old college student going for my bachelor's in graphic design. I am Diane Ruiz's youngest child. I was 14 when she passed. I was just starting my freshman year of high school, and she was so excited to see me grow up and so proud of what I was growing into. She supported me in all my dreams and only tried to help and uplift me when I was taking on new risks and challenges. My father unfortunately passed away when I was only 11. My mother was all I had left. I was barely 2 months into my first year of high school when she passed. I was in marching band, and the week prior, she was telling me how excited she was to go and watch me perform at the weekend's football game. It would have been her first time seeing me perform. That was my first year in the marching band. She would never get to see me perform, and I would never get the experience of seeing her in the crowd. My mother supported my dreams and only ever wanted me to succeed in life. She always made sure that all the hard work I was putting into my education wasn't going unnoticed. She would always show up with these random gifts that helped me succeed in life for what I needed. She was raised in a tough home environment and only ever wanted to give me and my brother just nothing like that. She wanted us to grow up in a loving home and for us to be happy. Diane was engaged to be married, and her fiancé testified. He broke out into tears during his testimony because that morning the last text message she ever sent him was she was upset at him because she didn't think that he kissed her goodbye before he left for work. And he said that he absolutely did. There have been a few viral clips from the trial. On one trial date, there were 2 detectives who testified back to back. When the male detective testifies, Wade is just his normal emotional range, which is just flat. There's nothing behind the eyes. Some say there's pain. I say there's radio silence back there. He's flat. But right after the male detective testifies, a female detective starts testifying, and he starts smirking, full on staring at her, running his tongue over his teeth inside his mouth, smirking at her. It's like he's trying to incite something. As we talked about earlier, some supporters of Wade's were arguing that he's suffering from mental illnesses, which is why he should not be sentenced to death. Some further context in the trial was that when Wade was super young, there were some reports that he was struggling with his mental health, which, yeah, okay, a lot of us are. We don't go on to kill for fun. But it stated that he was very paranoid that people were watching his adoptive family, and he insisted that all the blinds be closed. Another time, his dad called the police because Wade was allegedly convinced that there was an entity in the garage. Nobody found anything or any entity in the garage that Wade was referring to. So growing up, there were a few other instances where he was heavily involved in sports, and he had a lot of head injuries from playing said sports. It's said that it resulted in a concussion a couple of times. There's also arguments that that's where his problems began, that he started doing drugs afterwards. And even at 20 years old, he was in a car accident where he suffered from a concussion when his car hit a tree. Now, during the trial, of course, his attorneys try to argue this is why he's not well in the head. This is why he did what he did. But CT scans showed no abnormalities in his brain. It is argued that they should have gotten MRIs, which are a lot more detailed, like screen grabs, I guess you could say, of the brain, snaps. But prison records show that he's been diagnosed with multiple different conditions, including depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and antisocial personality disorder, which again, many people have been, and they don't kill anybody. Multiple doctors were called in to analyze Wade and testify later on the stand. They do agree that he has significant frontal lobe impairment, which would affect his executive functioning and decision-making, as well as impulse control. And he also likely suffers from some sort of mental disorder, but so do a lot of people, and they don't kill anybody. The prosecutors argued that he was clearly not in a state of psychosis when he committed the crimes. There's evidence of him very clearly trying to run away from the crimes multiple times from the police. He's trying to get help. He's trying to go and get a train ticket out of there, a plane ticket. They also argued that the damage to his brain could not be a mental disorder and could just be from prolonged drug use. Which, should society have to pay for that? That's crazy. The jury deliberated for 1 hour and 45 minutes and voted 9-3 in favor of the death penalty. Now, this is very interesting because Florida not too long ago passed a law where the death penalty does not have to be unanimous.
Wow.
Yes. So 9-3 is enough. 10-2 voted for the death penalty for the murder of Diane. So 9-3 for Christine's murder and 10-2 for the murder of Diane. During the reading of the verdict, he is completely emotionless. He had more emotions when the female detective was testifying. The judge will be the final decider on whether or not he will be placed on death row and further executed by the state. The judge is going to make that final decision August 27th of 2024, so in a week or two.
August 27th?
Yes.
In a few weeks.
Yeah, in a few weeks. Later, one of the jurors, an anonymous female juror, would tell Wink News, there were times where, he and I would lock eyes and just stare at each other, And there's definitely a very noticeable weight in the room when you're sitting with somebody that has done these horrific things that he did. There are certain images that we had to see during this trial that we can never unsee. And that is the story of Wade Wilson and how almost he's gotten over 4,000 letters at this point, I'm sure.
4,000
Letters, yeah. Digital letters, physical letters, nude photos that have been flagged, almost 200 nude photos that the prison guards were like, yeah, we're not going to let this through.
Wow.
People genuinely think that they can change him. And they love his face tattoos, which is, I feel like, what? It's basically, you're racist. If you love his, I don't even know what to say. How can you love his face tattoos? They're not even well done.
Crazy.
What are your thoughts on this case? Please let me know in the comments, and please stay safe.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Lacey Fletcher could probably hear them packing for their New Year's trip. They're going to celebrate ringing in 2022 by going out of town and leaving Lacey to rot by herself. It's hard to say if Lacey felt relief in that moment, knowing that they're going to be gone, or if she felt fear, because what if they don't leave her food? Would she just starve to death? What if they didn't leave her water? You can go longer without food, but not water, right? Just a few days. What if they don't even come back? What would happen to her then? All she could really do in that moment is sit in that chair and watch them leave. I mean, what other choice does she have? She's trapped, unable to leave her prison, unable to see the sun. Lacey can't walk outside. She can't talk to her friends anymore, go to school. She's not even able to walk into the kitchen to grab food whenever her stomach rumbles. We don't know if she even knew what day it was, or if she could hear the New Year's Eve fireworks. Would she work it out from the fireworks that it's 2022 now? Or would the loud noises just terrify her? We don't know any of this for certain. We just know that Lacey Fletcher was a prisoner of the couch. She had been left there, hungry, covered in feces, naked, unable to eat unless one of them decided to bring her food. Her body was dying while she was still alive. There were parts of her flesh that were rotting. There were maggots crawling in and out of her hair, in and out of her bones, munching down at her dead flesh, and she's still alive. If she looked down, there would have been certain parts of her body where she could see straight through her skin, her tissue, her muscle, and see her bones. There were giant holes all over the lower half of her body. She was completely covered in feces. There was feces in her stomach, inside her stomach, in her mouth, and even her ears. She had been trapped on this couch for the past 12 years of her life. By the time that she was found, she had melted through the couch into a hole, and her skin was fusing with the brown leather. The only contents found in her stomach would be sofa cushion foam and feces. Did she eat it out of desperation? Was she fed it? We don't know. The worst part is, we're still unclear why any of this happened. There are theories that range from locked-in syndrome, where someone is fully conscious but unable to move their bodies, trapped inside their own minds. There are theories of full-blown torture, with Lacey being a victim for someone's sick, sadistic pleasure for over a decade. There are a lot of wild theories, but we have no definitive answers. All we know is Lacey Fletcher would die in one of the worst, slow, torturous deaths imaginable, and nobody helped her. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. One of our wonderful researchers that worked on this case is autistic, and she was instrumental in the process of gathering data for this case. She's also provided us with links to autism resource pages that will be in the show notes. Now, with that being said, as with all cases, please let us know if you have any thoughts or any additional details about the case down in the comments. And with that, let's get started. There's a very rare condition out there. It's called locked-in syndrome. Less than 1,000 people in the United States have it at any given point. Most sufferers are victims of a stroke or a traumatic brain injury. And even though it's a very, very rare condition, it seems to be a big fear for a ton of people. I mean, maybe it's the nature of the condition. Maybe it's because of the natural human fear of not being able to communicate with one another. It's terrifying. And it's exactly how you picture it. Locked in syndrome. You're awake. Your mind is flowing. It's going 1,000,000 miles an hour. If you're lucky, you can open your eyes and look around. See what's around you. But really only as much as you can move your pupils. That's it. When you try to talk, nothing moves. You can't push out the words. It's like when you're in a dream and you're trying to scream for help, but no words come out and you start getting so flustered and frustrated with yourself, but you wake up and you realize that's just a nightmare. This is locked in syndrome. You can't even move a single finger. You can't even swallow your own saliva. And soon drool is going to be seeping out of your mouth while doctors and loved ones look at you concerned, worried because they don't know how this happened. You're trying to give them a sign of, hey, I can see you, I can hear you, I'm here. But there's nothing that you can move. Your body is locked, and you are locked in your brain. 90% of people die within the first 4 months that they're locked in. And a lot of doctors can figure out that they're locked in, but can't find a way to get them out. One survivor of locked-in syndrome stated, "My cognitive capabilities were 100%. I could think and hear and listen to people, but I couldn't speak or move. The doctors would just stand there at the foot of my hospital bed and talk like I'm not in the room, and I just wanted to scream like, hey, people, I'm still here. But there was no way for me to let them know." He remembered hearing the doctors tell his family in the room that he had a 2% chance of survival, and even if he did survive, he would be completely comatose. He remembers hearing the conversation and seeing his wife break down and beg the doctors to not turn off his life support machines. And he was just screaming, "No, I'm right here. Don't turn it off. I'm right here." But nobody could hear him. He couldn't move his lips. He couldn't move his mouth. Another survivor said, "I could do nothing except listen, and I could only see the direct area in front of me based on how the nurses would position me in bed. So if they flipped me over to the left, I could only see that point of the room." He reported that he could feel every jolt and twinge of pain. He could even feel itchiness. You know, you have that itch in your back? He said it was miserable. He's in constant pain, but he's completely at the mercy of his doctors for pain meds. And this is a miserable way to live, but there's no choice. You don't have the choice of exiting your life or telling someone, hey, I can't do this. He said, "I couldn't tell anyone if my mouth was dry, if I was hungry, if I had an itch that needed to be scratched. I felt disgusting all the time. I was constantly drenched in sweat. My skin was so sensitive to minor sensory changes, it felt like it was burning all the time. It felt like it was on fire." He was in constant pain. He was afraid of dying, and that's all he could think about all day. But worse than that, he was afraid of being trapped inside of his body forever. All he could do was talk to himself. He said he had to create another voice to talk to himself. 2 voices. He could calm himself down. He would say things like, "How are you doing, Jake?" "Not too bad, just waiting on my meds." "It's coming soon. Don't freak out, Jake. You're gonna be okay." When Jake wasn't talking to himself, he was talking to the nurses. They just didn't know it. They would ask him, "Hey, Jake, can you hear us?" And he would be screaming at the top of his lungs, "I can hear you. I'm right here." But nobody could hear him. And the highlights of his day was when nurses would come in and talk to him, even though they had no clue that he was, quote, in there. The ones who sang to him were his favorite. While they would flip him over, they would sing to him. But most of the days, he would just lay there in a completely empty room, unable to move. Sometimes his family and loved ones would come over into the hospital room and they would just scream at each other about what they were going to do with him, fighting about him as if he's not right there listening to all of this.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
And there's no way of these people, there's no medical equipment that can detect that.
I think right now, eye fluttering is the quickest way that doctors will detect it. It still takes about a few days for them to even find out that you're locked in. Yeah, so most of these people, these survivors, they said it took multiple days for the doctors to be like, "Oh my gosh, I think he's blinking. Like, please blink twice if you can understand what I'm saying right now." I mean, I can only imagine there must be so many who couldn't control their eye movements either. So we don't know just how many of people have passed while they've been locked in. We're not sure. And once they're locked in, they remember everything. These survivors, they remember everything in detail, and they were corroborating it with the nurses and doctors. So it's not just like hallucinations that they had. These are real events. They're completely conscious. There is a device right now, I think, that they're working on where it can try to communicate with you through your brain.
See,
Listen,
that's what I was thinking. Like,
yeah.
there's so many like brain scans. They can check like what area is moving and stuff.
I imagine it's very expensive.
Right. But
There was a man in France who wrote a whole book just by blinking one eye to someone who was transcribing it. And then he passed almost immediately after it was published. Jake said other times he was so bored, he would just count to 1,000 and then start all over again. 1 to 1,000. It was absolute hell. He felt like he was being tortured. He always wanted to know, what time is it? What day is it? How long has it been? But he can't even ask anyone. And then there's just so many depressing thoughts in his mind. There were days where all he thought about the entire day was his own funeral. Who's going to show up? What it's going to look like? Who's going to say what? For Marsh, the other survivor, he said he was really lucky. His wife and children were there all day, but even that was just lonely. He said, during the day, I was lucky. I never spent a single day when my wife and one of my kids wasn't there. But once they left, it's lonely, not in the way of missing people, but loneliness of knowing there's no one who really understands how to even communicate with you. Marsh and Jake were two of the lucky ones. There were rumors last year in 2020 that a young woman in Louisiana was not as lucky, that she had been locked in her own brain for the past 12 years, and all she could do was sit on the couch and stare at the wall until she passed. So in 2022, this story goes crazy. It's a horrifying story that's coming out, but it was made even more terrifying by the fact that that woman probably didn't even have locked-in syndrome. So what does that mean? Why would someone sit there on the couch for 12 years? She's able-bodied. Why didn't she get up?
Oh, so she's not chained?
No.
Or trapped?
We don't know. So that means if she's not locked in, there is something worse, more sinister that made her unable to move from the couch for the past 12 years of her life. Slaughter, Louisiana has a population of less than 1,000 people, but it does have a very interesting name. They were briefly part of a small internet discourse because of their unfortunate police department name, the Slaughter Police. Yeah, so not great from a marketing standpoint. And there was this question of, why the hell is there a town named Slaughter anyway? There were some rumors that the area had some of the first slaughterhouses in Louisiana, or that something very ominous happened there, giving it the name Slaughter, Louisiana. But it's actually just named after the original owners of the land, Mr. Will and Joe Slaughter. But it's a very, very, very small town. Less than 1,000 people, about 800 people. And it's the type of place where you don't have to leave the town for anything. There are schools, 2 churches, pharmacy, food marts, small businesses that sell farming goods, a rehab facility, short and long-term care for the elderly. And even though it's the definition of rural, the houses are super spread out so you can have as much privacy as your heart desires. Slaughter has that small town comfort where you're like, okay, my dog is missing. Guess what? Likely all 800 residents are going to come out and help you search for your dog until they're back home. It's just one of those towns. I mean, they even have like a small government with residents voted in as what they call aldermen. And these aldermen will help vote on issues affecting the community. So the aldermen, they're supposed to be approachable figures of community that you can turn to for literally anything. Like if you have a disabled family member and you think there needs to be better accessibility at some part of the town, you go to the alderman. If you think your job that has nothing to do with the government requires better sexual harassment policies, like you work at a fast food chain, you're like, you go to the alderman. Even if you have a deeply personal issue where maybe you have an anxious relative who won't leave the house and is becoming reclusive and is not socializing with anyone, you go to the alderman. They literally went to the alderman for anything. Sheila was probably the best alderman to go to. She was also the vice mayor of the town, literally was voted into that position. So if the mayor couldn't attend a meeting, Sheila would show up in place of the mayor. Her husband, Clay, was also well known in the community. He worked for a nonprofit called the Baton Rouge Civil War Roundtable. They would organize events and field trips to historic sites to, quote, provide nonpartisan atmosphere to foster learning and respect for our Civil War heritage. It's a lot. You know, there's a lot of red flags, and some of the members joining the official Facebook group would post, quote, non-judgmental pictures of the KKK and make racist jokes about the Obamas. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like Clay was the one personally posting those or endorsing that kind of activity, but just to give you preface. Now, Clay and Sheila, they're the go-tos for the community. Anyone's got a problem, you go to Clay or you go to Sheila. They're churchgoers. They've got the mindset of wanting to help others. They would probably help you first with your oxygen mask on a plane before putting their own on. Always asking, how's your day? How's your sick grandma? Well, if your grandma needs anything, just give us a ring. We're right down the street. But who asks how Sheila and Clay are? Robert Blade Sr. asked. He lives across the street from them, and he remembered the couple having a young daughter. And he hadn't seen her in God knows how long, right? Over a decade for sure, maybe like 15 years ago. Last he saw of her, she was exercising down the street, running around with some dumbbells in her arms. She did that a lot, and then she stopped one day. He just kind of assumed, like all the other kids in the neighborhood, though, she got into college, moved into the city, met a boy, got married, started a new life, and then never found the time to visit small old town Slaughter ever again, right? Or maybe she did, and he always missed her.
I don't know, she just looked like a young woman. She was, she had these little, what do you call the little weights that you hold in your hand? The little dumbbells?
She was exercising.
Yes, she'd walk from her house around the circle, and she used to do that, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a week.
So one day, this daughter would have been about 30 years old at this point. Robert was on his front lawn talking to Clay about, things going on in the neighborhood, and he thought to ask, oh yeah, Clay, how's Lacey? How's she doing? What's she up to now? Moved away? Oh, no, she's still here. She still lives here, she's fine. Clay quickly changed the subject. At that moment, it was very likely that Lacey was unable to walk, fused to the couch, trapped. And death has a smell. When the body starts to break down and decompose, there are over 800 chemicals that react with the air and with each other, and it creates a very distinct scent. And we always hear about it in cases. The investigators could smell death, that it's a scent that once you smell it, you can never forget it. And to a degree, I feel like we can all kind of imagine what it's like. I'm sure it's not a pleasant scent, but people actually say it's more than that. It's really distinct. It's not just the worst scent that you've ever experienced. There's so much more to it. Death has a sickly sweet scent. So underneath the smell of fecal matter, waste, decay, like you would imagine a piece of raw steak left outside in hot, humid cabin air would smell like after 3 months in the summer. It's like that, but underneath it, there are almost these sweet notes. Everyone describes it differently. I went down a lot of forums with a lot of coroners and crime scene investigators, crime scene cleanup crews. Some describe it as a thick, it's almost like it hangs in the air, like this thick honey scent underlying this rotten meat, garlicky fecal matter scent. It's like honey, but you want to throw up. Others say no, it's almost a little floral. Like, when you are around flowers that have a very unique scent and you almost want to gag? Kind of like that. Some say, actually, it's that almondiness. It's that sweet, almost kind of nuttiness. And then there's that overpowering, fishy, even sour scent that overtakes it all. One Redditor, an EMT, describes it as, smells like if you left cheese out in the hot sun for a week and then you put it into a stale sweet tea, iced tea mix. And then you just let it sit in that mix, hot, iced sweet tea mix, for another week. And then you smell it. It's actually even thought that humans and other animals evolved disgust for the scent. So the main underlying scent is called putrescine, and it's a chemical compound associated with decomposing bodies. And apparently humans evolved into being so literally primitively disgusted by it because it protects us from disease and predation from scavengers. Studies go even further to suggest that it triggers a fight or flight response in humans, just the smell of a dead body. Even if you don't know it's the smell of a dead body, you smell it way out in the woods, you have a fight or flight response. That's what some people believe. And there is a company out there that just recreates the scent of human death. That's their whole business model. The scent of human remains, and they sell a formulated version of it. And to put it simply, they bottle up the scent of human death and sell it. The website describes it as, quote, represents odor of 2 140-pound cadavers for the low, low cost of $850. And it's not for any weird, sinister reason. Well, hopefully that's not why most people are buying it. It's mainly used by cadaver dog trainers so that they don't have to use real human remains to train cadaver dogs to find dead bodies. But there's actually a lot of cadaver dog trainers that don't like to use these scents. They'd rather go to a body farm and purchase body parts because they argue it's just not the same. Like, you try to replicate it with the chemicals that is created from decomposing bodies, but it's so difficult to replicate the smell of death precisely. It is such a unique scent. I mean, there's so many varying factors. The scent depends on the person that died, the surrounding conditions. Is there wildlife where the body is, the temperature, the humidity? They said humidity is the worst on a dead body. And Slaughter, Louisiana was a humid, hot town. I'm not sure how much Dr. Brickham knew when he drove up to the little White House on January 3rd, 2022. I wonder if the neighbors' Christmas trees and all the New Year's decorations were still up, making the drive feel, I don't know, even more eerie, right? But once he parked that car, he gets out, he walks past the well-manicured green lawn, he opens up the front door, and it's like he's hit with this invisible force field. It's a smell. He couldn't breathe, he said. He said there was a stench, an odor, feces, fecal matter, urine. You couldn't hold your breath. Dr. Brickham had smelled death before, but this smell, it's literally embedded into the fabric of the house. That's how thick and pungent it is. It felt like the scent was going to follow him home and linger for weeks. Dr. Brickham enters the living room, and you know when you spot something that just feels out of place, it makes you feel very unsettled. Like you can't quite put your finger on it, but it just feels weird. Imagine it's snowing outside and there's someone standing there out in the snow, staring at your house with nothing but their swimwear on. And you're just looking out the window like, I feel like this is odd. Like, yes, I'm worried that they're going to get sick, but there feels like there needs to be a sinister explanation for this because it's just that out of place. Dr. Brickham walks into the living room. Most of the living room is pretty tidy, a little clutter like any normal house, but all over it was pretty well organized. I mean, it's pretty evident that someone in this house is maintaining the living areas, making sure that they're always well kept, cleaning up, organizing everything except the couch in the center of the living room. The dark brown leather couch was the source of this smell, and Dr. Brickham had been hit with it when he walked into that house, and he could almost see steam like emanating from it. The couch looked like it was melting. The couch was soaked with urine and feces, human excrement. The waste was seeping through the couch bottom onto the floor where it looked like any second nobody cleaned the floor underneath the couch. It looked like the floor was going to crumble in on itself from the gathering of all the liquid and feces. There was an 18-inch gap between the couch and the wall. The wall looked moist. Like it looked like there would be condensation droplets on the wall from steam, from liquid. And the couch just looks so out of place. I mean, you wouldn't even expect to see this type of couch in an abandoned home. It looks like a regular, normal living room, and then they just have this couch that everyone in the family and visitors go and pee and poop on, and then nobody cleans it up. That's what it looks like, and it's just melting. It's like a weird time capsule. Just the couch is rotting. It's bizarre. And this is the living room of a couple that's pretty well respected in the community. In a house where the rest of the place is extremely well kept and there are signs of life, and this is the couch that's in the center of the living room. But as Dr. Brickham got closer, he found who he had come here for. Lacey Fletcher was laying in the living room couch. She's not laying on the couch, she's laying in the couch. There is a huge person-sized hole in the leather couch, almost to the floor. I would imagine it, and there are pictures. Just imagine your dog gnawed through all of the sofa cushion fluff, and there's just a hole in the couch. She's literally in the couch. She's slumped to one side, sitting cross-legged. Her eyes are wide open. Her mouth is wide open. She's completely nude except a small blue patterned top that's pulled over her chest, so her chest is bare. Dr. Brickham could see her bones. Not because she was that emaciated, which she was very malnourished, but parts of her body had been rotten and eaten by maggots while she was alive. Just think of the mental trauma for someone who would be alert and aware if they were to look down and see their own flesh being eaten by maggots. There were maggots crawling in and around her hair, all over her body. She was covered head to toe in feces. It was found in her mouth, in her stomach, in her ears. She had been eating it, or she had been fed it. We don't know. The sofa arms were covered in scratches. This is not a situation where Lacey's body was left on the couch to decompose after her death, and the feces and urine, it came out during the decomposition process. This is not that situation. Lacey was kept alive on that couch for 12 years. She had been alive for 12 years, not able to get up to even use the restroom. She had been soiling herself and then either eating or being fed her own feces while being trapped on this couch for 12 years. Her flesh had been rotting while she was alive. Maggots were eating away at her while she was alive, and she had just recently passed away. And the two people who lived with her parents, the ones who walked past that couch every single day, walked past it to head into the kitchen, to the garage, to the backyard, Sheila and Clay Fletcher, they were now standing in the kitchen with no explanation on what the hell had happened.
When I first walked in the house, it smelled of feces, fecal material, however you want to put that politely. It stunk. When I got to the body, the individual was basically sitting in a hole filled with liquid stool and urine. I was able to place her body in a black body bag, and I took it down to Jefferson Parish for autopsy. It's the worst form of medical neglect I've ever seen. I mean, I don't know any other adjectives or adverbs to add to that.
Laci was pronounced dead at 3:07 p.m. on January 3rd, 2022, but it's likely that she passed away at least 24 to 48 hours prior. She could have passed away New Year's Day, 2022. The world around her would have been celebrating the start of a new year, something fresh, and Laci would have been laying dying in her own excrement. Sheila Fletcher got a little bit more talkative at the police station. And side note, this isn't even immediately after authorities took Laci's body away. Sheila was interviewed January 18th. Laci's body was found January 3rd.
So the police didn't do anything until 18th.
They really did not treat the parents like persons of interest or even suspects.
So it's a small town, right? So they all know each other. And
now, Sheila tells authorities January 18th that Laci had social anxiety and had met with a psychologist over a period of 3 years when she was back a teenager. Laci was 36 when she passed. So you're talking about like decades ago. Eventually, she stopped seeing her doctor decades ago. Sheila and Clay contemplated getting Laci committed into a specialist medical facility, but for whatever reason, that never happened. In the interview with the police, Sheila insisted that Laci refused to leave the couch. It was a personal choice that she made. So she and Clay, they did their best to accommodate her on her wishes. Like they set up a toilet for her, like one of those portable toilets that you see at hospitals. They put it right next to the couch with some baby wipes, baby powder, a fresh change of clothes, a stack of Laci's favorite movies to watch. They were all there. All Laci had to do was get up. But she didn't ever want to leave the couch, ever. That's what they said. Maybe it's laziness. So they gave Laci a towel on the couch to use as a toilet. Sheila stated that she would have to take the towels from Laci, the ones covered in feces, clean them, and then bring her new towels. I mean, it was a whole thing. Sheila also stated that she would have to clean Laci's body and bed sores, and not once did Laci ever complain about pain, which, I don't know, is just really unbelievable. And even if someone doesn't complain about pain, if you can see someone's bone, Sheila stated that Laci had lost her appetite last autumn, so back in 2021. But when the Fletchers, because they went on a New Year's trip, when they got back from their trip from New Year's on January 2nd, the day before Laci died, Sheila said that she made her half a sandwich and gave her a bag of Cheetos. She stated Laci ate it. Then, according to Sheila, the mom, Sheila went to sleep on the chair on the living room next to Laci's couch, near Laci, near the rotting hole in the sofa. And at around 10 p.m. when Sheila fell asleep for the night, Laci was still alive. When she woke up the next morning, Laci was dead. That's what Sheila Fletcher said. But Sheila Fletcher is a liar, in my personal humble opinion. Sheila stated January 2nd, 2022, Laci ate half a sandwich and a bag of Cheetos. This is not what would be found in Laci's stomach during the autopsy. All they could find in her stomach was sofa foam and feces. No sandwich, no Cheetos. And if Laci had been sitting there on that couch for 12 years, that means this hell would have begun around 2010, and she would have almost certainly been in pain since day one.
They said that? She's been sitting there for 12 years?
They said that it's been years. They didn't give an exact estimate, but the coroner said about 12 years.
Wow.
Now, skin exposure to urine and feces is painful and can start stinging within hours. It happens more frequently with infants. It's actually called a diaper rash, and it can get very serious, if not even kill infants. And it's not even done purposely. Most of the times that babies have diaper rashes, it's not abuse. It's typically just because they're very sensitive. Now, the main symptoms are red rashes on the buttocks. If left unaddressed for too long, it can quickly escalate into a full body fever, full body chills, and a full body rash. Urine and feces contain ammonia. Now, ammonia is very corrosive. If your skin is in contact with ammonia for long periods of time, it can cause irritation and even burns. That could have happened within the first few hours of the first day that Lacey had soiled herself on that couch. Now, if a diaper rash is left untreated, the skin starts to swell. It can transform into these rashes that have these white bumps all over that ooze clear fluid. And then the skin starts to peel, causing these open sores. It's very painful. And if there's still urine or feces that's there to make contact with those open sores, you're at a dangerous risk of infections. Yeast infections might be one. Yeast dermatitis could be another thing. Those are dark red areas of the skin, usually filled with these raised yellow fluid-filled pustules. This is likely all happening near the private regions because she was found sitting cross-legged. So she's genuinely sitting in a pile of her urine and feces, which makes everything much more sensitive and painful because these are your private parts. Side note, if Lacey still had her menstrual cycle at the beginning of all of this, she may not have due to malnutrition or other reasons, but if she did, that means there would have also been blood rotting into the sofa, and blood attracts flies. Flies would have been attracted to Lacey and her wounds that were all primarily, again, in her down regions. Also, infections for the private regions are incredibly painful, and that is just the beginning. This is still when everything is treatable fairly easily. Painful, but not like life-threatening, typically. Even without urine and feces, the high risk of painful infections just sitting or laying in one place is horrendous for the body. Bed sores. Have you heard of bed sores? They're going to be one of the first things to show up. Bed sores occur when there is continuous pressure on parts of the body, usually by sitting or laying in a single position for an extended period of time. So you're cutting off blood supply to that specific area, which causes the surrounding tissue to start dying. Within 2 hours, the tissue starts dying. Humans are very sensitive because that tissue is not getting enough oxygen because blood has oxygen in it and you're not getting blood flowing there, and it can happen in 2 to 3 hours. So you're like, okay, well, why don't I get bed sores when I'm falling asleep? We're constantly moving. Even shuffling like this is moving. So if you're sitting on a chair for 8 hours studying, if you're moving a little bit, it's hard to get bed sores. This stops it from developing. But if you're unable to move around, a bed sore is going to happen because there's a lack of oxygen. Like, it's not preventable. The skin will die and the bed sore will just look like a red blotch on the skin. So it starts looking like a sunburn, and it feels a little hot to the touch, kind of like a sunburn, warm. It might even be a little itchy, very similar to a sunburn, but eventually it turns purple. And by that point, if left untreated, the skin will break open. And you're just going to have this painful wound that becomes easily infected, and then it collapses on itself. It's like a crater-sized blister. Some bed sores, I saw pictures on Reddit. I honestly don't know. I should not have gone down that route. There's like dinner plate-sized bed sores, and you can see all the way to the bone. And it's not just skin deep. That's the problem. These bed sores collapse and they go deeper and deeper until you literally have Swiss cheese-like holes on your body. They reach into the muscle all the way to the bone. If you see a really bad picture of a bed sore, you can see muscle, tendons, bones, joints, just in a hole in someone's body. It's like an exposed tunnel for people to see inside of you. Once a bed sore develops, you have to treat it and dress it every single day, multiple times a day. It is absolutely horrendous for the patient and the caretaker. And bed sores are very, very, very slow to heal. With bed sores, genuinely, prevention is the only key. All you can do is move around. So that's why when you have bedbound patients, one of the first things that caretakers or nurses learn is you have to flip the patient every 2 hours. There's no question about it. And that's why when you go to nursing homes and maybe your grandparents have a bed sore, it's taken so seriously because when you hear the word bed sore, you're like, okay, it's not that big of a deal, but it's a very clear indicator that there could be abuse happening. Some really bad bed sores take days, months, even years to heal. Some may never heal. They may need surgery. And when it's super serious, bed sores can lead to death. Once they get infected, it leads to sepsis and death. Bed sores cause the death of more than 24,000 people each year. And again, the saddest part is most of the time, bed sores are completely preventable. I feel like it's very safe to assume that Lacey went through all of that and more. By the time that her body was found, the flesh on Lacey's bottom had been worn away and eaten. It was gone. Like, she had no thighs, no butt. Her back and butt area, it was impossible to tell what part was a human being. Her skin and flesh were so rotten and half-eaten by maggots. There were other areas that maybe looked a little bit more like human skin, but it was completely yellow, which is typically a sign of infected skin. Lacey had bed sores that went all the way down to her bones. Her skin was rotting away from constantly sitting in a mess of feces and acidic urine. She had a severe case of gangrene, which is when your flesh is dead. So the tissue changes from red to black, and then you're left with dead tissue, which is very dangerous because, again, you're at risk of infection, which can kill you. The only tiny bit of relief in all of this is hopefully with her injuries being that deep into her skin, hopefully it destroyed her nerve endings. There's a chance that it might not have, but there is a chance that it did. So maybe she had lost feeling in some of these parts of her body, around the injury sites. We don't know for sure, but we can only hope that she didn't feel what was slowly happening to her body for 12 long, agonizing, painful years. And it wasn't just the lower part of her body. Her entire backside was a mess of raw, rotten flesh. She was completely covered in raw red blotches, and Lacey's wounds were being cleaned. Not by her parents, but by maggots. Maggots were crawling in and out of her, consuming her dead flesh. And for this case, the maggots did more to help Lacey than her own parents. Like, I know usually we talk about maggots and it's not in a positive light, but maggots have a very important role in this world. So they eat dead flesh. In medical history, and sometimes even today, maggots have been used as a way of helping clean wounds. So maggots, usually they leave healthy flesh alone and just feed off of dead flesh, which needs to be cut away anyway because you're at risk of infection. And in Lacey's case, it seems to have worked to the point that she did not die of sepsis and infection for the first 12 years. The maggots kept her alive by eating the dead flesh on her wounds, while her parents did nothing for her, in my opinion. We know that Lacey was left with no real food or water in reach, and Lacey, on some level, was aware enough to know that she needed to eat. Her body seems to have grasped for anything that she could get, and the sofa foam was the only thing in reach. That and feces. Because that was what was found in her stomach. Not half of a sandwich or Cheetos. That's just the physical trauma of her body. We don't know to what extent and how bad the emotional and mental trauma was for 12 years. We don't know if this is even the full extent of her physical trauma. Technically, there could have been things that happened to her years ago that wouldn't be present during the autopsy now. Dr. Bickham's official report stated Lacey died of sepsis as a result of severe medical neglect, which led to chronic malnutrition, acute starvation. Lacey only weighed 96 pounds at 36 years old. Immobility, acute ulcer formation, bone infection, which ultimately led to sepsis and death. And one last thing about Lacey's autopsy. Sheila Fletcher stated she never took Lacey to the doctor because Lacey had never been sick. Which, let's not even unpack how ridiculous that statement is. We don't even need to go there. But that alone seems to be another lie, or at least a very misguided statement, because Lacey had COVID when she died. Most of Clay and Sheila Fletcher's friends did not even know that they had a daughter. But there were people that remembered Lacey, the ones who went to school with her in Slaughter, Louisiana, or the ones that saw her running around the neighborhood when she was younger. They all just assumed that she had grown up, moved out of Slaughter, maybe settled down nearby in Baton Rouge, got married. The ones that knew that the Fletchers had a daughter, they remembered Lacey as being a very friendly kid. She was fun to be around. She had a lot of different interests. She was, like a lot of people, obsessed with Disney. She loved anything Disney World, Disneyland, Disney movies, characters. That's her happy place. She would send friends links to videos of Disney. Also, Mariah Carey and country music. Very interesting mix, but she was someone that just had a very wide range of interests. She's very active. She loved bowling, volleyball. Those were her favorite activities. And everybody's favorite word to describe Lacey was just sweet, as sweet as can be. She never acted out. She didn't seem like she was creating trouble or, when you have younger kids, there can be certain things that they do or say, or maybe they're acting out that might indicate that something darker is happening within. Maybe it's happening at the house. There's just these little indications, right? Lacey didn't have any of that. She was a happy-go-lucky kid that liked to have fun. Now, side note, Lacey was diagnosed as autistic when she was younger. And just to give you a bit of context, autism is a neurological condition. It is not an illness, and it's a lot more common than people think. Around 1 in 36 children were diagnosed as autistic in 2023, and it generally affects the way that people communicate for a few reasons. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, it's just a different way of communicating. Many autistic people report feeling their senses a bit more. So what seems like a quiet room for some people can actually be sensory overload for an autistic person. Some autistic people report having excellent memory for facts and very strong problem-solving logical minds, but they might struggle with social cues or small talk. Or some autistic people have reported finding it difficult to read facial expressions and eye contact. There has been a lot of stigma and prejudice attached to autism for a very long time, and I think there still is today. But I think being able to see the world in slightly different ways is a great thing. Different world perception is not necessarily better or worse, it's just different, and I think we need different perceptions. There's a common saying in the autistic community: if you've met one autistic person, then you've met one autistic person. Because it's not really something where you can generalize and say, oh, if you have autism, then you feel A, B, C, and D. It's such a wide spectrum that people can be very different from one another with very different needs and different ways of communicating. So keep that in mind. Because Lacey's parents would often tell people, yeah, Lacey's just super quiet and withdrawn and she doesn't like socializing. But her friends at school were so confused. They're like, are we talking about the same girl right now? Are we talking about the same Lacey? I mean, sure, I guess she's kind of quiet compared to like the class clown, but she would go out of her way to welcome people and try to build connections. I mean, she's very opinionated and very passionate about a lot of things. She loved new experiences and she loved a change in her routine. So I don't know what the parents are saying. To a lot of Lacey's childhood friends, it felt like her parents didn't even know who she was. And side note, her parents were allegedly wishy-washy with her diagnosis. Sometimes they would state that Lacey had Asperger's syndrome, which is no longer used as a diagnosis anymore, by the way. Sometimes they would describe her autism as, quote, mild. Other times they would describe it as, quote, severe, which, side note, from what I've been told, the better verbiage to describe autism is high or low support needs. But these are allegedly the verbiage that Lacey's parents used. So this is not me describing Lacey. Lacey's doctor, Dr. Bickham, the one that went to Lacey Fletcher's home to find her, was her primary care physician when she was younger.
Wow.
He was friendly with the Fletchers, like he knew the Fletchers. He was their doctor. He's also the town coroner. Small town, yeah. Dr. Bickham would even describe her diagnosis as, quote, severe autism and social anxiety. But again, this just doesn't really match the way that Lacey's friends describe her, so it's confusing. And just to clarify, Lacey did have unique interests, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with autism, like just flat out. So one of Lacey's old classmates would say, yeah, I saw her around 15 years ago, and she was definitely different from other kids her age. I mean, I knew that she wasn't your typical teenager. This is all a direct quote. She was smart. She was smart as hell. But I guess the best way to describe her was she wasn't as mature as us. She still liked childish things, like not teenage things. When she was 17 or 18, she was more into Disney movies and country music. Which again, I don't know how that's very different. She would invite us over to watch Disney movies despite being more withdrawn, but it's just not my forte. Again, she just had her own interests. I would hardly call that strange or a reflection of her diagnosis. So a lot of Lacey's friends, they're shocked when at 16 years old, Lacey gets pulled out of public school at the end of 9th grade, and she started to get homeschooled. Her parents stated that she had to be pulled out of school immediately, but it's so unclear, like why? Side note, back then, homeschooling was not very common, and the Fletchers, they never gave examples of why, at least not yet, of what made them think, you know, this is it. We need to pull her out of school for her own good. We need to make sure that her sports, her friends, her socialization, we need to cut it off. All they said was that Lacey's autism got worse. which is strange because autistic people can struggle in a rigid school environment and they may need to be homeschooled either permanently or for a short period of time. But usually it's very important that there's a support network in place because literally every human on this earth needs a support group to help manage stress and keep up with interpersonal relationships so that they don't get isolated. But they just cut off all of Lacey's friends. Even if a kid is homeschooled, it is in the parents' best interest to let them keep their already established friendships. But allegedly, none of that happened. Allegedly, once Lacey started getting homeschooled, she was seen outside less and less. In fact, it just seemed like the couple stopped bringing Lacey up in conversations even. The last time someone distinctly, or at least reports remembering Lacey being brought up in conversations, was in 2010. Lacey would have been 23 at the time. The Fletchers walked into Dr. Bickham's office without Lacey and stated, "Our daughter Lacey is becoming reclusive. She never wants to leave the house or the couch." Interestingly, the Fletchers could have easily taken photos or videos to show Dr. Bickham what's going on. I mean, that seems like the very logical, common sense thing to do, but they brought along no footage. Just told him, "We don't know what's going on." Based on the Fletcher's description, it sounded like Lacey was dealing with extreme and sudden agoraphobia, which is a disorder when people are afraid of open spaces like public areas. On the milder side, it can be someone that has very extreme social anxiety, does not want to be in places that they're not comfortable with or cannot deem as a safe space, which public spaces, they tend to be a bit more unpredictable. But on the more extreme end, you have people who never leave the house. They deem the home or even a certain room of the home to be the only safe space in the entire world for them. And even stepping outside of that safe space could result in a panic attack. So this is very serious. Now, typically, agoraphobia is more likely in people that already struggle with anxiety, and it can get worse over time if it's not helped or treated. Someone's safe space can actually get smaller and smaller. So when it used to be the whole house, someone with agoraphobia can be like, actually, now it's only the back of the house. Actually, now it's only the living room. Which we have no idea if this is even what's happening to Lacey. All we have are her parents at her doctor's office saying she doesn't want to get off the couch and she's being antisocial. For all we know, she could have been tied to the couch. Side note, that is a theory later that comes up. And another side note, some people have just put the autism as a blanket statement over anything going on with Lacey at the time and why she was pulled out of school. And again, sure, maybe something was going on with Lacey, but we don't have proof. And autism doesn't suddenly change a person drastically. An autistic person who can speak, make friends, have hobbies, go to school, use the restroom by themselves, they don't just suddenly wake up one day and don't do those things. But a lot of people are like, oh, autism. That's not how it works. We have no idea why Lacey was pulled out of school. We have no idea what caused her parents to pull her out of school. So just to recap, Lacey is pulled out of school at 16. She was last seen by Robert Blades Sr. exercising outside when she was 21. The Fletchers tell Dr. Bickham that she stopped wanting to leave the house at age 23. Lacey was emailing a friend of hers at 27. And Robert Blades Sr. asked Clay about Lacey, and he said that she was fine and at home, and then changed the subject when Lacey was 30. 6 years later, Lacey Fletchers was found dead on the couch at 36 years old. Lacey Fletcher sat down on the couch one day, whether it was against her will or not, will be argued later, but she never got back up. How is that even possible? The first theory that came about online was that Lacey had locked-in syndrome, which we talked about earlier in the episode. Because when this case broke, a rumor started that she had locked-in syndrome, and everyone, including major news outlets, they just ran with it. They said that she had locked-in syndrome because it just answered all the questions of why and how is an able-bodied woman sitting in her own waste for 12 years until the couch fell apart. Locked-in syndrome was kind of this neat little package that answers every little question and gives people peace. But it's not true. Lacey did not have locked-in syndrome. She was able at some point to email her friends, or at least dictate what she wanted emailed to her friends. She was able to feed herself and even swallow the sofa foam and feces. So even if you have locked-in syndrome and someone is force-feeding you something, you cannot swallow. You have no control over any of your muscles except maybe your eyelids. You are fully locked into your body, which it appears Lacey was not. Side note, Dr. Bickham would later state that he had never heard of locked-in syndrome in his entire career, refuting the idea that Lacey Fletcher had this syndrome. And while she may not have had locked-in syndrome, it is a very real thing that does exist. It's just very rare. But it doesn't seem like Lacey had it. which leads us to the most confusing question of all of this. Then why didn't she just get up? There are a few theories on why, but the belief is, regardless of how it started, her leg muscles probably atrophied to the point where she could no longer be able to get up even if she wanted to. So she started off able-bodied, but her leg muscles might have been completely dead. Let's say, for whatever reason, you are unable to get up from a sitting position, whether that be from inner, mental, or outside physical force, you cannot get up. Your physical body is going to react to that. Have you ever slept and your leg fell asleep? Where you've been in one position for so long that your leg goes numb, and then when you finally take the pressure off that leg, you feel that tingling pins and needle feeling, and it's just uncomfortable. And if we realize it's happening, most of us can do something about it if we're able-bodied. But if Lacey had been sitting in that same position for long enough, her leg muscles would have atrophied on their own and started wasting away, becoming locked into place, paralyzing her. Over time, the pain and rotting of the flesh in her thighs and buttocks would have further paralyzed her muscles as well. Lacey was found in her legs crossed in a position that most people would actually deem and describe as defensive rather than comfortable. Like, how long can you actually sit crisscross applesauce without getting uncomfortable? So let's just say that's how she first sat down on the couch. Again, we can't say for certain if this was or was not against her will because there are online theories about it, but let's just say she sat down like that. Soon, within minutes or hours, blood would flow more slowly to this area, which can lead to what I talked about, the bed sores. But it gets worse because this loss of blood is basically a crushing injury. Not as a description, but that's what they call it, like as if you're getting crushed. It just gets more and more dangerous over time as well. The tissue around her legs and butt were dying. If it gets really severe, surgery or even amputation would be necessary to correct the problem. At a certain point, since Lacey had been sitting for that long, even just getting up could kill her. So it's not like her parents are saying she just didn't want to get up from the couch. She could die by getting up from the couch. Not to overcomplicate it, but if you have a crushing injury like compartment syndrome, when there is high enough pressure on a limb or part of the body that blocks blood flow to that compartment of the body, for example, Lacey's legs and behind area, potassium starts to build up. And then when you get up or the pressure is suddenly taken off of that area, all that potassium has nowhere to go except straight into your bloodstream. And this rush of massive amounts of potassium causes a heart attack. And you can die. Lacey had been on that couch for 12 years. By year 1, it would have been shocking if Lacey was even able to use her legs at all. She would have been fully paralyzed. This is likely what could have happened to Lacey's physical body. But again, why? Why did she sit down and never get up? Even when she felt her legs falling asleep, even if she must have felt extreme discomfort in that position, why didn't she just move or reposition herself or get up entirely? Okay, fine. Let's say that she didn't want to get up from this couch. This couch is her safe space. There was some sort of mental barrier. Why didn't she change her positions around? There are two theories that people have considered online. Either there was a mental or emotional reason Lacey did not get up, or she was physically tied down in the beginning until her legs atrophied. Let's explore the first theory, that she chose to be on the couch. And just to preface, even if it was Lacey's choice, the fact that her parents didn't do anything to help her, that's not okay, in my opinion, if this theory is even true. I think it's still a tragic, horrible case of neglect that borders abuse because of how severe it is. But some people theorize that Lacey had developed agoraphobia at 16 and it escalated, developing worse and worse every single year until it reached a point where Lacey's only safe space was the couch that she was on. She didn't want to get off the couch. And the theory goes that the Fletcher parents, they didn't know how to handle this. They thought Lacey was being this lazy teenager who didn't want to socialize, work, or go to school, and it started off as a stubbornness problem. Well, if you don't want to get off the couch, we're not going to take care of you. But eventually that evolved into the Fletcher parents building resentment and denial towards Lacey and the condition. This is, again, a theory. This theory is the kindest towards the Fletcher parents. It's the theory that her parents became so overwhelmed by her, quote, issues that they just kept ignoring the, quote, problem for 12 years until Lacey died. Some people argue that caregiver resentment is very real and that maybe her parents were in denial about how bad it was getting until it was too late. One detail that I guess supports this theory, not really because I have a hard time getting behind this theory, but anyway, a supporting detail, I guess you could argue, is that Lacey was still emailing her friends in 2014 when she was around 27 years old. A few of her old high school friends received emails and they sounded very much like Lacey. They were filled with passion and she was sending them links of videos from Disney. Not of her at Disney, but like of Disney. There was no hint that she was trapped anywhere or being abused. We have no idea if Lacey was given her phone, had access to her phone to send these emails. We have no idea if she told someone what she wanted to say in the email and someone sent it. We have no idea if someone wrote the email for her. We have no clue. We just know that these emails were sent under her email address and they sounded very much like her. And I guess the people that are in support of this theory, they think if Lacey's parents were actively abusing her or torturing her in some way, would they want her to have her phone to message her friends? Like, what if she told them something? What if she reached out for help? And then a few years before that, Lacey's parents went to Dr. Bickham, remember, to talk about how Lacey was becoming very socially reclusive. Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just act like she went to the big city, moved on, got married, went to college? Side note, I saw arguments as well that some autistic people struggle to explain when they're in pain and explain exactly how much pain they're in, which has led to serious issues. But I don't know how that applies because that's usually for injuries that can't be seen from the outside, like appendicitis. I want to include it because it has been mentioned, but I just don't think that autism really has anything to do with this case other than the media reaction of justifying and almost answering Lacey's death by just saying, oh, blanket statement, autism. But other than that, I don't see how the fact that she was autistic applies to the questions that need to be answered. Lacey had sores all over her flesh that was rotting. Maggots were eating away at her, consuming her right in front of her parents. Who cares if she was autistic or not? Like, I don't think anyone needed for her to verbally say, hey guys, I'm in pain. And there have been theories of how Lacey went from being a socially active 16-year-old girl to not leaving the couch. One of the more popular theories are severe agoraphobia. Some people speculate that Lacey could have also developed schizophrenia, with the average age of onset tending to be around 20 to 30 for women. So they're like, what if she was schizophrenic? And perhaps schizophrenia was causing her hallucinations that made her terrified to leave the couch in fear of some sort of perceived danger out there. Or maybe she had some sort of brain injury that caused her to suddenly behave differently and her parents had no idea how to give her care. Another supporting theory is that Lacey was kept alive for 12 years. A person can usually only live about a few days without water and a few weeks without food. And although Lacey was severely malnourished, she was getting enough food and fiber to at least defecate. Which, side note, this is a big part of life. Extreme constipation can actually cause death on its own by blocking the intestines and the colon. So Lacey was getting enough food to defecate and pass urine. She also had all of her front teeth when she died. So someone, whether it was Lacey or her parents, someone was helping her brush her teeth for her. Could the parents have been so far in denial that they just didn't understand that Lacey could no longer move and get up on her own or even use the toilet right next to the couch? Maybe they thought, even in year 10, that her legs had not atrophied, even though they were completely rotten and eaten by maggots. They just thought that she was being stubborn and a lazy kid. Or they thought that they were being good, authoritative parents. They're like, you're stubborn, well, we're not going to do what you want us to do. After all, some people argue that the parents clearly brought her a toilet to use and put it up right next to the couch, provided her with baby wipes and baby powder for her, as well as an option to have clean clothes that were sitting right next to her and her favorite movies laid out on the side. Someone's brushing her teeth, which caregivers have stated brushing a patient's teeth is actually a very strenuous, stressful process. Why would they do that unless to a degree they cared about her? That's the theory. I don't believe it, and I'm very reluctant to state when I don't believe theories strongly. I just don't see this one. It doesn't answer any questions for me. Like, never say never, so sure, maybe this is how the Fletcher parents felt personally, but it's still not really acceptable in my opinion. I mean, ignoring someone's depression, maybe I could try to understand it a little more. Maybe they're locked in their room and they don't talk to you. They don't communicate with you. That's something where I'm more kind of like, maybe the parents didn't fully understand it, or maybe they're very ignorant about these mental illnesses. But when someone has sores down to their bones, like their body is a mixture of holes and black and blue from tissue death, and there are maggots crawling around eating your child, consuming your child's flesh, how can they be in denial? Even in very rare cases, we might sometimes hear once in a blue moon stories of people keeping their loved ones' deceased bodies. Like, no matter how much decomposition is happening, because these people are in denial of their loved one's death. But that denial typically extends all the way into other aspects of that person's life. They will be in denial about their loved one's death. They will still talk to them. They will still talk about them with other people as if they're still alive. But for the Fletcher parents, they were completely normal when they went outside to socialize. They never spoke about Lacey later on. It's as if she didn't exist. Most of their friends didn't even know that they had a kid. If they were in denial, wouldn't they talk about Lacey as if she's still alive and doing well? She's just being a lazy kid and not melting into the couch. It's like they're hiding it, in my opinion. You know, people online have stated when parents love their kids and will do anything for them, but their circumstances are just really bad, they don't have the funds to get their child the proper care. The state won't help. There's no other option. They feel lost and heartbroken that they can't do more for their child. That is clearly not the case with the Fletchers. The Fletchers would have enough to pay bail for the both of them. That amounts to $72,000 in cash. They could have easily found Lacey a long-term facility to help her because they can't be the ones to help her. So it's not that they had a lack of funds. Not only that, they live in Slaughter, Louisiana. The community there is incredibly strong. Everyone wants to help their neighbors, and they're popular members of the community. You're telling me that the community wouldn't have rallied together to help Lacey? But the point is, the Fletchers didn't even try. So while denial, I think, is a powerful thing, and being a caretaker is a very complex role, I don't believe that the Fletchers could have been in denial for 12 years. Every parent that I personally know, even seeing their child sick with a cold, a flu for a day, it physically and mentally pains them. But it is a theory, so I have to tell you about it. One of the Fletchers' neighbors even stated, "The Fletchers are good people who just made bad decisions." One netizen commented on the case and said, "It can be extremely stressful for caregivers. Could Lacey have avoided her tragic end if more support and help were given to the parents who cared for her?"
Support to the parents?
Yeah. They may have been really helpless and did not know what to do.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty horrendous comment to make. Could Lacey have avoided her tragic end? The comment said. Another netizen points out, they didn't even have her in a private room ignoring her. Like, they walked by her every single day and watched what happened. That's disgusting. That's not denial. And another big thing to note, the parents weren't so in over their heads that they didn't have time or energy to be a part of the community. They always showed themselves in a very positive light to their neighbors and colleagues. They were very much active in social life. So they seemed involved in other interpersonal relationships. So they had the energy for that.
Yeah, and the fact that it's been so many years, it's like every day it's a decision. Every minute, every hour is a decision that they're making.
And it's only
not to save her life.
And more painful for her to be alive in that state too.
Exactly.
So now we head into the third theory. The Fletchers were torturing their only daughter, Lacey. This is the theory that most people, including law enforcement, seem to believe. A lot of it has to do with the fact that Sheila even outright lied to the police, stating that Lacey's last meal was the sandwich and the Cheetos. And we know that's not true. And there are two versions of this theory. I would say that law enforcement probably believed the latter theory, but the former theory, I'm going to run through it. The first version is that people believe that something traumatic happened to Lacey, and then it spiraled into this. So this is very conspiracy vibes. This is based off of zero evidence, just from what little facts we know about the case. Some netizens have kind of spun together a theory of what they think might have happened. The first theory is that she was somehow injured. She had some sort of brain injury and all she could do was sit there. Or a traumatic event caused something in her brain to shift. Like SA could be an example of a traumatic event. And I know that SA is a wild theory to just throw out there. Some netizens believe this theory a bit more because Clay and Sheila went to see Dr. Bickham in 2010. They stated that Lacey was acting differently, and some people who have been sexually abused will try and make themselves seem repulsive to their attacker, like they refuse to wash. Or they will have kind of a drastic shift in their personality because of the trauma. Which still is very crazy theory just to toss around, but I don't think that anyone is trying to string together heinous things for the sake of it. I think people are genuinely trying to understand how this could happen to someone and how evil someone has to be to just watch it happen. Anyway, the theory continues that after a traumatic event, whether it be SA or some sort of physical injury, Lacey was no longer the same. And maybe the theory is her parents caused that shift in some way, shape, or form. And they can't get her help because she might tell someone. They can't get her admitted because she might tell someone. So they just sit her down on the couch. And from there, her legs start atrophying and it escalates into this situation where they still do not want to get her help. There's also a theory that she was tied to the couch in that position until her legs naturally atrophied. And that is, again, purely a theory. There is zero evidence that she was tied to the couch on or before the day she died. But she was on the couch for the past 12 years. And like we said, within the first year, her legs were probably paralyzed and stuck in that position. So we don't know if maybe the first year she was on that couch, she could have been tied up. Who's to say? So the conspiracy is something bad happened. Parents don't want it to get out. Lacey is forced onto couch till her legs atrophy. Parents kept Lacey alive to torture her. Again, this is purely based on theory and not fact. Now, one aspect that people cannot get over is the fact that Lacey was found nude, except the shirt pulled over her chest. The nude part, maybe the parents stopped dressing her because they knew that she would just soil herself again, but why not let her have her top on? Why was it pulled up above her chest? Did it hurt the wounds on her back? Because then they said that she wasn't in pain and she never said that she was in pain. So why would it be pulled up? It just feels extra degrading. Like either take it all the way off or pull it down. I guess a lot of people have been reading into it. It feels very humiliating. The other theory is something was going on with Lacey where she was terrified to leave the couch, but the parents believed that she was just being a difficult teenager. So they stubbornly told her, fine, sit on the couch then. And they started torturing her basically out of spite. Even before Lacey passed with just sofa foam and feces in her stomach, she was malnourished. It was chronic. So that means over time, Lacey was not getting enough nutrients or food. So the parents, they're going out to eat. They're going on trips. They're going away for the weekends, hanging out with friends. Lacey was alone, starving. That sounds like torture. Some people think that even the toilet seat and the cleaning supplies being so close to the couch was a form of psychological torture. Like, look at everything you could use if you just get up, but you can't. Because why was it there? I mean, it's really clear. Like, half of her body has disintegrated and melted. What do you mean get up to use the restroom? I think anyone with a brain, in my opinion, would know that she cannot get up to use that toilet, even if it's pulled up right next to the couch. She can't even move her position. And a lot of people argue the teeth thing, that's not the parents being in denial. That feels like torture. That feels like you're keeping her alive to prolong some sort of torture. Like, this is no way for a parent to see their child live. But if that's the case, why would Sheila call 911 when Lacey died? Most people didn't even know the Fletchers had a daughter, and the ones who did, they thought that she moved away and started her own life. Nobody was suspicious of the Fletchers in any way. Why wouldn't they just dispose of her body, even bury her in the backyard? Who would know? One neighbor reported that someone might have forced Sheila to call the police. And just to preface, there is no proof about what I'm about to say, but there's a running theory based off of an allegation given by a third party that is not involved, so take it with a bottle of salt. Allegedly, Sheila didn't call 911 because Lacey's heart stopped and she wanted her to be saved or wanted the authorities to know that her daughter was dead. Allegedly, there was a neighbor who peeked through their window that last day on January 3rd, saw Lacey on the couch,
Man sollte mich eigentlich
and
hören.
told the Fletchers, what the hell is going on
OBS hatte
inside
mich
your house?
ausgeschaltet.
Like maybe they had come over to not.
Ja, vielleicht das mal kurz ausmachen. Wo ist denn jetzt wieder Chat? Da. Nee, war nicht geplant, dass man mich nicht hört. Jetzt hat OBS das Mikrofon rausgekehrt, jetzt müsste es gehen. Nee, das war die Vorlage. Das war nicht das. Ah, nee, ich habe. Photoshop kann ich auflassen. Öffnen mit Photoshop brauche ich gerade. Wo war das fertige Banner Clip? Ach, das war für Clip Studio. Vorlage. Irgendwo muss es ja sein. Live-Sticker. Habe ich bei Sharky mit in den Ordner gepackt? Nee. Neuer Ordner ist hier mal drin. Nee, das war das noch für DeviantArt. Dann ist es auf der Festplatte drauf. Ja, jetzt kann man mich hören. Dann habe ich es noch auf die Festplatte schon gemacht. Strikes. Photoshop. Ich glaube, hier habe ich euren Ordner. Da. Emotes, 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 Emotes. Game. Pen. Ah, die Panels wollte ich noch machen. Nee. Wo habe ich es denn abgespeichert? Das kann ja nicht weg sein. Das muss ja irgendwo sein. Bilder. Ah, okay, ich habe auf jeden Fall die Clip Studio Datei. Welche waren was? Das war der Banner, dann ist das die allgemeine Datei. Ach stimmt, ich habe es ja mit Clip Studio ausgemalt. Mit Photoshop. Na, Photoshop. War dann einfacher wählen ins Banner. Ja. Ich möchte das aber für Photoshop. Save as. Das müsste auch die richtige. Warte mal. Bevor ich hier. Habe ich die einzelnen Ordner. Ja, das war das Richtige. Nee, Save as muss ich gehen. Save as. Photoshop. Wo ist er hin? Zieht Banner einmal öffnen. Und wo ist der andere Banner? Der war ja das mit dem viel Schwarz. Ich guck mal, wie es eigentlich aussieht. Ich habe da gar nicht kontrolliert. Was ist das? Ah, Loop. Und man sieht ja immer nur einen bestimmten Bereich. Da. Wie sieht es nämlich drin aus? Ich glaube, von der Höhe oder so muss es passen. Na? Da. Ich will auf den Kanal. Ah, okay. Das ist hier. Dann mehr von dem Schwarz eindecken. Aber so von der Höhe passt das gut. Bist du schon so weit, dass hier irgendwas passiert? Das ist da. Ja, Photoshop. Ja, ich habe es gerade gesehen. Photoshop. Markiere dich nicht so, geh da hoch. Habe ich irgendwo die Vorlage? Wäre vielleicht sinnvoller. Muss mal gucken, ob in den Downloads ist gefällig. Ordner, da ist alles Mögliche drin. Dann möchte ich die Vorlage für YouTube hier. Dann habe ich auch direkt die richtige Größe. Öffnen mit Photoshop. Dann mache ich auch hier wieder ein bisschen. Jetzt wissen
knock on the door and they didn't answer or something, or they had
Weiter
broke
geht's.
through the window when the Fletchers had gone away for New Year's. We don't know. But they threatened the Fletchers, if you don't call the cops, I'm gonna call the cops. So Sheila was forced to call 911 and report Lacey being dead.
The timing of that, though.
Yeah, that's what one of the neighbors had stated, that they were told. We have no idea if this is true. Either way, one netizen commented on this case and said, I think her parents are liars. And considering the lotions and other toiletries that were reportedly found near the sofa with clean clothes, I believe some sort of psychological torture was happening in conjunction with the prolonged starvation. And there's something else that bothers me. If the media is correct about Lacey and she was found almost completely nude, her top pulled up above her chest, why? Was this
Der sieht nicht richtig
to
aus.
humiliate her? And as unlikely as it may sound given the circumstances,
War schon
was she
klein.
essayed? This is all speculation, of course. We will have to wait for the trial for the truth to come out. That is what a comment says. Now, other commentators say, I believe one Fletcher will turn on the other in hopes of not dying in prison. But I guess none of the theories really answer every question neatly. And again, they're just theories, just lingering questions. And another one is, how did the parents live with the smell?
300 auf
How did
Schlag
nobody
mich
smell
tot.
on them? So
Was
to
waren
try
die
and answer that
Größe?
question,
Oh, das
maybe
kann
the
ich auch nicht
parents
lesen.
developed olfactory fatigue, nose blindness. It's when your
1,640
nose
oder
gets so
so.
used to a certain smell that you can
Würde
no
das
longer smell it.
stimmen?
Actually, we do this all the time. So it's like how your eyes can technically see your nose,
Obwohl, hier sieht man eher 420.
but our brains block it out.
Da sind aber
Our
nur
nose can
7.
smell
Okay, dann
our
passt
own
das nicht.
house scent, but our nose blocks it out so that if there's any other foreign scent, like a dangerous cell, the toast is burning, we can smell it better instead of becoming overstimulated. So maybe that can explain why the Fletchers were able to live with that
Hier die
smell. But
Größe.
what about the other people? How could they not smell it on them? Oddly, no one ever reported a smell coming from the Fletchers or the house. The Fletchers were finally arrested, and Dr. Bickham, the coroner, had fought to get a team of medics on standby outside the courtroom while pictures of Lacey were being viewed
Was
by
hängt
the
das
jury,
denn jetzt so?
just in case. He said the jurors are storekeepers, farmers. Many of them have never been exposed to this kind of stuff, so I need a medical team to be outside the courtroom.
Sie sehen sie nicht.
The DA stated that the photos left the courtroom speechless.
2000, das ist, glaube ich,
He
ein
said,
bisschen
when I was
viel. Das
presenting
ist
the
so.
case and showed the
Ah, hier.
pictures and gave the timeline, the
Was sind
expressions
das?
of the grand
100?
jury was utter shock.
1000?
Like the clock on the wall never moved again. There was just complete silence.
1546.
Some jurors were gasping in horror. Some were just staring out in disbelief. So this
Size.
was not the actual trial.
1,
The jury were there to
5, 4,
decide
6.
whether or not the parents would be charged with manslaughter, negligent homicide, or second-degree murder. Negligent homicide is when someone's criminally negligent behavior causes another person's death. But the requirement, I guess you could say, is that that person responsible failed to realize that their
1,
behavior
5,
was so dangerous that it could kill someone.
4, 6.
Like the intent was not to kill. One of the most notable cases would be an Air
4,
Peru
2,
flight that
das ist aber
crashed
dann
and
hier
killed 70
anders.
passengers and crew. To oversimplify it,
2,
pilots and crew realized that something was wrong while they were flying.
Okay, dann
They were
stimmt
way too low
entweder
in
das hier
altitude,
nicht
but they didn't know that.
oder
so
die
their
Zahl, die
reading
auf dem
instruments
anderen
were off.
steht.
And it's because a maintenance staff of this flight team had
Was
put
haben wir hier?
adhesive tape on static ports of
Ist
some
der
of the
die gleiche
instruments while they
Größe?
were
Nee.
cleaning and forgot to take it off. And these static
Wir haben
ports
alle andere
are so
Größen.
important
Welche
on
Größe
telling
ist die
the pilot
richtige?
how high up they were. So when they tried
So
to do an
900.
emergency landing,
Was sind
they
hier?
fell into the Pacific Ocean and they all passed. He was
Was ist die
charged with
richtige
negligent
Größe?
homicide. So it is
Hier habe ich
ingrained in flight
Stufen.
staff. Make sure nothing is
Das
covering
nicht.
the static ports. But because of his
Und
negligent
das ist
behavior,
nicht die
people
Größe.
died.
Und was ist
But
denn
if
das
he
für ein
never had the
Beschluss?
intent, like he didn't have a manifesto in his house of like, I'm gonna kill people. This is the lightest of the 3 charges that were on the table for Lacey Fletcher's case. The sentencing for negligent homicide is
1000.
typically 0
Könnte
to 5
ich
years.
einfach.
Manslaughter is very similar to negligent homicide in the sense that someone's
Okay, die
behavior
Höhe
caused
passt.
another person's death, but it
Ja
is also
gut.
done so without
scheint-
premeditation or intent.
Auch wenn es
Meaning
jetzt
nobody
größer
sat there
ist,
thinking,
egal.
if I do action A,
Solange
I'm
die-
gonna kill person B, so I need to do action
Das-
A because my
das
goal
stimmt.
is to kill person B. The idea is more, oops, I did action A for whatever reason, and it ended up killing person B. So for example, voluntary manslaughter, a good example would be if you come home
Immer
and
das
you
mit dem
see
Bann
your
an
wife
jeder
in
Seite
bed
hat
with
eine andere
another man,
Größe.
you grab a lamp, and in your fit of passion and anger, because you were provoked into this response, you slam the lamp
Ja,
down
das ist
on the
mit der
man's head,
PC.
and he
Und dann jetzt mal.
dies. So there is a level of risk, recklessness associated with manslaughter, but you weren't coming home on the drive thinking, I can't wait to kill this person. I need to kill this person. A lot of it comes from the provocation. Like you were in a crime of passion almost. The sentencing for manslaughter is typically anywhere between 0 to 40 years. And then the third charge that was being considered for this case, the harshest of the three, was second-degree murder, which is intentional homicide that is not premeditated. If it's premeditated, it would be first-degree murder. An example of second-degree murder would be you're burglarizing someone's home, and the homeowner comes home and you accidentally kill them. You didn't go in there with the intent to kill anyone. You're not trying to be a murderer. You're just trying to make some money, right? But you went there to rob the homeowner, and then you killed them. You knew the risks associated with robbing someone. So to compare, for manslaughter, you come home, your wife's cheating on you, it's the heat of the moment. There's a shock of emotion that might have led you to do something. When you're burglarizing someone's house and the homeowner comes home, you can't argue, I was in the heat of the moment, I wasn't expecting them to come home. It's their home, you knew that there is a chance that they could come home.
Yeah,
Ganze hier.
exactly the
Den und
definition
den.
of
Second-degree murder. It's
Yeah.
murder, yeah. So, you know, there is intent, but there's not necessarily premeditation of like, we're going to go into their house, rob their valuables, and then kill them.
Sicher zu
Right.
gehen.
Now, the DA was fighting for second-degree murder charges, which a lot of people wanted to see
Ach,
first-degree
halt es ja
murder,
jetzt
but
hier.
I guess legally second-degree murder made the most sense,
Nee.
and it could lead to a life sentence. The DA argued with the jury,
ist denn
we
jetzt?
don't treat animals or neglect even our pets in that way. If we have an animal in that
Ich würde
condition,
gern
you take them to
Photoshop.
the vet. If you're not capable of providing the care for that pet, you get help. You can't say Lacey wasn't in pain. On murder, you have to have intent. Did they want to kill Lacey? I want to say yeah. They wanted to kill her. Lacey hadn't seen a doctor in 20 years. The jury said they would be indicted and charged with second-degree murder. So the parents will be
Mach das nicht,
tried.
was ich
They have
will.
pled not guilty, and it doesn't seem like there's a trial date set yet, but it does seem to be like it'll be sometime in 2024.
Expand.
We will
Da.
keep an eye out on that.
Mach mal 2
It's just,
Pixel größer.
it's a
Sicher
lot.
ist sicher.
Both the Fletchers' bail were set at $300,000 each.
Ja,
They
es
used
ist
the
immer,
bondsman, which
Photoshop
means they
ändert
had to
sich
put up
wieder das
around
Layout
12%
und
of
dann
that
finde
bail,
ich die
so they
Sachen
would have
wieder
needed
nicht, weil sie woanders
$17,000 in
sind.
cash to cover for the both of them, which they paid, and again shows that if they really wanted to help Lacey,
So.
they could, to a degree, afford to help her.
Ja,
The
das
couple's
Text
attorney,
will ich
Stephen Moore,
nicht.
released a statement on behalf of the parents, and he said they don't want to relive the pain of losing a child through the media. Yeah.
Wow.
So, den
They have been through a lot of
Bereich.
heartache over the years. Anyone who has lost a
Den
child
müssen wir
knows what it's
ausfüllen.
like.
Oh my god, don't even start on that. I think
Yeah.
that's even more triggering for parents to hear that.
All I saw were parents on Reddit, like,
Yeah.
ready for blood.
Yeah.
The
Was ist
couple
das
also
denn?
went to post on Facebook in
Ach so,
just
das
one
waren
sentence,
Vorlagen.
Mom and Dad love you so much.
Das war
About Lacey's death.
meine
They never
Farbauswahl.
mentioned Lacey's
Das
passion
hier.
for Disney, her favorite country song,
Duplicate
the way she
layers.
loved to be active and move
Das
her body
muss
or
hier
engage in sports.
rüber.
Nothing. One Redditor wrote, Lacey's parents horrify me. How could they allow this to happen? They insist that she chose this life. If so, she wasn't in her right mind to choose. They had a duty to help her and not stubbornly say, fine, there then, until it became a living nightmare. That was absolutely evil in my opinion. If this was about pride, it's just as evil as if they tied her to the couch. If they restrained Lacey, it was sadism. It was still sadism even if they didn't restrain her because empathy and love would soften their hearts to not allow Lacey to suffer and be degraded like that. Other netizens just simply commented on this
Zack, machen wir
case.
den Hintergrund
There
mal
is no
weg
excuse.
und schieben
There
die
is no
Leutchen.
explanation. What are your thoughts on this? And if you're a parent,
Wir brauchen
do you
den
have any
Geist.
extra thoughts on what it's like to be a
Hier
parent?
war
Like, how
der
can you
Geist.
see your child like that? Does it make sense to be
Ein
in
Auto
denial
select.
about something like this? Is the only
Spirit,
viable theory that they
Geist.
just wanted to
Von euch ist
torture
der
their own
Geist.
daughter?
Der bist der
Please leave it
Geist.
in the comments, and please be safe. I will see you guys on Wednesday for the next episode. Bye. They have an adopted daughter, Asunta. The police know this,
das
that
kann
she's adopted
kommen. Die
because,
ist relativ
well,
groß.
Asunta is Chinese. And the couple did interviews about adoptions after they first came home with Asunta, and she was like one of the very first Chinese adoptees in the whole region. Everybody knew her as the daughter of a prestigious lawyer family, the genius daughter of a wealthy couple.
Gehört? Du wirst dann
The wealthy
gehören.
couple are now standing in the police station. Please help. Our daughter, Asunta, is missing. Later, one of the parents would turn to an officer and say, I think she's dead. but I just hope my daughter wasn't essayed too. What an odd thing to say when your 12-year-old daughter has gone missing for just 3 hours. What do you mean you think she's dead? And what do you mean you hope she wasn't essayed too? 12 years ago, June 2001, Rosario, the successful attorney, is sitting on a plane. She's shaking a bottle of pills into her hand. She grabs her water bottle. Her husband Alfonso is helping her open it up, and she's swallowing the pills. It's to help calm her nerves. Lorazepam. This is the most nerve-wracking plane ride that they've ever had to sit through. What if I'm not going to be a good mom?
Ich glaube, wir sind alle noch ein wenig zu
What
groß.
if we're not fit parents? What if they don't think that? What if they don't give us a kid? Alfonso is calming her down. They're both in their 30s. They've seen enough of our life, okay? Of course they're going to be good parents. They've got the money, the resources, the connections, the support. This is the right thing to do. They're going to start a family now. Rosario suffers from lupus, so the physical toll on her body if she were to get pregnant would have been incredible. It just didn't make sense for her, especially when there are kids out there that need loving families. That's what she's saying. That's why the two of them are on this shaky plane all the way to China to adopt. And of course, all their friends are like, why China? That's very specific, you know? Well, Spain has so much red tape when it comes to adoptions. There's strict regulations and laws, so many hoops that you have to jump through, and there's not a lot of children up for adoption with the birth rates that are at this point plummeting. You'd have to be waitlisted and investigated for years. There's no guarantee that you'll even be able to start a family soon, and a lot of the times they might even give you a child that's not a baby. Meanwhile, at this point in the early 2000s, and this is going to kind of sound wild, but it was insane how relaxed the situation was. Back then, if you had $10,000 and a plane ticket to China, you could probably have a baby in your arms in as little as 2 to 3 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty relaxed.
Back in the days.
Back in the day. Not anymore. Oh, it's very difficult now. And 95% of the time, you'd be coming home with a baby girl in your arms.
Really?
Because of the one-child policy in China at the time.
Oh, right.
There were way less boys up for adoption, and even if they were very difficult to adopt. So when they get to this little orphanage, the couple, Rosario and Alfonso, they don't really know what to expect. Do you just know if one of the children there is fated to be your child, to like be a part of the rest of your life? Are there signs? They walk into a room full of kids, and from the very first contact, Rosario falls in love with a tiny, underweight, small, frail-looking little baby. Her name is Fang Yang.
Darf nicht mit dem
She's born
Stift.
September
Der ist
30th,
nicht mitgekommen.
2000, in the Hunan province. Fang Yang, her grandparents were her caretakers, but they recently passed away. She was the one. Rosario could feel it. I mean, this is her baby.
Also,
It took 2 weeks in China for them to adopt Fang Yang, and by the time that the three of them were boarding the flight back to Spain, Fang Yang's paperwork would read Asunta Fang Yang Bastera Porto. So it's a mixture of, they named her Asunta, then they kept her Chinese name, then they added Alfonso's last name, and then Rosario's last name, which is common in Spain, to have both your parents' last names.
So what's the first name? Asunta?
Asunta, yeah.
Asunta.
Now, I do want to preface, this is not how I feel about adoptions, but Rosario and Alfonso, they felt like they're rescuing a baby. They're rescuing baby Asunta and giving her a life that she would never have in that orphanage. They had heard all kinds of stories about the horrendous conditions abandoned babies and children have to live through. And when they grow up and they become 6, 7, nobody wants to adopt them anymore. What kind of life do you think they'll live? That's not a life. That's hell. And that's what Rosario and Alfonso are saving Asunta from. A life of hell.
Ein bisschen
Asunta was adopted 3
umgemodelt.
months before her first birthday, and she would be killed 1 week before her 13th birthday. September 22nd, 2013. Early hours, around maybe 1:15 a.m., a few hours after Asunta had been reported missing, a man named Alfredo is in the car. He really should not be driving. I mean, he really shouldn't have gone to the brothel either and spent all of his money, but you live and you learn. His justification for himself and not anybody else, because his justification is, I'm only a little bit drunk. And from the brothel to his house, it's a straight shot in the wooded street, back road, 1:15 a.m. It's a dirt track. There's almost nobody else out on the road. It's literally a straight drive home 1 mile. He's in the driver's side. His friend is sitting next to him. It's a full moon
Es ist
that
etwas
night.
transparent.
So this
Wieso
wooded
ist das
area
hier
is kind of
transparent?
eerily
Achso,
bright.
ich bin live.
There's these
Dann
tall oak
ist
trees
es
on both
irgendwas
sides of the dirt
drauf.
pavement, and they're just shadows all over the road.
Dann ist
Alfredo
hier
glances out to his window, And he says, what was that?
Ach, unten im Nebel
I was
ist
like,
das. Ach so, ach so.
It looks
Ja,
like
dann
if a
ich gehe
scarecrow
mal
had
nicht
been
weg.
punched and toppled over onto the ground. It was weird. He puts his car in reverse, just in the middle of this dirt road, reverses,
Ich
turns
glaube, der
a
macht
bit
die
so that his
Nebel nicht
headlights
so
are shining
stark
into the
sein.
woods. And it looks
Vielleicht
like a
nur so ein
scarecrow just
bisschen.
laying there in the branches, just 6 feet off the road.
Ein bisschen
Alfredo
hübschen.
glances at his friend. His friend is looking at him. Are they
So
drunk? Is
sind
this real?
alle
Are they too drunk for this
Vielleicht
right
nicht
now?
die Todeskralle noch ein
They
bisschen
both
schöner
slowly
drauf. Der
open
ist
their
so,
doors and get out because, I don't know,
wenn ein
this is just so
Stückchen
creepy that
kleiner
they need to
ist,
investigate. And all the hairs on their neck stand up.
bin
Alfredo said it
keine.
felt like they were being watched. That's the only way to describe it, like
bisschen
someone was hiding in the woods
so.
looking at them. As he's walking towards what he thinks and probably hopes is just a scarecrow, he's whipping his head around because, again, nobody else is on this road. There's not a single car, so why does it feel like he's being watched? He starts walking towards the woods, crunching on the
Dann auch hier
branches,
wieder ein
and he finds
Hintergrund mit
a little girl laying in the woods, just on a bed of pine needles. She's wearing gray sweatpants with mud stains all over them. She has the matching top on. One arm is half
Was für ein
inside, and the
Hintergrund.
shirt is pulled up above her stomach. She's barefoot.
Und dann haben
Her
wir
left arm is laying across her
das.
chest. There are
Was
wet
man machen
stains
kann,
around her
ist,
private area and near the
das
neckline of
schreibt
her
mich da
shirt.
gleich bestimmt
There
wieder.
are pieces of orange cord. You would tie someone up with it, rope.
Ver-
They've been cut up. It looked like they had been used to tie the girl's arms and legs,
Kopieren.
but now they're cut and laying
Dann
next to her
sagen wir,
body.
wir machen da einfach
They
noch
slowly
ein bisschen
reach out,
Text
hands
rein.
are shaking, and they try to feel for her pulse. Nothing.
Vielleicht nicht schwarz auf schwarz, das ist
12-year-old
ungünstig.
girl is dead.
Echt
Alfredo's
so
just freaking out. I mean, he's
Bad
not even supposed to
Wolf.
be driving. Actually,
Man, ein
he
paar
has a suspended
Effekte braucht
license
ein
because of a
bisschen.
DUI, and obviously not the best thing to be
Jetzt halt
worried
nichts
about right now.
großartig
But
Schwieriges oder so,
this is
weil
gonna
man sieht
sound
es ja eh nicht
crazy.
so
We
wirklich.
gotta drive back to the brothel and then walk
Ja,
back,
das
and then
vielleicht
call the
nicht so
cops, act like we're walking home from the brothel, and then found the body. Yeah, obviously it's gonna take more time that the investigators probably need, right? But this is Alfredo's way of trying not to get in trouble.
Really?
Yeah, he's already got a lengthy criminal background, cocaine charges. He's not trying to go to jail. So they get back into the car, drive to the brothel, park the
sollte das
car,
Geld
and start
machen.
booking it through the woods. They're running
Ach so,
through
das
the
ist.
woods.
Wieso
Well,
machst du
at
das
least
dahin?
he's, like, still trying to
Photoshop
report
würdest du
the
einfach.
finding,
Ich will auch
right?
kein
Yeah,
Lorem
I mean, I
Ipsum
guess,
drauf
right?
haben.
Now, this is just Alfredo's word, and he's drunk, but he said that his blood ran cold because remember how the girl's arm had been laying across her chest?
Mhm.
It was now by her side. Alfredo felt either she moved it, which he knew she couldn't have because he personally checked for a pulse, or somebody had been watching them, and somebody had moved her arm.
Oh my god, someone was
Oh,
in
he's
the field.
Alfredo's friend makes the call. We found a little girl, and we think she's dead. Her eyes are white, there's blood on her nose, she's wet herself, and she's here laying next to a gutter. The little girl was Asunta. Asunta was found 2.5 miles away from her mom's vacation home, dead, just 8 days before her 13th birthday. Everything about this case is about to start getting wild. I mean, who would want to kill a 12-year-old girl? And why did a series of pictures taken by her family go viral after her death? There's a series of photographs of 12-year-old Asunta laying in bed. She's wrapped tightly in a blanket, almost like a baby swaddle.
Jawohl.
In some of the pictures,
Ja,
her
Baby.
eyes are wide open. It doesn't
Den
feel
Boss.
like she's being forced to take the pictures,
Pillow
but it
einfach.
definitely doesn't look like she wants
Am
to be
Inner
there.
Babel.
In one photo, there's a
Machen
man's
wir
hand in
hier
frame
irgendwie
resting
ein-
on what would probably be her thigh.
Orange.
In some of the photos,
Ah, nee, das ist
Asunta's
jetzt das
eyes are closed,
Highlight.
like she's pretending to be asleep or dead,
Mehr
or maybe she
ich
is
weiß
asleep,
und
I
ein
don't know.
bisschen Orange
In
und
another set,
Multiply
she's got her
auch
teddy
mehr
bear laying
Orange.
next to her, and she's swaddled so tight in this blanket that it doesn't look like she can move, and her eyes are wide open. After her death,
Ah, da haben wir doch schon
medicines
so
have
ein
been looking into these
hüllendes
pictures, and some believe that her pupils look dilated, as if she's been
Nicht
drugged.
einfach von.
Wait,
Warte mal,
you're
habe ich
saying
irgendwo
she
da
someone
ist die
swaddled
Lichtquelle?
her,
Also
like in
hier.
a blanket?
Just
Die
like almost
einheitlich ist.
burritoed her in this blanket. And these are pictures that were taken months, perhaps even like a year or two before her death, and they started going viral after her death.
And the photo was, where was it found?
Just on her phone.
On her phone?
Yes.
So somebody took it with her phone?
Yes.
And somebody else swaddled her, because you can't swaddle
No,
yourself.
somebody else did. There's a man's hand in the photograph. It does appear to be her dad's, perhaps. It's very questionable, it's a strange photo, but the most alarming photo that goes viral after Asunta's death is of 12-year-old Asunta in her ballet costume. The costume itself, I imagine, is not suggestive. I saw the photo. I'm not going to post it on here or even on Spotify. I don't feel it's appropriate. Apparently, everyone in the recital had to wear this ballet costume, but she is wearing fishnet tights, a pair of shorts, a tank top, and that's not even what people are arguing. It's not even the outfit. She does have heavy makeup on, but she is sitting on an armchair sideways. So her back is leaned against one arm and her legs are wide open, draped over the other arm of the armchair. And she's looking at the camera, but her face is in a daze. So that with the outfit, her legs being kind of open, and the heavy makeup, and the fishnet stockings, her staring at the camera, almost looking drugged. It was very odd. So when these photos go viral, everyone is trying to put the pieces together of what is going on, why was she found in the woods, and also to make things even more puzzling and sinister. One of the first things a forensic tech would point out to the investigators is that Assunta had a strange substance on her shirt when she was found dead. Possible semen stains. September 21st, 2013. Assunta is missing. She has not been found dead yet, and the parents are walking the police through the day of what happened and when they last saw her. I mean, it was just really a normal day. Truly, nothing stands out.
Wait, this is the day they reported she was missing?
Yes, so they found her within like 3 hours after reporting her missing.
Ich pack das dann auch
Oh,
einfach
so
in den
this is
Drive
after
rein.
when they first reported her
Yes,
missing.
right when they walk into the police station.
Okay.
And they're explaining, truly, it was just a normal day. I mean, nothing stands out. For lunch, we had scrambled eggs and mushrooms at Alfonso's place because, remember, the parents are divorced, so they were at the dad's house, ate scrambled eggs, played a round of cards, and after lunch, Rosario and Assunta decide to head back to Rosario, the mom's place, which is quite literally down the block. It's like a 2-minute walk. Assunta says, "Can I go first? Because The Simpsons, my favorite TV show, is about to be on and I don't want to miss a single second of it." She runs back first. It's still bright outside. It's a 2-minute walk. She gets home, watches the show, and Rosario comes in maybe 8 minutes after. After they finish The Simpsons, Assunta goes to her room and she's got all of her books laid out on the floor. That's her favorite way to do homework. And this is dumb, right? And Rosario knows that she shouldn't have, and she knows, but Rosario decides to go to her vacation home, which is about a 30-minute drive, and grab swimsuits. They're going to have a beach day with the family tomorrow, and their swimsuits were in the vacation home, so instead of going tomorrow before the beach, like, this would be easier, probably less traffic anyway, and it's only 20 minutes away. The family vacation home in Teo is up for sale for $900,000 when all of this is taking place. The family really never went there. The maintenance to upkeep it was getting unreasonable. The place is massive. It's got a private swimming pool, a tennis court. It feels like a full-scale resort. And Rosario decides, okay, I'm just going to run in right now, grab that, maybe do a few small errands. I mean, it's going to be fine. It's going to be super quick. Assunta wants to stay home and do homework anyway. Is it the smartest thing to do? Probably not, but Assunta is responsible and she's home and she's going to be safe. Rosario tells the police that she leaves the house at around 7 p.m., runs her errands, rushes home 2.5 hours later, 9:30 p.m., walks in through the door, Assunta is gone. I mean, this is just so unlike her. She's very disciplined, very follow-the-rules kind of girl. She's not the type to wander off, sneak off, go hang out with friends. Rosario's initial thought was, maybe Assunta went back to her dad's for whatever reason. She calls Alfonso and he tells her he has not heard from Assunta since they left. He's been at home reading a book. They both start slowly panicking at this point. They call a few of her friends. Nobody has seen or heard from her, which means she must have been home. The last person to see her was Rosario when she left for the vacation home, but now that she thinks about it, maybe she didn't lock the door because Assunta was home and it didn't feel necessary. Maybe Assunta would have locked the door from the inside, or... But does it really matter now? Assunta is missing and they need to find her. Time is of the essence. The investigators, they want to go search both the parents' places.
So,
they want
okay.
to go look for clues, search
Dann
the
brauche
streets for
ich
Assunta.
jetzt
But
für
just before
Luna
they
und
head
mir
out,
fehlt
Alfonso
die
the dad
Schuhe
turns to Rosario.
und dieses...
You should probably tell them about July
Ja,
4th.
nee, die Diadem habe ich gerade gemacht,
Well,
das geht auf
what
den Kopf.
happened July 4th? This is September
Als Band.
21st, so this is maybe 2 months
Das ist
ahead.
als
What
Band.
do you mean, what happened July 4th? July 4th was a strange night indeed. Rosario tells the police. A few months ago, Assunta and I went home at night, just the two of us. She always wanted to open the door with her own key, so I went in to disconnect the alarm, and I went running in to disconnect it. She's got to go in, turn off the alarm for, within a certain number of seconds, otherwise it's going to start ringing. She rushes in, Assunta follows in after, but she left her keys in the drawer. I've got a little sign on the door that says lock the door at night. I'm very absent-minded. I'm a bit of a disaster, too trusting. My handbag has been stolen 3 times. I always assume the good in everybody. It was a school holiday and we were at a fair, and my daughter did various summer courses, one for violin, one for singing, and one for, I don't remember, it was the trio at the high school for music studies or something. Well, different things, like the piano, the violin. We both went to bed that night. Unlike my father, I sleep very deeply. The police are confused. What is going on? So, okay, to clarify, Rosario rushes in to disconnect the alarm. Asunta follows in after and closes the door behind her, but what neither of them knew at the time, so Rosario claims, is that Asunta had forgotten the key in the keyhole. She left it in there, okay? Precisely. Neither of them noticed. They just went about their nights. Asunta went to her room to sleep, and Rosario went to lay down, and she's messaging her friends on WhatsApp. She sends a message at 1:50 a.m., telling her friend that she just feels so much better recently. The medicine for her mental health, her anxiety, it's working, and her depression is disappearing, which is great news. And hopefully things will get better next week and they can grab coffee. Rosario has her phone in her hand when she slowly falls asleep, drifts away. I always say sleeping like a log saves me though, because I don't sleep a lot, but when I do, I'm like a log. At around maybe 2:30 or 3 o'clock, I heard Asunta calling for help. My bedroom is right next to hers. All the lights were off at night. We like to sleep with the blinds right down and even close the doors as we don't like the light. But as Asunta is scared, I got her one of those little lights from IKEA so she can go to the toilet at night. I got up and I saw her in the dark with just the IKEA light with a man holding her down from above. She's on the ground. I jump on top of this man and he threw me backwards and then he ran away. I hit the door as he ran out the front. What Asunta and I remember about this man is that he was wearing rubber gloves, and he was dressed all in black. He was strongly built and quite short, around 5'2" maybe? Wait, slow down, bring it back. So Rosario is telling the investigators that in the middle of the night, she wakes up, her eyes are wide, Asunta is screaming. She runs into Asunta's room, Asunta is on the floor, and there is a man bent over, hands around her neck. When the man realizes that Asunta's not home alone, because why would she be? She's 12. He pushes Rosario, physically knocks her down, runs out, and the only thing that either of them remember about this man is that he's masked, wearing gloves, super short, and dressed in black. She continues. Asunta was saying, "Mom, he was trying to kill me," and I said, "Should I call the police or shouldn't I call the police?" This jerk, Alfonso, didn't answer. I thought about calling a friend, but it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Asunta had left her keys in the door and the guy didn't take them, so all I did was I took her to my bed with me and tried to calm her down. Wait, you didn't call anyone after what happened? Oh, that's right. I did call Alfonso, but he didn't pick up. Because like I said, this one's a jerk.
Crazy that she didn't call the police after that. What?
Later, Alfonso would say that Rosario never called him that night. In the middle of the night, to which Rosario laughed. I must have been so nervous that I accidentally dialed myself. Which is just an odd story. Wouldn't you get a busy tone if you call yourself?
I didn't know you could call yourself.
Yeah, you just get a busy tone. I tried. Like a beep, beep. The next morning, Alfonso comes over, and the two of them helped Asunta calm down and told her not to talk about it with anyone. Just let it go. Don't worry too much about it. Asunta didn't. She took a selfie where you can see red marks on her neck like someone tried to strangle her and sent it to a close friend of hers. She sent it with a text message. "I'm really nervous. Someone tried to kill me at 4:30 today." Wait, who tried to kill you? I'll call you tomorrow and tell you, but you can't tell anyone about it.
Wait, she said 4:30?
Yeah, 4:30 in the morning.
Is that what the mom said?
Mom said 2:30. Already a discrepancy. The friend texts, "Call? Please, yes. If not, I can't trust you." They tried to kill you? Shh. Tomorrow I have free calls. But Asunta never called her friend, and her friend never mentioned it again. Rosario never even brought it up until Asunta had the incident in the car with her friend Isabella and Isabella's mom. That's when Rosario went to report the incident to the police.
No way.
But she told the police, just like she knew they couldn't do anything about it. Rosario said that she just assumed it was maybe a contractor that had done some work in the house a while back, probably remembered the layout and knew that there was a safe in Asunta's room.
That's some crazy reporting.
Alfonso interrupts the middle of the story before they're finishing up their final statement. "Do you guys mind if I head out?" Now, side note, I know in the Netflix series, they state that he wanted to check the stairs because Assunta always used the stairs to get to his place and maybe something happened in the stairwell. I couldn't 1,000% verify that detail with certainty, so I don't know if that was just dramatized. But regardless, the only important thing to note is that Alfonso leaves before the statement is finished and signed, leaving Rosario alone with the police. At the time, the police didn't really think much of it. They let him go because honestly, the police just wave him off because they've got so many questions right now. Why didn't you immediately call the police July 4th? Break-ins are rarely solved and nothing was missing. Assunta is a very fearful girl. I did not want her to feel unsafe in her own home. Wait, what? There's still so many questions. Why was there a safe in Assunta's room to begin with? Also, this was 2 months ago. Could Rosario really leave her at home alone again to run errands? I mean, wouldn't she be shaken up if the perpetrator had never been caught? And really, at the precise night that they leave a key in the door, a former contractor knew that's exactly the night to come in. But more importantly, even if they had left their key in the doorknob that night, and even if a contractor had showed up to the building to do something horrendous, they would still need a key to get through the main door of the building, a separate key. There were no signs of a break-in anywhere in the building, and nobody let anyone unknown in, meaning whoever did this had to have a key to the main door of the building.
And if you know someone can get into your house one time, that means they can get in again.
Exactly.
How are you just chilling, not even changing the lock, calling the police, doing all these things?
Leaving your daughter home alone again?
Exactly.
Before Assunta went missing, there was really nothing in her life that seemed even slightly out of the ordinary. Well, at least not initially. The family lived in what people call Santiago's VIP zone. So the upper elites, they live here. And the family, they got a whole floor to themselves. Their apartment is decked out in blue, green, yellow, overwhelming colors, okay? Or at least this one. They've got multiple properties, all thanks to Rosario's very wealthy parents. And Rosario would decorate this apartment with like the most colorful rugs from all over the world. She had an obsession with it. And she would invite all of the ladies over to chit-chat, have tea. And mainly she invited them over so that they could listen to her talk. We were so scared when we first got Assunta. I mean, she was so frail. And every little sickness, every little fever, we had the doctors rush into our home. But thankfully, all of them were just childhood ailments, the common cold. And now look at her, so incredibly healthy. It truly is such a blessing. I wouldn't go as far to say that Rosario was a trendsetter, but she was very vocal about Assunta's adoption, and she would keep encouraging other families in the area to adopt. By 2004, Spain was ranked number 2 in the world for foreign adoptions, number 1 being the US. And Rosario would make appearances on local TV networks to talk about her experience adopting, and she would just give out such motherly wisdom. And just like biological birth, adoption is for life. I wholeheartedly recommend adoption, provided that you want to be a mother or a father. People were impressed. I mean, not only is this successful attorney starting a family against all odds, but her child is basically a genius. Skipped a grade. That's apparently not Assunta's doing at all. Everyone's like, wow, Rosario did this. Okay, she deserves praise. We had the entire apartment soundproof so that Assunta can play violin and piano without disturbing anyone. Isn't that right, Assunta? Assunta's just sitting on the side, smiling, nodding, while her mom goes down the list of extracurricular classes she's taking. Well, there's English, French, Chinese lessons. Oh, but at school she takes German. Assunta, sweetie, put your hair on the left behind your ear. You look horrible. What was I saying? Ah, yes. She already obviously speaks Spanish and Galician, and on the weekends, she wakes up at 7 a.m. She's got Chinese lessons from 8 to 10 a.m., and then it's ballet. Oh, ballet. 5 times a week, 10:15 a.m. to 12:30. Let's see, then we have French until lunchtime, and then afterwards, she does private piano. My daughter really has the hands of a pianist, if you've seen, she really does. Violin. Well, only one of them I do because you like it.
Wait, is this on TV, on news reporting? What is this on?
No, this is in the apartment with all of Assunta's mom's friends.
Oh.
And Assunta just snaps. She's like, well, I only do one of them because you like it. And the whole room goes silent.
How old was she?
Maybe this is like a year or two before she goes missing. She's very young.
Oh.
It feels a little resentful, like an outburst, but it could also just be a kid being a kid. Rosario turns to her friends. Gifted children, well handled, they are a good thing. But they can pose to be a problem. It's fascinating. Rosario would push Assunta to do more, to do better. But then when Assunta does it all, she sits there just fretting, so stressed out about how gifted Assunta is and how she can handle such a gifted child. And I don't know how Assunta felt about it. Some say she was grateful to have such attentive parents, and she was very close to her mom. Others say maybe she was too scared to express her real feelings. But there is a poem Assunta wrote about her mom. It reads, "My mother is greedy, but not beautiful. She is short, but not nice. She sings horrible and cooks with salt. She runs worse, but drinks better. Not at all flexible, but very old. She doesn't know how to talk, but she does know how to tell me off. She knows how to shout, but not how to talk nonsense."
And did she write that?
In her little journal.
Whoa.
So it's a very complicated family relationship, and it's probably made even more complicated by the fact that Rosario starts talking to a psychiatrist before Assunta is even in the picture. It said that Rosario would always have these cycles of anxiety and depression. She struggled a lot with her mental health as well as her lupus diagnosis, and I don't know how to put it nicely, but people could tell that she's trying really hard to hide her mental health problems from the world, but it was pretty obvious. Like, she just seemed unwell. In 2009, when Assunta is 9 years old, that's when the cycle gets really bad. They hit rock bottom. Rosario ends up staying 2 nights in a private psychiatric hospital where she told doctors she felt like she wanted to self-exit. She felt zero emotions, completely indifferent to everyone and everything, when normally she claims she's a very passionate woman. She can't stop her mind. She feels like it's on a high-speed whirl of thoughts, and the main one feels like she is in competition with her own mother. Yeah, which, I will say though, people say that Rosario's mom has a personality of a lawnmower. She just runs over people. Yeah. Rosario would state that her mother was charmingly awful, and the psychiatrist would note that whenever Assunta, Rosario's daughter, was brought up, Rosario would become very irritable, and she stated that her daughter was becoming so much of a bother, so overwhelming. Rosario is discharged within 2 days, but she will continue taking her medications and struggling with her mental health. And from the public perception of the couple at this point, it seems like Rosario, the mom, is mentally very unstable, and Alfonso is quietly holding it down for the family. He's taking care of his wife. He's making sure she's taking her meds. He's watching after their daughter. And now, September 22nd, 2013, after Assunta's body is found, one of the first places the police want to search is the vacation home in Teo. Naturally, it makes sense. This is where Assunta's mom said that she went to go pick up the swimsuits, and it's also only 2.5 miles from where Assunta's body is found. Where Assunta was supposed to be at home doing homework is a 20-minute drive. This 2.5 mile is like what? A 3-minute drive?
Yeah.
They bring Rosario in to the vacation home. Don't touch anything since there could be important evidence here. Right when they step inside, she tells them, "I gotta go upstairs and use the restroom. None of the toilets downstairs are working." And she just books it up the stairs. The police officer said Rosario starts running upstairs, bursting through the rooms of the restroom, and we're thinking, okay, clearly something's not right here. So they chase up after her, they book it into the room, and they find Rosario not on the toilet, bent over the restroom trash can like a little gremlin digging for gold. "Move aside. Don't touch anything. Step aside." She turns, and inside the wastebasket, they see orange cord. Orange cord, like the one found near Assunta's body.
Oh my gosh.
They find a face mask and tissues that appear to be wet. They stare at Rosario, and she looks very nervous. They run the autopsies on Assunta, and the cause of death for Assunta was asphyxiation. It's speculated that her cause of death was suffocation by a, quote, soft and flexible object, that her nose and mouth had been covered, which resulted in her suffocating. But even more alarming than that was Assunta's toxicology results come back. Her blood and urine samples, and this is where it gets so strange. She was found to have highly toxic levels of lorazepam in her system. 27 lorazepam pills. A high dosage for an adult would be 3 pills. She had 27 pills in her 12-year-old body. She hadn't just been drugged that night. Her hair test showed that she had been drugged with lorazepam for the past 3 months. But
like that amount of...
not as high, but pretty bad.
Whoa. What happens when you take like a heavy dose?
You don't remember anything. You basically have amnesia. You're sleepwalking. You are out of it. You are unconscious. You can't control your movements, muscle movements. You're sleeping the whole time. You're just unconscious.
What is the pill usually for?
Anti-anxiety. Oh, we'll get there. Now, since her cause of death was asphyxiation and not overdose, that suggests that Assunta was drugged and then smothered, which who is giving a 12-year-old that much lorazepam for the past 3 months to begin with? Lorazepam, like I said, is typically used to treat anxiety disorders, insomnia, because it just knocks you out. I mean, sometimes it's just used to even sedate people. So for those reasons, it's highly addictive. It's treated like a controlled substance in the US. Assunta did not have a prescription for it, nor would most doctors prescribe anything long-term like lorazepam to a 12-year-old. So why does it show that she's been taking it for 3 months? And why does it show that she had 27 in her system the night that she died? And is it also a coincidence that lorazepam is the exact medication Rosario, Assunta's mom, has been prescribed for her anxiety attacks? After Assunta's body is found, police start pulling CCTV footage from local businesses to see if they can somehow track Assunta's whereabouts, because her mom stated that she was home in Santiago. Then she ends up in a neighboring beach town. What's going on? How did she get there? Police are able to pull CCTV footage from a gas station en route to the vacation home. So they're tracking the route from the Santiago apartment to the vacation home, and they play back all the frames until they spot Rosario's car. A green Mercedes, just like she said she would have been on the way to the vacation home. Only, there is another figure inside the car, in the passenger seat, a small little Asian girl, Assunta. Remember, Assunta's supposed to be at home doing her homework. Rosario went to the vacation home alone, so she claims, which is why it's surprising that Assunta's body is found near the vacation home in the woods. So what's going on? Well, now Rosario's got a new story to share with the police. Rosario is staring at the footage. It's the nerves, the pills, and the shame, really. Rosario said that she felt ashamed that her daughter had gone missing under her watch, but she can explain all of this. Assunta wanted to go to the country home with her mom initially, but once they got to the vacation home, Assunta didn't even want to go inside. She just wanted to stay in the car. And Rosario said Assunta starts feeling ill to the point where she keeps insisting that her mom U-turn all the way back and drive her back to Santiago so that she can finish her homework and go to sleep. It was weird, but she listened to her daughter. She drives all the way back to Santiago, drops her off on the street, on the block where their apartment is, and let Assunta walk, because I guess it's like instead of turning into the block, she's like, okay, just get out now. Which is a little odd, but she's saying it's a 3-minute walk. It's not that big of a deal.
Wait, that makes no sense. Isn't the mom just there to pick up something?
Yes, she picks up the swimsuits and then she says she wants to go run a few more errands.
Oh, okay, so she drops her off.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do we have a camera?
No. Nothing. And she says that's the part she was really ashamed about. The whole thing of just dropping off her sick daughter on the street and just expecting that no predator would come in the 3-minute walk that it would take to go home. She drops Assunta off and then spends the rest of her night trying to run errands, but none of it was a success. Her story goes, after dropping Assunta off on the street near the apartment, she does not recall exactly where, she drives back to the vacation home, picks up the swimsuits, gets in her car, drives all the way back to the store to buy something for Assunta's ballet class, like a Pilates ball. But when she gets near the store, she doesn't even go into the store, she says. She realizes, oh my God, I forgot my purse in the vacation home. So she goes back to the vacation home, grabs her purse, gets into the car. And at this point, she's like, it's too late to go to the store and buy the Pilates ball, so I'm not going to go. Instead, she decides she's going to drive towards the gas station. But when she drives towards the gas station, she realizes on the way there, not stopped there, on the way there, I don't have my rewards card. I don't have my discount card for the gas. So I'm not going to pump gas if I don't need to pump gas if I can't even get a discount card for it. I left that in Santiago. It's such a mess, right? Conveniently, there's no CCTV footage of her entering any store or gas station because she never got to. So then she drives home. That's her new version of events. Now, the police also claim that they searched all the routes that Rosario told them that she took, and the only definitive one where they could find Rosario in the car was with Assunta going to the vacation home together. Everything else is just Rosario's word. And this is already her second version of events, which makes no sense. I mean, forget all the small, I don't know about that moments. Would a caring mom really just leave her daughter on the street when she's not even feeling well? When the authorities asked her why she lied about something like this, she said, Well, I was just so nervous, so incredibly nervous that I said everything wrong. I couldn't believe what was happening to me, and I wasn't wearing a watch. I only had my mobile with me, and my phone had run out of battery, and I must look really careless, but I'm not. You must understand, I have so many things to worry about. But regardless, there's so much about Rosario, the mom, and her stories that just don't make sense. Even the whole story about the latex man is just not adding up. Why did she not go to the police until Isabella's mom called her? That is not normal behavior. When investigators find the initial officers who took the report, they said it was weird. Oh yeah, it was weird. She seemed like she could not care less about what happened that night to her child. She sounded very cold, even arrogant, very much, I'm a lawyer. I know what I'm doing. She told the police, there's nothing you guys can even do about it. I'm a lawyer, I know. There were no fingerprints because the man was wearing gloves, so I didn't get a good look at his face. No distinguishing features. I mean, there were no clues on who the masked man would be, so how are you going to find him? The whole thing was so odd. Even just the coincidence of this incident is odd. The night that they left the key in the door is the precise moment that someone came in. I mean, what are the chances of that? It's just weird. Even more odd is that the initial police, they went to investigate, and one of the neighbors came forward, Olga. She lives downstairs, and she said, oh, July 4th, I remember that night. Let me tell you something. If someone breaks into a house, a masked man, I would know, okay? I remember hearing them scream that night, Assunta and Rosario. I remember going up, knocking on the door to see if everything was all right. Rosario opens up the door and tells me, it's okay, don't worry, it's just the kid. Whatever that means, but I hear a little girl saying, Mommy, is it the burglars again? And I thought, burglars? I don't think so. My dogs bark at anyone they don't recognize that steps foot into this building. They can sniff it.
This is crazy.
Yeah, listen, I'm not sure how credible a neighbor's dog is, even when they're not testifying, because they can't. It's a dog. The police took this as is. Either the attacker is someone that is already inside the apartment, which is unlikely since Rosario and Assunta saw a third person, or the attack never happened, which is also unlikely because Assunta sent pictures with markings around her neck and she was clearly shaken up. Or the attacker was someone familiar to the neighbor's dogs. Who would that be? 2 days after Assunta was found, September 24th, her parents held a funeral for their daughter. This would be the third funeral in recent years that Rosario would be even at a crematorium. First it was her mom, then it was her dad who died 7 months later, and then Assunta. Some said Rosario was the picture of grief. Others said, no, she wasn't. She was taking selfies with the coffin. It was weird. But halfway through the funeral, Rosario just vanishes, disappears. Nobody even notices it for a while. Rosario had been arrested at her daughter's funeral for the suspicion of killing her daughter. But why would Rosario kill her own daughter? Some people say it actually starts 9 months before Assunta's death, January 2013. There is a saying, or there should be a saying, don't go looking for things that you cannot handle. Why go looking for trouble? That's exactly what Alfonso, Assunta's dad, is doing, going through his wife's emails. I mean, he knows what he's going to find in there, right? He knows what he's going to do when he finds it, but he can't stop himself. He can't help it. He has to see it. And sure enough, he finds hot, heavy messages between his wife, Rosario, the mother of his child, and a realtor, a real estate agent. And not just any real estate agent. His name is Manuel Garcia, not a class act by Alfonso's definition. His whole demeanor is just vulgar. That's the best way to describe him. That's what Alfonso said. Vulgar. To give you a context of how much of a class act this man is, while he's clearly having an affair with Rosario, knowing she's married, has a child, he himself is married, and his wife is pregnant. She's pregnant. What does he do? Does this man up and tell his wife the truth and promise to fix things? Does he end it with his wife to go live with Rosario or vice versa? No, he essentially tells Rosario that the thing between them is just and he's never going to leave his wife and kids. So let's just have... But do you still want to go to Morocco on fake business trips to do it? That's what they're doing, okay? Now, even though he straight up told Rosario that he is never going to leave his family for her, she's still going and having these secret rendezvous sessions with this man, betraying her family. And it is now time for Alfonso to confront her and put an end to all of this. There are two versions of how this all went down. Alfonso states he immediately packed his bags and went to his relatives on the countryside to clear his mind. He only came back 3 weeks later for Assunta, for their kid. Rosario says, no, he kicked a freaking hole in the door, got physically aggressive, and told me, you're not leaving me. She claimed he refused to get out of the apartment. She had to call for backup. 3 of her girlfriends came, had to drag him out the apartment, and they didn't know that he slipped the key to Rosario's other apartment in his pocket and started staying there. So Rosario had to kick him out twice. Even after Alfonso catches Rosario cheating, they're disagreeing on the divorce. It appears Rosario wants a divorce. Alfonso does not. Listen, Alfonso is a character. He doesn't really have a lot going on for himself. His whole personality is he really likes being rich, but he's not particularly good at anything that would warrant being rich. He briefly tried to be a radio host. I don't know if tried is even the right word. He was so dull, he refused to have any inflections in his voice. A former colleague of his said, "Oh no, this man was like a dead mosquito." Yeah, that's how he talks. He wasn't even good on paper. When he was working for the company, his colleagues hated him because he would just get so distracted. He would submit half-finished articles, and yet somehow he has this air of superiority about him. He had a perpetually pinched nose, and it was always looking down on everybody. He was so annoying with his obsession with class and conduct. Nice people would say, Alfonso is very bland, a bit of a loser. That's a bit on a high horse, but that's it. Rosario said, he's excessively a Puritan, antisocial, emotionless, and unpredictable. She told her friend she had zero enthusiasm for this man anymore. She's done with him, the underachieving house husband of hers. Manuel, on the other hand, the man she's having an affair with, he's self-assured, energetic, successful, especially now with Alfonso out the house and effectively cut off from Rosario's money. His life is falling apart. He's got no intention of getting a job. He's got no intention of getting it together. He's just sour, salty. He no longer has the prestige. Alfonso claims he only got a not so grand apartment nearby so that he could be close to Assunta and see her grow up. He just wants to be a father figure. But people who knew him said, no, he came back hoping Rosario would take him back in. Assunta didn't even seem that shaken up when her parents were divorced. So this is what everybody says. Assunta is very close to her mom. She never really mentions her dad ever. Like, he just exists, but not really. When they told her about the divorce, she just quietly asked, if I'm going with mom, who will cook? Honestly, a valid question. Forward thinking, if you ask me. Alfonso is the one doing most of the house tasks, cooking, cleaning. It's unclear if Assunta is shaken up by the divorce, if at all. So there is an email from Alfonso to Rosario during the divorce, and in the email he writes to her, "Hello, Charo. We are linked together forever. Of course we are, as you are Assunta's mother. But don't forget, and I don't mean this with any reproach, that this will be the limit of your presence in my present life, and will probably be in the future as well." It's like he's trying to say we're not dating anymore, but it's clear he wants her back and is reminding her we are forever linked together by Assunta. So a lot of people theorize maybe Rosario felt like the only way to fully be free from Alfonso and start a new life is get rid of their only shared connection, Assunta. Rosario did tell psychiatrists that she was overwhelmed by Assunta. She was in the process of renovating another apartment. People speculate that she was hoping that her lover, Manuel, would leave his family and move in with her. So maybe she does something very extreme. And the dates are very interesting. According to multiple different reports, July 4th, Rosario broke up with Manuel Garcia because Alfonso forced her to. He's like, I'm not going to help you with Assunta and taking care of Assunta unless you break up with him. So she breaks up with him. They're divorced at this point. That night, Assunta is attacked.
Attacked by?
We don't know. September 21st. Rosario spends all day having intimate relations with Manuel, the other man, on his boat.
The day that Assunta was missing?
And
the
dies.
Day that right, and the day that she went to her vacation home?
Yes. Earlier that day, she spent a good chunk before lunch spending time on the boat.
Okay.
And then that same night, Assunta was killed. Is it just a coincidence that every time she has maybe these deep conversations with her mister, Assunta almost dies? It's weird. But there are some disputes to this theory. First, Manuel Garcia made it super clear to Rosario that he's not going to leave his family for her. It doesn't matter if Rosario is married, divorced, with a child, without a child, he's going to stick with his family. If anything, having Assunta killed and being the center focus of the town is only going to make her more baggage for Manuel, right? It's not necessarily a easy relationship unless Rosario believes that he likes her enough to stick with her because she's going through such a hard time. That he's going to pick the woman that needs him the most, which would be her, because how do you how do you comfort someone who just lost their child? And maybe to the public's eyes, it's more acceptable that they found star-crossed, forbidden love after she experiences one of the biggest levels of trauma a parent can go through. But it's still kind of a loose thread. Second of all, another dispute is there really is no tie between Alfonso and Assunta. Yes, he is her father. Yes, he is involved in her life, but Rosario does not need him to be. She has full custody. She has more than enough funds to get a nanny for Assunta, to send her to study abroad, to do whatever she wants with Assunta. This is not a situation where she needs Alfonso to take care of Assunta. And then on top of that, a third dispute is, how would Rosario leave possible semen stains on her daughter's shirt? This is the one thing that Rosario's lawyer will debate heavily, is the fact that Assunta had possible semen on her shirt. There's no way that Rosario can produce that kind of biological fluid, meaning someone who can must be the killer, or at least must be involved.
Did they test who the semen belongs to?
Yes, of course, there was the possibility that Rosario's affair partner, Manuel Garcia, was involved, but he was ruled out pretty quickly. He had no motive to want Assunta dead. He genuinely only saw Rosario as a woman he slept with. He had no intention of being with her romantically, leaving his wife for her. They did his DNA test, found nowhere on Assunta. I have been obsessed with watching C-dramas recently, and there is no better way to unwind after a long day than to play a show and really immerse myself in a whole new world while being entertained by the most, honestly, unhinged plot lines. But the worst part about watching shows in a foreign language is that you miss out on so many jokes and subtitles that subtitles cannot pick up on. So for me, it's so frustrating to feel like I'm missing a whole layer of the plot, because my husband is always like, no, let me re-explain this joke because it's a play on words. It means this, it means that. And it's just, that's not in the subtitle. That's why every evening before I watch my C-dramas, I use Rosetta Stone to teach me Chinese. And then when I watch the show, I get to revise all the new words I learned. And I love that Rosetta Stone teaches you words that you can immediately use. It's very applicable. I use Rosetta Stone because it is one of the most trusted language learning programs. It's available on desktop too, but I prefer using the app so I can use it anywhere. It's the only language app that I've been able to stick to using consistently. It doesn't ask you to memorize vocabulary lists or grammar rules because the whole learning process is supposed to be intuitive, and it works. With Rosetta, you learn to speak, listen, and think in your target language, and it's designed to feel like you're naturally picking up the language. The material comes in these bite-sized lessons that you can complete in less than 10 minutes, where first you learn the words, then the phrases, and then whole sentences. And my favorite feature is Rosetta's true accent feature that gives you feedback on your pronunciation, which is what I struggle with the most. The app is really convenient to use, and you can even download lessons offline. So if you're learning Italian, for example, you could brush up on your vocabulary while on a flight to Italy. You could also learn French, Korean, Japanese, Arabic, or one of the other 25 languages that Rosetta Stone offers. The best part is, if you sign up now, you can get access to all the languages Rosetta Stone has to offer for the rest of your life for 50% off. Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. For a very limited time, our listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten today. The person whose DNA was found on Assunta, even more bizarre. A man named Ramiro. It's our first time bringing him up because this man is completely random. He's a Colombian citizen living in Madrid, which is a 6-hour drive from Santiago. They were able to match his DNA to Assunta because Ramiro is already in the system. He's already under investigation for SA. Some sources say the victim was a minor, others say she wasn't, I'm not too sure, but he was being investigated for SA, and his DNA was found on Assunta. Now this is where things get weird. Police show up to his house in Madrid to question him. Ramiro starts frantically defending himself. I've never even been to Galicia. I don't know who this girl is. What does she have to do with me? In fact, I want the other SA charge to be looked into. None of this is fair. Which, side note, I think the other SA charge is rather legit, so, but anyway, he's just arguing his connection with Assunta doesn't make sense. He doesn't know her. He had no opportunity to run into her. She hadn't been in Madrid recently. He was never in Galicia. I mean, why would he do this? He's just gonna drive to Galicia one random day and decide to do something like this? And Ramiro had an alleged airtight alibi for the night of September 21st. He was 6 hours away in Madrid eating dinner in a public restaurant with his sister and his fiance. Technically, it could be faked, his alibi.
Wait, his semen was found?
Yes, on her shirt.
What? Okay.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would Ramiro fake his alibi, go to Galicia? He doesn't, at least to anybody's knowledge, ever even had a chance meeting with Assunta. So the theory would be that he drove 6 hours to Galicia with the intent of kidnapping a little girl, either broke into Rosario's place without leaving a trace, or kidnapped Assunta in broad daylight. But that still doesn't explain that she was drugged for 3 months prior. And what about the July 4th incident? Like, none of this is making sense. So then how did his DNA get on Assunta? The only possible answer is contamination in the lab. It is stated that the same scissors used to cut the condom that Ramiro had used and given to the lab for the initial SA allegation were the same scissors used to cut the samples off of Assunta's shirt.
What about the semen stand?
That's another debate. We don't even know if they are semen now. They looked liquidy, they looked like semen, and when they cut it, they found traces of semen. So they're like 6 little droplets, and only 2 of them had semen DNA, which belonged to Ramiro. The others don't. So it's a question of, well, how did the others, if they're cut with the same scissors, how did they not get DNA? And these scissors, they were cut 4 weeks apart. So a lot of people even question, if the scissors had the DNA on there, wouldn't they be dried and incapable of transferring 4 weeks later?
Right.
It's just very bizarre. But what's even more bizarre is that everybody was sitting there scratching their heads in the police station going, that's so weird, because we thought the semen stains would belong to Alfonso, Assunta's dad. Both Rosario and Alfonso, they were not acting normal since the day they walked into the police station to report Assunta missing. Again, there are no parameters on how someone should behave when they're panicked and stressed out, but some reactions are just weird. There's no better way to put it, okay? All the tiny little things add up. The parents were asked to provide a physical description when they reported Assunta missing. They said, Assunta speaks with a Galician accent, and she has very large hands, and her fingernails are severely unkempt. Which is a bizarre description to give. When the police came to inform the parents that they found Assunta's body, mind you, this is just a few hours after she had been reported missing. It's not like she had been gone for weeks or even a day. They opened the door to the apartment. Rosario looks like she just woke up from a nap. Your daughter went missing just a few hours ago? How can you sleep? Rosario would later claim, I did not take a nap. But I don't know, police said that she didn't look panicked. She looked kind of out of it. Then the morning after Assunta's body is found, this should be when the shock and grief are at the thickest, right? No, Alfonso calls his old newspaper, the one that he used to work at, and he asks them to not run this story.
Whoa.
And if they do, can they at least not name Rosario and Alfonso? But the newspaper's thinking this is so dumb because this is a nationwide story now. All of Spain is already talking about it. It's like if CNN is blasting the case and Alfonso takes the time to call a local newspaper to tell them not to talk about it.
Wait, the second day, this is national news?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She was adopted from China and they were kind of a big deal. They're a wealthy family.
Oh.
People are already picking up on it. I wouldn't say that it's like viral. Every single person's talking about it, but a lot of major news networks are picking up on it.
Okay.
Now, after Assunta's body is found, Alfonso even texts Rosario something very odd. The coroners say there was no aggression. This, coupled with his weird statement before her body was found where he said, I think my daughter is dead. I just hope she wasn't essayed before she died.
He said that?
He said that. And
wait,
now,
when did he say that exactly?
Before they found the body.
Oh, a couple hours?
Yeah.
After
like, no, she's been missing for like 2 hours. And he is like, I think she's dead, but I hope she wasn't essayed. And the police are like, that is weird. Your daughter's been missing for what, 2 hours? Like, who thinks like that? What kind of parent even says, I think she's dead?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the psychology behind that. That's like against normal parents thinking, right? That's opposite of what parents think.
People think he was trying to plant seeds.
What do you mean?
Like if she was essayed, if there were signs of essay, that the police are like, oh, wow, whoever killed her must have essayed her. It's weird. I don't know. At the funeral, both of them were seen taking selfies with the coffin. And at first, the focus of the investigation was on Rosario, since she lied multiple times to the authorities, and she's technically the last person to see her daughter alive. But the authorities are hung up on the semen stains and the fact that Assunta is a full 5 inches taller than Rosario. Rosario, the mom, is super short. She's 4 feet 8 inches tall. Investigators did not believe that Rosario could have done this alone by herself, lift and dispose of Asunta's body on her own, because she was found 6 feet off the road, no drag marks. Which means someone had picked her up and placed her down, and they just did not think Rosario was capable of that. So who helped her? Interestingly enough, police found that after Rosario is arrested for Asunta's murder, Alfonso sends her another text message on WhatsApp. She doesn't read it because she's in jail, but it reads, "I love you. I've been thinking of you all day. More than anything else, I'll never forget that you are the love of my life. Keep calm, everything will work out, and soon we'll be back together again. I'll be waiting for you, my beloved." What does that even mean? I mean, it's hardly the appropriate response to have to your ex-wife being taken in for the murder of your one and only child. So both Rosario and Alfonso conveniently also had dead phones during Asunta's murder time. Alfonso said that after everybody left his house after playing cards and eating scrambled eggs, he went to read a book. So he turned his phone off for the night until he was done reading.
Wow, they're just so
Weird.
sus.
Rosario said her phone ran out of battery while she was running errands, which is also convenient, so neither of their movements can be tracked through cell towers now. Investigators searched the entirety of Alfonso's tiny apartment, which is allegedly part of student housing, so it was really small, and they could not find his phone or his laptop, leading people to speculate, did he run and get rid of those things? Remember, he left the police station? Did he run and get rid of those things? And if he did, why? Now, the most damning piece of evidence, like how the CCTV was damning for Rosario of Asunta being in the car, for Alfonso, the most damning piece of evidence was the fact that records show for the past 10 weeks of Asunta's life, Alfonso had been slowly obtaining lorazepam pills, over 170 pills. Asunta had 27 in her system at the time of death. Some of the pills were purchased legally with a prescription. Well, okay, the only legal method in which Alfonso procured lorazepam pills was through Rosario's prescription. He would take his ex-wife's prescription and say, I gotta pick it up. But that wasn't enough. Alfonso goes to his doctor and starts lying that he suddenly has anxiety attacks and gets a prescription for lorazepam and starts picking that up. Additionally, he just starts illegally purchasing lorazepam as well. So Spain at the time was not as strict on drugs as in, I guess, pharmacies in the US would be. Well, pharmacies in the US are strict. I would say sometimes the doctors are not strict at prescribing, but you get it. In the US, if you go into a pharmacy and you tell them that, hey, I just picked up lorazepam, a controlled substance, but I just lost it. I'm going to need another round. My sister's a pharmacist. You'd be surprised at how often people try to do this. You're not getting more lorazepam. You're just not. That's crazy, okay?
That is crazy. You can just tell them you lost it.
In Spain, it was a bit more common at the time.
Oh, that's his method?
That's how he's illegally getting him. One of his pharmacists was a close friend of his, and he would just say, hey, I went to a hotel, I brought my little pill case, and then I lost it, and I think the housekeepers threw it out, and so now I got no more lorazepam. Could you just refill it for me? And you would just get twice as much lorazepam for one prescription. So the first time Alfonso purchased lorazepam was on July 5th, the night after the attempted murder of Asunta, when a masked man broke into the home, which is a fascinating timeline if you ask me, and we'll get more into it later. The day after Rosario's arrest, Alfonso is arrested. So now both of Asunta's parents are under suspicion of killing her. Now, Asunta's teachers would say, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but Asunta's dad always treated her like a friend. Which I know it sounds kind of nice and kind of cute, but he literally treated her like they were classmates. Like he was a 12-year-old boy and she's a 12-year-old girl. Which, again, we don't know if it's a good thing, but Asunta is doing well, so we didn't think much of it. She was typically one of the most dedicated, focused kids in the class. And from what they can tell as her teachers, she seemed really happy and talented and disciplined and like she enjoys most of the extracurriculars that she does. She is very stimulated by these things until 2 months before her death. So from that point forward, Asunta's teachers never really knew what they were going to get with her, whether it was going to be the real Asunta or somebody else. July 9th, 2013, Asunta's violin teacher, Alina, says Asunta is stumbling in, and Alfonso, the dad, is following in after her. Oh, sir, is your daughter all right? She's drugged. Drugged? She did not like that word. What do you mean drugged? She's undergoing medication for allergies. It's the antihistamines. They're clearly too strong for her. So basically insinuating Assunta is on some sort of Benadryl. You know how Benadryl makes you super drowsy and kind of confused, and it's making her act strangely. But he assures her, nothing to worry about. It's a very normal reaction to the drugs. Alfonso leaves, and Alina thinks this is so weird. I mean, she's never heard any sort of allergies from Assunta. She's never complained about it, but she tries to focus on the class. And the whole time she keeps glancing at Assunta, she seems drunk. She seems not focused, like she can't even control herself. It honestly looks like she's sleepwalking. Assunta, are you all right? Yes. Alina just stares because Assunta is making weird gestures with her hands, like her motor skills seem off. Everything seems off. When the class is finally over, Rosario, Assunta's mom, comes to pick her up, and Alina rushes out to tell the mom, and she's trying to explain to Rosario how strange Assunta's been behaving, and it's so unlike her. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is not normal at all for my daughter to be like this. I'm gonna have to switch her to a new medication, it seems, but thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna take her to the hospital if you'll excuse me. Alina watched her drive off, and it's just weird. Rosario never took her to the hospital.
And they're so blatant too.
Yes.
Right? In front of everyone.
Yeah. They don't hide it. And the next day, Assunta would show up completely normal, playing the violin like she always does. And maybe Alina thought, okay, I'm thinking way too deep into it because Assunta is just, she's fine, right? And Assunta's so clever. She's very mature and curious. She wants to know everything. She's never distracted. She's laser focused on what she needs to do. And interestingly enough, she's very private for a 12-year-old. She doesn't really talk about her family life or her home life until one day in July. A week or so after this initial incident, Assunta is practically falling asleep in class and she can't keep up. Again, not a normal thing. Assunta, what is going on? Are you not focused? You don't want to be here? It's not that. My parents have been making me take this really bitter white powder and it just makes me so drowsy and sleepy.
Whoa.
Neither of the parents were that well liked by the teachers. Even Rosario. Teachers said Rosario's attitude was always, I'm going to tell all of you what my daughter is like, and all of you are going to tell me I'm right. And especially after the divorce, Rosario got even weirder. She would keep asking, calling, is the divorce distracting my daughter from performing? Or sometimes she would go on these long-winded rants about how she was going to sell property to make $3 million and that Alfonso only wants to get back with her because he's out of money. It was just weird. She was not very likable and clearly a bit of a strange mom. But what's very different, I think, is that's one thing. Drugging Assunta is a different thing.
Yeah.
So the teachers think maybe it's some sort of vitamin or supplement that she's being forced to take that she doesn't like. One of Assunta's teachers, Maria, had heard from the others that Assunta had been off in these moments, but she wouldn't see it until later in July, near the end of July. Assunta walks into her class and she looks like she's gonna faint. Her eyes are barely open, and during the class break, Maria goes over to the other teachers. I think something's going on with Assunta. Oh yeah, she's fine. She's just had hay fever recently, and I think she's weak from her allergy medications. I don't know if she told one of the teachers last week that her parents want to kill her or something. Are you sure? I mean, it could be the meds, though. I took some allergy meds once. I was knocked out like a zombie. I don't remember anything I said. But it really didn't make sense. Lots of kids in their class had hay fever. None of them reacted to the medicine like this. And if your child is looking like they just had 12 beers at a bar, you would probably do something about it, no?
Mm-hmm.
Maria tries to investigate. She walks back into her class. Okay, class, we're gonna pick up our instruments and play one of our favorite songs. This is a song that Assunta knows from start to finish. She knows it by memory. But right now, Maria is staring at Assunta and she's forgetting keys. It's like she can't control her muscle movements. She's getting everything wrong. Her posture is strange. Assunta has been taking ballet since she's 6. One of the most noticeable effects is that she has incredible posture. But she's slouching, she's slumped, she looks like she's about to faint. Okay, stop class. Assunta, did you eat breakfast? I don't remember. You don't remember. Every word Assunta is saying sounds like it's being forced out of her system. Her mouth sounds like it's dry, which is a symptom of lorazepam, including other drugs. Maria rushes Assunta into the teacher's lounge, and now all the teachers are standing around Assunta, who's slumped over in this chair. One of them, half-jokingly, pulls up a few fingers. How many fingers am I holding right now? I can't see. I'm really dizzy. My mom gave me some gross white powder to take. She got it from a woman on the street who came to the door in the apartment, and I can't really remember the name. I think it's the doctor.
Wow.
That day, Alfonso comes to pick up Assunta, and Maria's trying to tenderly explain the situation to him. I mean, I get that she's had hay fever all weekend, I mean, we heard, and I know that generally speaking with antihistamines, allergy medication, we do not give her antihistamines. Wait, what? The other teacher, we are not those kinds of people. The other teacher said that all we gave her was a nasal spray. Maria's so confused because you don't act this way from a nasal spray. Like, Benadryl is one thing. Nasal spray? What is he? None of this is making any sense anymore. And it feels like the parents are ever changing their stories. I mean, no kid should feel like this on nasal spray. But again, the teachers appear to be the only ones that are worried. Alfonso doesn't even address the rest of the conversation. He just glances at Asenta, who's so out of it she can barely stand. Didn't you come with a cardigan? Did you forget it in class? Go run and grab your jacket. He seems to not care that she's practically holding on the wall to fetch her jacket. The teachers are very conflicted at this point on what to do, but the next day, Asenta would come to class completely normal. So from that point forward, they had no idea if she's coming to class sleepwalking or if she's totally fine. But the last time she called out of class was Wednesday, just a few days before her murder. Rosaria had written a note for the teachers that Asenta could not make it because she was reacting badly to some medications. But none of this is making sense. I mean, so both of the parents decided to kill their daughter, or Rosario did, and then Alfonso is helping her cover it up? Or is there something else that's going on? Interestingly enough, Alfonso and Rosario also never actually grow apart after the divorce. Alfonso moves a few minutes away. Alfonso's helping Rosario with her health. She would have bouts of depression and lupus flare-ups, and he would take care of her and Asenta. In return, Rosario would help him out financially. There was this arrangement, but it seemed that Alfonso was always the one that wanted more. He wanted to get the family back together. June 2013, 3 months before Asenta's death, Rosario is hospitalized for a nervous breakdown. Alfonso drops everything, rushes to his ex-wife's bedside, and when she's discharged a week later, he's basically setting up camp in her home again. I mean, a part of him was excited that his ex-wife was, mentally dying, because that meant that she would need more attention, more care, and then they could go back to being together, and then things would go back to normal. This is why she promised that she would stop seeing Manuel after the health scare. She lied. She would see him again the night before the murder of Asenta and the day. Now, she would go on a little escapade with him on the boat. She would later say to Alfonso, "You're kind of like my brother. Like, we don't even do it anymore." He could not satisfy her like Manuel Garcia could. So what if Alfonso had enough and he decides, I have to hurt Rosario more than she can hurt me? Alfonso is in charge of most of Rosario's medications. On top of that, Rosario does heavily depend on Alfonso, or at least she says she does. She would even say, "It was Alfonso or death. He fed me lunch and dinner, and I was getting worse and worse mentally, and I didn't feel like doing anything. My best friend told me it feels like you're falling into depression head first." Some netizens came up with this new theory that Alfonso knew Rosario was not all there at this point. She's mentally very frail, forgetful, can easily be framed for murder. So that's what he does. He gone girls Rosario. The orange cord in the bathroom was just so suspicious. Why would someone leave it there? Also, how would she know the cord is there to begin with?
Yeah.
But additionally, most teachers believe that Asenta was always acting strangest when she stayed over at her dad's. The next day, she would always seem drugged. Did Alfonso kill Asenta, his only daughter, to get revenge on his ex-wife? I mean, it feels very extreme, considering that all his ex-wife did was leave him for a married man. But some people, they will do that. And I know that some people are just not cut out for revenge, but it seems that Alfonso is. Apparently, this was a huge fight between Alfonso, but he tried calling Manuel's pregnant wife to tell her the truth about her husband, which I don't know if I can categorically consider it revenge, but it is said it did not come from a place of, let me help Manuel's wife see the truth, but more so, I'm gonna ruin this man's life because he ruined mine. But if that's the case, that would mean that he's the one that broke in July 4th. Wouldn't Rosario have recognized him even if he had been wearing a mask, or was she so out of it at this point? And it still doesn't explain away all of her other different versions of stories when she gets caught in her lies. Her story is never adding up, it's ever changing. Even the masked man story, she went from saying that Asenta left the key in the lock outside to later telling another officer that she's the one that left the keys outside. She constantly keeps contradicting herself, changing details.
Yeah, just the fact that she didn't report it to the police, knowing someone broke into your house, that alone is sus enough.
So the investigators, they go back to the theory that Rosario, for whatever reason, killed Asenta or made the choice to, and Alfonso was helping either during or after the fact for whatever reason. But why? Why would Alfonso agree to that? Why would he do something to help Rosario go be with Manuel, to be freed of him? It's speculated that if Rosario committed murder, maybe Alfonso did something worse than murder to Assunta. After the parents are arrested, they're conveniently put in 2 jail cells right next to each other. The police are secretly recording their jailhouse conversations, trying to see if they say anything damning, if something crazy is going to come out of this. And this part is wild because later news outlets, they recreate conversations and they pick and choose certain phrases and words, effectively Frankensteining and constructing a sentence that never happened, which sways public opinion, obviously.
What does that mean? Like
they would edit sentences and phrases together to make it sound like they're having a very specific type of conversation that they were not having in jail.
You can do that?
No, but they did it. And this was before the trial. And the full transcripts are actually included in the book by Mark Guskin. And I have shortened a few, but none of it alters the overall message of what they're talking about. Rosario sounds very emotional in prison. She's frantic. She's jumping from calm to hysterical to depressed to anxious. Alfonso, the whole time, flat, monotone, dead mosquitoing this. It sounds like he's in line waiting for his lunch order. Don't worry, everything will work out fine, and we'll go back home. Don't worry. Who could be doing this to us? I don't know, baby. That's why we have to stay calm. Not to worry. Don't worry about anything, because everything's gonna work out, okay? Okay. I love you and you love me. That's the most important thing, right? But the problem is that they have to, I don't know, get some rest. I want to go home. Do you know how horrible this is? What? If you could see how horrible this is, I want to go home. I know, but don't worry. Everything's fine. No, it isn't. We'll go home. Don't worry. Alfonso the whole time calls her baby, and the words he says are oftentimes loving, but his tone is just so cold, and it has no feeling. It seems like everything he says is shallow and meaningless. Who could be doing this damage to us? To me, Alfonso? I don't know, darling. I really don't know. I don't know who wants to do this to us. It's such a cruel trick. But sooner or later, he'll be found out. Of course he will. Of course he'll be found out. I don't have any doubts about that. But why are we here? They must have a whole load of clues. Do you know what I mean? Well, yes. But there are measures that they have to take, and it is how it is. We have to put up with it, and that's that. And maybe tomorrow we'll get out on parole or something of that sort. And then there's going to be a trial, Alfonso. Well, there might not have to be. If they find the one who did it, there won't. And they'll find him. Don't you worry. They'll find him. And so there won't be a trial. There will be one for him, but not for us. He'll spend the rest of his life in prison. But don't you worry, my darling. Don't worry. And then Alfonso briefly warns Rosario, don't say anything you shouldn't, because they could be recording us. Yes, well, what am I going to say that I shouldn't, Alfonso? I know. Nothing, of course. Nothing, darling. But anything we say or do, you've seen it. They can take it as, yes, but your dirty imagination is going to cause us lots of problems. What?
Wait, what? Your dirty imagination?
Your dirty imagination is going to cause us lots of problems. Exactly.
What does that mean?
We don't know. The word dirty in this situation is most commonly used to describe someone who is sexually hot or sexually feverish. I guess you could say someone has a dirty mind and not have any sexual connotation, but it wouldn't be the right word. I wonder if it's more like naughty is a better translation, more commonly used in a sexual context. So what could they possibly be talking about? When Alfonso left the police station the night that they reported Assunta missing, he ran off, leaving Rosario alone with the investigators. It's suspected that he went home to hide his laptop and phone. He knew that the police are going to go to both of their apartments to search for clues, to search for Assunta, and the only missing pieces were Assunta at the time, Alfonso's phone, and laptop. 2 months later, when Alfonso is in prison, his attorney reaches out to let the investigators know, hey, Alfonso's apartment lease is going to end soon. It's probably a good time to search the apartment for a laptop. The police show up and the laptop is just sitting on the hallway table. They said it was honestly pretty disrespectful, like the way that it was placed. They're not even trying to make it slick. Someone had just replaced the laptop back.
So Alfonso took it away, and who put it back?
They don't know. Could be a family friend, could be a family member. Alfonso's family member could be the attorney. It's really, nobody knows. But the hard drive had not even just been wiped, not even just deleted, but completely swapped out for a new hard drive. It is widely believed that Alfonso left the police station after they reported Assunta missing, hid his computer and phone, conveniently hid it, and then authorities believe that more than 500,000 files were deleted. I don't know how they got this metadata.
500,000 files?
Yeah. Whether it's, I don't know, but what classifies as a file, right? I don't know if that means 500,000 pictures and photos and videos, or if it means just anything.
Mhm.
But somehow authorities were still able to pull a list of things that were deeply disturbing from his laptop. One, he had a ton of Asian friends on Facebook. They were just random Asian girls from all over the world with no connection, meaning they did not know him in person. I'm not saying he just had a lot of Asian friends. No, he had lots of Asian Facebook friends, and they mainly posted erotic content on Facebook. It was never specified or investigated if the girls were underage, but a lot of the officers said that they looked very underage. Alfonso additionally frequented a ton of explicit websites where he searched specifically for young Asian girls. But that was said to have been one of his many searches. I would say most netizens are really disturbed by this, but other netizens argue it's nothing to be proud of, yeah, but just because your daughter is Asian and you're searching for Asian women doesn't mean that you're harming your daughter. I mean, I guess in theory, right? But it's just not anything. To make things even more disturbing, a young woman walked into the police station and reports that Alfonso was a regular client of hers. She works at the local brothel and stated that Alfonso would come, and she alleges a few things about Alfonso's sexual interest. One, he really, really likes girls that dress purposely underage, that appear very much underage. None of them are underage, they're all of age, but he picks the ones that look and dress and talk the youngest. He would tell everybody that he is a lawyer, and apparently Rosario, his wife, knew that he was always going in there and would even help him pay for it. Now, the police investigate, and I don't know how much of the allegations they're able to confirm, but they don't really do much beyond verifying that everyone working at the brothel is of age, because I guess the rest are not really crimes. I guess it's not really a crime to pick someone who looks underage. So they didn't find the need to investigate any further. They found the photos of Assunta were actually on Assunta's phone. So you know the pictures of her in her ballet outfit that goes viral, the pictures of her swaddled in the blanket looking disassociating that goes viral, they were found on Assunta's phone, not on Alfonso's laptop. There have been reports that they were either found on his laptop or on Rosario's phone, but it does appear that they were found on Assunta's phone. But it's still weird because somebody else took those pictures.
Yeah.
It's just a mess. Now, meanwhile, Rosario's phone records show that she was searching for things like how to give a good blowjob, as well as searching online for shops likely for her affair with Manuel. And
So, mein Mikrofon ist wieder ausgefallen. Aus Gründen. Und wie geht's euch? Und vielen, vielen Dank für den Raid. Momentan irgendwie stimmt mein Kabel los.
That is not the case. Alfonso in private is
So,
quite an aggressive guy.
was habt ihr so gemacht?
Silence at Rosario whenever he felt like she was yapping too much. The police who listened to the tape said it was so strange. It was such a surprise for us because they took turns being dominant. People that knew the couple said, you would think that Rosario is the demanding little woman and
Mir
Alfonso is
grad
the little mouse that goes and does
machen
everything she
fürs
says,
Pferdchen.
but he was quite condescending to Rosario. He had a very nasty side to him. The court would ultimately deem the jailhouse tapes inadmissible during the trial, but it is stated by investigators that Alfonso would lash out and abuse Rosario physically 3 to 4 times a year on average. He was very violent with her. So in a way, the only thing that people can come back to is it seems like they're both covering for each other. Let's say Alfonso is covering for Rosario because of a dirty little secret. Why would Rosario cover for him? Let's get into the theories, because there are conversations of if one or more of the parents are more heavily involved. So there's a few theories where they're both equally involved. There's a few theories where Rosario is mainly involved and Alfonso does cleanup, or vice versa. So let's get into all of them. Have you heard of pet child theory? It's a concept, it's not academically recognized, but it is a theory that some adoptive parents treat their adopted children more like pets than children. They use their adoptive children as a source of affection and cuteness, and once they are no longer being delivered to that, they discard them like a sickly pet. They want, like a dog, a cute dog that snuggles with you, stays cute all the time, does not have a teenage rebellion phase, does not drain you of all your resources. They just want a pet. And sometimes the children are just used for the parents' emotional needs, and their needs for attachment and security are never addressed. So this is a theory that a lot of netizens bring up with this case, that after Rosario and Alfonso agreed to divorce, they realized that they have a pet in between them, Assunta. But now they are no longer together, they no longer need a shared pet. She's part of their previous family when they were together. Now it's time to get rid of her and move on. It's almost like, why keep a dog so sad?
Right.
I don't
It
believe
doesn't
in that
seem like they
either.
really care about her.
Exactly. A lot of netizens point to Rosario's narcissism to also help support this theory, because you really have to be a narcissist to even think like this. This is a literal child you're talking about, and she raised her since she was, what, almost a year old? Rosario is an only child, and she definitely acts like it. Rosario had the privilege of being able to study abroad in the UK and France briefly, which I thought she'd be all for. Rosario seems a tad bit snobby. Imagine how insufferable Rosario would be with a French accent. But Rosario ends up coming home early from France, and she said she hated it. She said nobody knew who I was. Here in Santiago, as my father was a faculty member, they treated me with greater consideration. AKA, my daddy's not powerful in France, so nobody treated me like a princess, and I want to come home. She came back home early and just decided to work under her dad. He gets her a fancy position. She would tell people that she studied at the London High School of Law, which doesn't exist. So, what? Which, by the way, none of this is an implication that she was the only one that killed, but she's definitely not a likable person. Now, there is speculation amongst netizens that Rosario didn't like being outshined by a Santa.
How so?
She would
Ein
fret
bisschen
about how
ungünstig, dass
Asanta
hier
is so
nur eins
gifted,
ist.
but then she would push Asanta to do more. It was almost like Rosario was conflicted with herself. She loved Asanta's achievements because it was a reflection of her parenting, and people would praise her for it. But then she also would get very upset when Asanta does so much better than she ever did as a child. And another thing to back this up was Rosario's parents love Asanta. They are obsessed with her. They think she is the golden child.
Isn't there some kind of thing like there's some parents are actually jealous of their kids?
It's so bizarre. It seems like that could be the situation here. Even when Rosario is brought back to the vacation home, and this is after she's been arrested, it was an absolute media circus. Cameras on every street corner, and
Ja,
this
das
is a
muss ich
very
auch
serious
irgendwie
moment.
fließen dahin
She's caught
kriegen.
smiling. Allegedly, she tries to justify it, and she said that I was talking to a police officer about passion fruit. I have passion fruit trees in my garden, and I had to tell them that you have to cut the fruit open and eat it with a spoon. You gotta spoon the flesh out. I don't know what's so funny about that. But she smiled and laughed for whatever reason. She was also asked to participate in a documentary about the case, and she wrote a long-winded letter to the producers, and some parts read, I believe that the circumstances surrounding the death of my daughter are of no interest to anyone, unfortunately, other than those directly affected. But if the pain of this terrible loss is not sufficient, I have had to witness in my
Das passt
astonishment
aber auch
ugly,
nicht.
fierce, and absurd sensationalism. And precisely because of my innocence can only be proven and ratified in court, I intend to stay very far away from the mass media. I have no intention of taking part in this media circus.
What is she complaining?
She's saying the media, like, why is this concerning the media? My daughter's death is impacting me the most, okay? Like, why is everybody talking about it online? A lot of netizens state that her behavior is giving raging narcissist, which I don't think is armchair diagnosing. Court psychologists would
Ja,
later
doch,
deem
passt.
Rosario a narcissistic and depressive personality. So yes,
Hier wird man es am
maybe she
wenigsten
really saw
sehen,
Asanta
wenn es
as part of
nicht
her family life,
funktioniert,
and
wie
since
es
she no
soll.
longer was married to Alfonso, she no longer needed Asanta anymore. But that doesn't answer the question of why would Alfonso help his ex-wife murder their daughter and get away with it? Why would he help? Some speculate that it's to tie him to Rosario forever. She would never be able to cut him out financially, emotionally, mentally. He's got her dirty little secret wrapped up, ready to come out. One investigator that questioned the couple said, I think they really wanted to project this image as the perfect family. If Rosario wants something, she thinks she can just buy it. And if she doesn't want it, she thinks she can just get rid of it. And Alfonso was there to just satisfy her whims. The investigators believe that the couple got tired of the child they, quote, bought a decade earlier. So they tried to kill her July 4th, 2 months before her murder. Alfonso
Das
was
hatte
the
ich.
masked man. He tried to kill
Ja.
Asanta, but she woke up. She didn't know for sure if it was her dad or not because he was masked, and she was likely drugged at this point or confused. So the couple did everything they could to make sure that she did not tell anybody about it. But now they need to get rid of her quickly, which could even explain why she was telling teachers that nobody tells her the truth. Maybe she brought up suspicions that, hey, was that dad that night? And everybody just gaslit her. But she's thinking, no, I know what I remember. Alfonso gives her one final big dose of lorazepam, sprinkled into her scrambled eggs and mushrooms, which is the last thing found in her stomach in the autopsy. And they kill her. The theory goes that day, all three of them were in the car headed to the vacation home. Rosario's driving, Asanta is seen in the passenger seat, and Alfonso is laying down in the back seat of the car. Alfonso's major defense lied on the fact that he claimed he was home when Assunta was killed. And unlike Rosario, who has CCTV footage of her lies, nobody could really debunk Alfonso's story.
And you say his phone was off.
Yes. Until a 15-year-old girl comes forward and she claims that she saw Alfonso the day of Assunta's murder, and he was with Assunta. She said she was walking home with her boyfriend when she saw Assunta and her father, Alfonso, from behind, waiting to cross the road. The witness knew it was Assunta and her dad because, well, there's not a lot of Chinese girls in town, but also the two of them, they took French class together. She took French class with Assunta, so she knows her. It suggested that Assunta and Alfonso were walking to go meet Rosario in her car so they could head to the vacation home together. Now, this was a heavy theory from the prosecutors and the judge. I will say in Spain, the legal process is very confusing. There are judges involved in the pretrial investigations. They're known as examining judges. So in America, it'd be similar to a detective, like the head lead detective. The problem being that sometimes the pretrial judge that is involved in the investigation and speaks to the defendants is also the judge later on. So that can pose to be quite difficult. There are mixed feelings about the judge on this case. Some netizens believe, to put it nicely, the judge doesn't want to be famous. He would go on these big talk shows and talk about Assunta's case afterwards. He wrote a book that was kind of about Assunta, but not about Assunta. It was like a novel. And he said it's not about Assunta, but he released it around the time of the hype of Assunta's, the virality of the case. And a lot of netizens believe it's very clear. He does not care for justice. He wants fame, and he wants an easy case to get him that fame. Others argue...
How so? Why would netizens think that?
He is a very aggressive man. He is not unbiased at all. He went into this case day one believing that the parents were guilty. Now, I think that he's not a great, admirable person. And he is, like I said, a very biased man, in my opinion. I will say the Netflix show does really put the judge in a crazy light, though. I'm sure there might be a lot of truth to it that I wasn't able to uncover, though, because I don't know why else they would do that. I do think that the judge clearly had it out for them since day one. But apparently there's this whole scene in the show, Netflix, where he opens the curtains to let the press photograph Rosario, who's testifying. And it made her very uncomfortable. But in the real version of events, she tells him, hey, there's people out there taking pictures of me. And he walks over and he actually closes the curtains, from what I can tell. So, I don't know. Regardless, it's pretty clear he thought that she was guilty from day one, which is not a fair process. The judge even said, these two, the parents, are probably the most selfish people I've ever met. The mom is like a spoiled child, and the dad thinks he's superior to the rest of the world. So netizens are really split. Interestingly, many international netizens believe that this case is a gross miscarriage of justice, regardless of the parents' guilt. And a lot of other netizens believe that they killed their kid. Sorry, the judges weren't nice about it. I will say that the trial and investigation was super messy. Confidential, crucial parts of the investigation constantly being leaked to the press. So regardless of how you feel about the parents, one or the other, or both, it was not a clean-cut investigation that was done by the books, which leads to a lot of netizens not trusting the investigators and coming up with their own theories. I don't particularly have a hill that I would like to stand on, but here are some of the most popular ones, which again, another disclaimer, these are not my theories. I don't have more skin in the game in one or the other. And the thing with theories is, I think they can be debated. I think they can be talked about, and I think they can be true, but I don't think that these would fly in the court of law. Like, these are not theories that you would debate in court. It just wouldn't pass. The theory of inheritance. This starts with a rumor by a family member, the cousin of Rosario's dad. So Rosario's uncle of sorts, or I guess Assunta's great uncle of sorts, they claim that every single penny that Rosario's parents had been given to Assunta and not Rosario. Assunta was the sole inheritor, and the only way for Rosario to cash in on her parents' legacy, all the jewels, property, assets, was for her to kill her own daughter, because then it would go to the next of kin regardless of her will being in place. Which I will say makes a lot of sense until it gets debunked. Apparently there was easy paperwork that shows Rosario, and Rosario alone, is the sole inheritor for all of her family's assets. Additionally, even if everything was left in Assunta's name, she's 12. The person in charge of her estate would have been her guardian, Rosario. I feel like Rosario would have spent the next 6 years trying to figure out how to drain it from Assunta's fund, or, I don't know, wait a few years before killing her to make it less suspicious. Not saying Rosario is innocent, I'm just not sure this is the motive. Others say, maybe Rosario didn't kill Assunta for the inheritance because the money never went to Assunta, but she killed Assunta because her parents loved Assunta more than they loved Rosario. There were rumors that Rosario herself was adopted. She always justified her parents' lukewarm affection for her as being a result of not being a biological kid, but she was their biological kid. So that was also quickly debunked. In addition, it does seem like Rosario was loved and spoiled by her parents as long as she did exactly what they wanted her to do, which leads us to our next theory. Rosario is a serial killer.
Whoa.
Rosario killed her parents and Assunta found out. Now Rosario has to kill her daughter. In 2011, 2 people near Rosario died. First, her mom, the one she told psychiatrists she feels like she's in constant competition with. Her mom was a presumably healthy 78-year-old woman, died suddenly in bed. Then 7 months later, her dad died suddenly in bed. Now, this was probably really, really rough on Assunta. She is the precious granddaughter. Her grandparents really loved her. They spoiled her. And there is an email from Alfonso to Rosario during the divorce. This email could be something, it could be nothing. But it reads, I'm not going to lie to you, but I can say to you what happened and what you did is repulsive. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but that's what I feel, and so that's what I want you to know. I don't know if the future will bring us back together or not, but for the time being, in the short term, and even in the medium term, I don't think that I want to go anywhere near your mother's bedroom. Some people said this could be about Rosario cheating and perhaps she did it in her mother's bedroom with Manuel. Or some people think maybe he's talking about something else, since Rosario's mom was found dead in her bed. And the only reason he's not turning her in is because he's getting money.
Wollte ich gar nicht.
Another email from Alfonso to Rosario reads, I have all your most intimate secrets, and one of these days I will make them public. Again, could be about her dislikes in bed or her likes in bed, or it could be about murder. Assunta had a WordPress, a blog. There's not much on there except one creepy short story, and some netizens believe it's about her grandparents. The short story by Assunta reads, and this was posted September 2012, exactly a year before she was killed, about
Okay,
a
da
year
ist
after
es
her
drin
grandmother
und
died.
da nicht.
Once upon a time, there was a happy family, a man, a woman, and a son. One day, the woman was assassinated. The man had to take retaliation on the person who killed his wife, but he died as well, because he tried to take retaliation. But the bad man killed John, the husband. His body is in Alameda Park, and his spirit too. He hopes his wife's spirit can come to him. Every day, he sits on the branches. And people said Assunta has a tendency to tell stories about her own life, pretending like it happened to somebody else. Remember how she told her friend about the masked man incident? Some netizens speculate, is she doing that here? Then we have the next theory. And again, these theories are not mutually exclusive. The truth could really be a mixture of all these theories. We don't know. Is that Alfonso is a pedophile. He was drugging Assunta with lorazepam or other drugs to take pictures of her unconscious or to abuse her in other ways. Slowly, she starts gaining memories of these assaults, and he decides he has to kill her before she connects the dots or decides to do something about it. Because remember, she kept saying, nobody tells me the truth. Maybe she suspected, hey, am I getting drugged and is something happening to me at night when I'm getting drugged? Maybe she kept those photos as evidence in her phone. There's a lot of small things in this theory. Her ballet teacher testified that she had lent Assunta a ballet costume for a performance, and she never got the skirt back. She got everything back but the skirt. She tried to email Alfonso, the dad, but he was just very rude and saying the skirt is not missing. He refused to give the skirt back, which again, maybe is nothing. And it's just the weird that Alfonso would make comments to the police 3 hours after his daughter goes missing that she was probably dead, but he could only hope that she wasn't essayed. It's like he's trying to plant a seed. Additionally, they found Alfonso's DNA in Assunta's underwear. It was not his biological fluid, thank God, but it was another unidentified DNA marker, meaning it could have been his DNA when he was folding and putting away laundry. But we don't know, especially because Assunta kept all of her underwear and clothes at her mom's place. Of course, the search history and Facebook friends of Alfonso does not help with him having all these Asian women as friends. Apparently, when investigators searched his home, they also found large amounts of semen all over the floor, on his underwear, on his shorts, on his walls. He had a penchant for furiously self-pleasuring himself, which again is not a crime. But the night before, it stated that Assunta slept over at her dad's place. Now, we don't know when that was from, but it's just not a crime in and of itself, unless he was doing something illegal or looking at illegal material, but still very creepy. Now, I do want to say that the book states, like a quick sentence, that Alfonso was confirmed to have watched explicit material involving children, the essay of children. I couldn't find it explicitly stated in other sources, so I'm not sure. I guess, we don't know. Now, there's two versions of this theory. One, where Rosario didn't know until Assunta was dead that Alfonso killed her. Or that Rosario knew that Alfonso was essaying their daughter, and now Assunta is realizing the truth, and she believed the only way that they could continue to live on as wealthy, privileged people with their image is to kill Assunta. They have to kill Assunta together because she knows that her dad is doing this. The theory rests on the idea that Rosario would rather have a dead daughter than an ex-husband that assaulted their daughter. One thing that confirms this theory a bit is in the jailhouse cell conversations. Rosario keeps asking, do people support us, Alfonso? It seems like she cares a lot about what other people think. And the whole thing with the interviews and the way that she talks about Assunta's achievements, it just seems like she's very obsessed with her image, even though everybody knows she's just not well. She also has a victim mentality where she asked, what could I have done for life to be so hard to me? In prison.
Was ist das hier eigentlich? Das ist die
Rosario
Zunge,
would
glaube
defend
ich.
Alfonso
Und
and
das
state that whoever has a problem with the ballet pictures,
Mund?
me, honestly, she said, you guys are the problem. You are the ones with the dirty mind. But she uses that same word. Dirty.
Dirty mind.
Dirty imagination. Dirty mind.
Kiefer ist das.
But I do want to disclaim
Kiefer,
there's
die
no
kann ich nicht
outright
kleiner
razor
machen.
sharp evidence that he did physically essay her, at least not that we could find. I personally think it's very suspicious, and I would not feel comfortable with any adult doing that to any child. The next theory is Alfonso's great revenge. Rosario doesn't know what's going on in this theory. She's innocent, or more innocent than other ones. Some netizens point to jailhouse conversations where Rosario seems genuinely distraught, confused, chaotic, and Alfonso just seems calm.
Kiefer,
Rosario's crying,
ist
and
die
take this with a grain of
Nase.
salt, because at this point they both state that they believe they're being recorded. So this could be all show.
Ist der Mund nicht
But she
getrennt?
screams,
Ist
I
das
can't live
hier?
without her. I
Das
just
ist
got better for her,
unten.
Alfonso. I know, calm down, calm down, calm down. And I thought I could
Das ist hier.
I thought I was hurting her feelings, seeing my mother being so useless, so broken, but I just couldn't cope with so many of the things. Indicating that Rosario truly cared for Assunta, and Alfonso knew the best way to hurt her was to hurt Assunta. Another point netizens
Das
bring up
hier.
is in the jailhouse calls. There is a
Hier.
part where Rosario asks Alfonso if he went out at all. Netizens argue she could be doing this to make them both look innocent, but she does seem very
Das kann
serious.
zusammen.
Let me ask you something, Alfonso. You didn't go out the whole afternoon? No, not at all. You have my word of honor. I didn't go out. Are you sure? You have my word of honor. And I know that Assunta wrote a strange poem about Rosario, but she also wrote other ones. One is just titled Charo, which is an abbreviation of Rosario, and it reads, my mom is called Charo and her hair is short. She is thin and her hair is black, and she is beautiful. She does my ribbons for me, and she is a good person. She loves me a lot. But there are a lot of plot holes to this one, like all the other shady stuff Rosario did, and just the fact that Rosario must have known that Assunta was being drugged, no? Her teacher straight up told her about it. Then we have the next theory. Rosario has a mental break, and Alfonso is guilty of pedophilia.
Das sieht
So
aber
they
nicht so aus,
just
als wäre das fertig
support
unwrapped.
each other, and they don't rat each other out.
Das ist vielleicht,
Rosario
das
has a
ist
mental
die
breakdown,
Nase. Ach,
snaps,
das ist die
kills Assunta
Nase.
without much
Dann
premeditation.
macht das Sinn.
But
Das
that
ist
doesn't
hier
explain the 3 months
vorne.
of her being
Hier,
drugged.
okay.
So that's when Alfonso comes in. He's been drugging Assunta for the past 3 months because she keeps remembering things about previous assaults, perhaps. And Rosario ends up killing Assunta because she
Ich
is
habe halt keine
overwhelmed.
Texttools.
And Alfonso can do nothing once he's arrested because
Ich stehe hier
the
drauf.
truth is he did something worse than murder, which is allegedly, routinely, methodically essay his daughter.
Okay,
Now,
Texttool
Assunta
habe ich
did
noch
write
nicht
a
auf der
poem once, and it
Version.
reads, her smile is brilliant as the sun,
Das könnte
her
mir
mouth
jetzt
deep
ein
and
bisschen
beautiful. She
helfen.
loved the light green and white cabbage, and also bright white cocaine.
Whoa.
So this is about a woman who is struggling with cocaine addiction, and Assunta is 12, so people believe perhaps her mom was struggling with more than just, anxiety. But it's not a perfect theory for a lot of other reasons. Then we get into the next theory. The parents wanted to drug Assunta to make her easier to handle, but they accidentally overdosed her on drugs, and now they have to appear like a stranger killed her, which would explain the orange cord. The orange cord is a very strange part of this story because it was used to tie Assunta up, but then it's cut and placed next to her body in the woods. Why? Who goes the extra mile of cutting it? Because that's more DNA you could leave. That's more evidence you could leave. And if you cut it, why wouldn't you just take it with you? It's just very bizarre. So maybe they're trying to
Lip-Sync
make the
Add-on,
crime
nee,
scene
brauche
look
ich
like
ja
a bizarre
nicht. Ich
murder.
brauche Textur.
So it's an accidental overdose, but they try to make it look
War
like a
das hier
murder, so
nicht
they do all these
kurz
bizarre things, like with the orange cord. But it just feels really dumb and careless, because why would they leave the same orange cord in the
Texttool,
vacation home
Blende
restroom?
Add-ons.
Also, the thing with this theory is that it could be argued that Asanta is 12 and known to be very responsible.
Prompt.
I don't think that even if she was left home alone, she would do all these crazy things. It's not like she's 5 and
Ist
could
das für
accidentally
die
burn the house down.
4.1,
Some people think that maybe they were drugging her so that Rosario could go hang out with her Mr. Manuel Garcia, but others argue it wasn't necessary to keep Asanta asleep while her parents were out, because, I mean, there's so much evidence of Rosario going on week-long business trips with Manuel. It doesn't seem like she needed to drug Asanta to keep her calm so that she could go hang out with her man. Additionally, the autopsy states that she did
Steht
not
die
just overdose, she
Version
was
nicht dabei.
asphyxiated, and 27 is a lot for an accidental overdose. So the next theory is that strangers killed Asanta. Alfonso said the orange
Ach,
twine
mit
was used by
Blende
the
3?
guardians of the property,
Weiß nicht,
trying to
ob die
open
jetzt
the
noch
door for somebody else being
die
involved. Now,
funktionieren.
side note, they are unable to say if that orange cord from the bathroom is the same orange cord that was found near Asanta. There is the possibility that it is. The chemical composition is the same, but they can't match like the thread fibers of where it was cut. And it's a pretty common cord that's used in Spain. So they don't really know, but the whole theory with strangers doing this, there's no motive, and the lorazepam for the past 3 months doesn't make any sense. Then we have the last theory. The parents are innocent. This is probably the least favored theory, but Rosario's psychiatrist believes memory gaps, aka changes in her story to the police, are most likely from her dependence on lorazepam. They showed studies that prove long-term high dosage of lorazepam can lead to amnesia
3-2,
and
es ist halt
confusion.
nicht für die
And the stress
Neuen.
of her missing daughter likely added to it all. As for the photos, some people believe that it's just an unflattering photo of Asanta in the ballet costume. They say that she's just
Na, ich
exhausted
probiere es
after
einfach
her
mal, ob es
recital.
funktioniert.
She's not drugged. Her parents wanted to take a picture of her, and she didn't want to, so she's being a grumpy teenager, and she just looks at the camera annoyed. One comment about Alfonso's explicit video choices read, the dad's dirty secret was he was into porn, particularly Asian videos. Again, not that weird, nothing to be proud of, but it's not murderous.
But what about the 3 months of drugs? What about the weird break-ins and the lies, just all of it?
So their theory rests on that the drugs that Asanta is 12 and she seems to be writing about cocaine
scheint aber
usage, perhaps
funktioniert.
she was drugging herself and getting
Ich
into her
brauche
mother's
nämlich hier die
lorazepam. I don't like this theory for the
hier.
sole purpose of then explain why Alfonso was purchasing so much lorazepam right before her death. Like the coincidence doesn't make sense. And if you are a parent and Rosario is losing her mind and she's like, I don't know where my lorazepam is going.
Yeah.
You have a kid. I'm not going to go and get more lorazepam. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to investigate who is taking this lorazepam. Where is this lorazepam going? I'd put it under lock and key.
Wait, did they explain themselves?
They said, we don't know what that's about. We never gave her lorazepam. That's what they said.
Oh,
Ich
okay.
würde halt
So
gerne
then,
die
okay, that must make them sound
Saxel
more sus,
Density.
because they would have said, oh no.
Also
I think
wie
she took
wie
it.
groß ist das?
You know, I bought all of
Das
those.
müsste aber
and
das
they
hier
keep
sein.
going missing, so I think she like.
That would be a better, I agree. And then with the whole break-in thing, people are saying their biggest fault is they care too much about what people think about them.
That's insane.
Yeah, I think that's bizarre.
That's against human behavior. Someone broke into your house, and you're like, oh, let's
Don't
not
judge
let
me.
people find out.
Yeah. None of our Spanish researchers told us any cultural context of that being a weird thing.
Yeah.
So maybe they are innocent of murder, just because I never say never, right? But one netizen comment reads, hard to say based on the available evidence, but the fact that they drugged the child was irrefutable, and that alone was appalling enough for them to deserve the sentence that they got. All the
What
theories...
sentence did they get though?
Oh, we're gonna get there.
Oh, okay.
All the theories get very confusing and messy, made even more confusing by the fact that October 30th, 2015, the court found the parents guilty and sentenced them to 18 years in prison. So in Spain at the time, you could not get more than, I believe, 20 years because it was inhumane. But now they've extended it, you are gonna get life for killing a child.
Oh wow.
Both tried to appeal their convictions, which was overturned. And then November 18th, 2020, one of them was found dead in their cell. Rosario was found with a fabric belt around her neck. She was unresponsive, and this was her third attempt. Some netizens believe it was genuine remorse or guilt that killed her for what she did or didn't do. Other netizens say it's just that she was unable to live with the consequences of her own actions. So this whole case, I mean, there's just so many unanswered questions, aside from the obvious ones, right? There are also the small random questions of, where did her shoes go? Why was she found barefoot? If all of her shoes are accounted for in the house, then wouldn't that answer something? Why would they keep a safe in a 12-year-old girl's room? Because they were like, they broke in to get the safe in Asunta's room July 4th. Why are they drugging her? Why did Rosario get an obituary for Assunta every single year on the anniversary of her death? Is it genuine sadness over her daughter, or is it narcissism? It read, Assunta Yang Fang, in memoriam, I will always love you, Mom. Meanwhile, Alfonso is still in prison defending his innocence. He said to a former colleague and reporter, a friend of his, what was really hard, what was torture, was losing Assunta. You can put up with everything else I tell you. I get by. Of course, I'd prefer to be free on the outside, but it's not so bad. Lots of things have happened, and I have suffered. You know, people are disgusting, like all those repulsive people who gathered in the street to call me a murderer. I can't even stand to think of it. Those people and others who are on television and in the media talking about me as if they knew me well, as if they knew something about my life. They don't have the slightest idea. It is madness. He later said this before Rosario died. When I regain my freedom, I have the firm intention of disappearing. No one will ever hear from me again, not even Rosario. I have only one reason to stay alive, which is none other than to be a free man again and reunite with my little girl. Never before. In fact, I've already thought about how and where. I just don't know when, but everything comes eventually. Insinuating he's going to self-exit to join Assunta. After Rosario was found dead, he wrote his plans to die as well so he could be next to his little bird, Rosario, whom he loved so much. Alfonso is due to be released in 2033. But he is eligible to leave prison for a few hours a day for work and personal appointments starting in 2025. I don't think he's going to get approved, but we'll see. Adoptions from China have gotten much more regulated, much more intense, and for a while, China did not let many families from Spain adopt after the Assunta case. Whether it's a coincidence or not, it just seems like the numbers really depleted.
Wow.
After Assunta's death, there were a lot of talks in the media about her being this protege child, this genius, a kid that could have grown up to save the world one day. And the author of the book asked one of the teachers, very quietly and very politely, is it true, or are they exaggerating it after her death because, you know, everyone lights up the room once they're gone?
No.
And the teacher smiled at him and said, it's all true. She really was an incredible girl. And that is the case of Assunta. Let me know your thoughts. Did you watch the Netflix documentary? Because I feel like they went into maybe 2 of the popular theories. There's like 50 theories. There's so many theories. What are your thoughts? What do you think makes the most sense? And do you think it matters how corrupt maybe the judge and the prosecutors were versus how guilty the parents seem? Is there a correlation? Does that mean they should get a retrial? Or do you think, no, like it's so clear they're guilty, it doesn't matter regardless? Let me know your thoughts. And be safe. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Congresswoman Floor had a lot going for her in terms of voter appeal. So her whole identity, her whole branding to the general public was a politician's dream. She nailed every single demographic and hit back at every single objection there was. Sure, she's a woman, but Fleur de Lis, she was in a career-driven professional. She was maternal. She had 55 adopted children.
Lol, das sind viele.
55. Her whole political campaign was for advocating for children's rights, and it just came naturally to her. People respected her for it. Fleur had a stable marriage to a pastor named Anderson, so she's got the relationship. They lived in a huge gated compound with like dozens of their adopted children. It's the perfect family. And additionally, Fleur herself, she was a pastor too. She had 6 mega churches. She held sermons every single Sunday without skipping a beat. And she's a gospel singer that sold over 10 million copies of her album.
55 Kinder, irgendwie politisch unterwegs.
She's got the ideal image for someone that you would want to represent you. She's ballsy. She goes up against the local gangs. She's not scared to speak her mind and demand the government do the right thing. The only thing that's standing in the way of her career, it seemed, were these pesky rumors that just like would never quiet down. Rumors about how Congresswoman Fleur and her husband's life was interesting. Whispers about how the two had a very intense, intimate life, which is fine considering that they're, you know, married and they have a family, right? What's the big deal? It was a lot darker than that. There were reports of people saying that the couple were spotted at clubs, swingers clubs specifically, where couples show
Als
up with
Pastor halt
masks
nicht so
and just start swapping partners
gemütlich,
while
aber
everybody,
shit, Hilfe,
including
so
their
ja.
own husband and wives, they watch. And again, nobody is judging that, but when you're a congresswoman and a pastor, like these types of rumors, they're going to be taken a lot more seriously. It's rumored the couple were such frequent visitors of these clubs that they even had their own private room that they would go to and sometimes even bring their own friends. Friends that were influential people in the religious or political space. So the rumor is intense, but more sinister than that was the rumor that the couple would show up to these swingers clubs with their own adopted children. It's alleged that they were at one of these parties on June 16th, 2019. The congresswoman and her husband were out until about 4 in the morning. Security cameras show them pulling up into their gated compound back home. They're getting back home from their little date. Anderson, the husband, is driving, and Congresswoman Flora was in the passenger seat, relaxing, playing a mobile game called Pet Rescue. It's very similar to like Candy Crush. They pull into their gated home. Anderson parks the car, and he tells his wife, "Hey, I think I'm gonna sit in the car real quick to finish up a few quick emails before heading in." I mean, I imagine that it's really hectic in their house with that many kids. So maybe this is the only quiet space that he has.
They live with 55 kids?
I think they live with like 30 at a time. Because a lot of them had grown up and moved out. And Flora nodded. She slipped out of the passenger seat, slipped off her heels, and started walking into their house. She turned around before she closed the door behind her and looked at her husband and said, "Don't forget to close the gate." She smiled, went into the house, and beelined it for one of the kids' rooms. Earlier, when they were pulling into the house, she said that one of the kids' lights was on. They have church tomorrow, and it's 4 in the morning. What are they doing still up? So she opens the door, and it's not even one of her adopted kids. It's her grandson, Ramon. So there's like multiple generations in this family. There's a lot going on. And she's scolding him, like, "What did I tell you about staying up late?" And all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Rapid fire gunshots going off, and it sounds really, really, really close by. Back to back to back gunshots. Boom, boom, boom. The kids in the house, they all wake up from it. They're scrambling. Flora is running downstairs screaming. 3 of the kids would run out of the house, and that's when they saw their father, Anderson, on the pavement with like 30 wounds to his body. He had been shot about 18 times.
Why is it 30 shots?
Sometimes the bullet will go in from the side and exit. So the exit wounds are considered wounds. And most of the wounds were focused on his private parts. There was a lot of blood everywhere. The house goes into full-blown chaos. Kids are screaming, "Call the authorities!" Some of the kids, they're standing frozen. They're so speechless. Some of them are sobbing on the ground. You can't even tell them, "Come on, do something." They're inconsolable. Congresswoman Flora was being held back from all the doors and windows in the house by her adopted children. Whether they were concerned for her safety or whether they knew that her husband was dead on the pavement outside and didn't want her to see that, it's unclear. But in a 911 call, one of the kids tells the operator, "From what I saw here, Anderson's gone. He's gone. He's dead." The kids decided that they still don't want to just wait for authorities to show up. They spring into action and they lift their father's body from the ground into the car. They drive him to the hospital, but it seemed likely that everyone there that in the house that night, they already knew that Anderson, their dad, he was dead. Daniel is the couple's only biological son. He was one of the first to get to the hospital. He was in the car that drove their father Anderson there. And he's sitting in the waiting room, and in walks his mother, Flora. She had come in a separate car. And she demanded, all the hospital staff, "I need to see my husband. I need to see my husband right now." She's begging the nurses to take her to him immediately. And the nurses look down at their feet, and they tell her, "I'm sorry, Congresswoman Flora, but he's gone. There's nothing that they can do." Flora's husband was dead. And she drops to the floor, screaming in shock. She's like, "This can't be. My husband, what is our family gonna do? My husband." Some of the kids are trying to comfort their mom, hold her. But Daniel, their only biological son, he just watched. And he just thought, it was so odd, her reaction. Because they already knew that dad was dead. There were messages on Flora's phone about how she wanted one of her 55 adopted children to kill her husband for her. And Anderson was not just Congresswoman Flora's husband. He was her adoptive son.
Max.
So he's not the husband?
She adopted him and then married him.
And then she wanted to kill him.
Allegedly. And his murder would blow the door open right into Congresswoman Flora's home.
Ja.
There will be allegations of
Vielleicht muss ich die Folge
abuse
auf einzeln
between mother
machen.
and son, father and
Das ist
daughter,
ein großer
even between
Unterschied.
adoptive siblings, sister and brother. There are allegations of dark magic being used, rituals, sacrifices being held to gain status, money, fame, power. This is one of Brazil's most controversial cases, the case of Flor de Lis, Mother Flower.
Ja, oder verdoppeln.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Center for Missing and
Obwohl, es ist
Exploited
nicht schlecht, wenn
Children.
der
Their
Kopf
focus is on finding missing children,
deutlich.
reducing child exploitation, and the prevention of child victimization. They have been dedicated in their fight to protect children from all angles and is currently one of the most trusted and reliable nonprofits for children experiencing abuse. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators while they focus on shedding light on stories from all over the world. And we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. And with that
Kann
being
man das
said, before we
irgendwie
dive into
ordentlicher
today's story,
machen?
we had a ton of members on our team working on this. We had 6 people working on this case alone. It is a behemoth of a case, genuinely. We had 3 translators who spoke Portuguese help assist with gathering of the data on this one, but it is still an incredibly complicated, controversial case. There's probably at least like 100 people involved, either directly or indirectly, probably in the hundreds, if I'm being honest. There's constant contradicting statements, contradicting sources. Everyone seems to have their own perspective and reasoning for what they say truly happened.
Konnte man nicht irgendwo
Our
auch
researchers
nochmal
tried to refer
gucken?
to the more trustworthy sources as much as possible, so court documents, official documentaries, testimonies, to make the whole process as accurate as possible. But when you have that many people involved with their own story of what really happened or what they believed happened, it's just gonna get really, really messy very quickly. So as always,
Na,
please let us know
ich
in the
nicht.
comments if something was lost in translation, miscommunicated, or if you have any additional things that you know about this case.
Ja, guck mal, ob ich
And a
hier...
quick disclaimer. 2 disclaimers. Okay, so this case takes place in Brazil, and one of our researchers actually lives in Brazil, so we try to get as much of like the cultural context as possible. But just a reminder, whenever we talk about other countries, let's not throw stones from our glass houses. It seems like every country has essentially the same problems, just in varying degrees. But just to be extra clear, anything we talk about today is not a reflection on the Brazilian people as a whole. This is a case where there's a lot of religious talk. This is also not representative of Christianity as a whole. And since we're at it, there is a murder victim in today's case that was later accused of doing some really, really heinous things like assault. If these allegations are true, he should have been held to the highest punishment of the law and sentenced in the court system. But instead, he was murdered. And I know it sounds a bit simpler when I state it like that, but like, trust me, this case is anything but simple. There has been so much doubt created by the public on some of the SA claims, but it's not because the public doesn't want to believe the victims, but it's just really complicated. It seemed like at that point when these claims were coming out, everybody had their own motive to talk about certain things, so just keep it in mind. And with that being said, let's get into it. It's stated that if you wanted to control someone in Congresswoman Flora's home, this is what you would do. You would grab a pot, fill it with some honey, melon, and crystal sugar. Perhaps bring it to a simmer, cooking up all the intention and energy. And then you place in 2 slips of paper, one with your name, the controller, and then the name of the person that you want to control. You just want to do everything. You want to think a thought, and they'll do it, like a robot, like a brainless zombie. And then you add in a piece of sentimental jewelry inside the pot. You light a candle, and for 7 days, you pray about the intention. You pray about how you will be able to dictate everything that they think, control every thought, every emotion, every action that this person has. That is how you get to control someone. But a lot of people, at least many of Flora's adopted children, would argue that this is bordering on dark magic. And they were confused. They had been adopted by Congresswoman Flora, who is a pastor, and they're sitting there like, why is she performing rituals right now? Flora would sit them down and say, rituals had always been a part of Christianity, but they've been lost in history. They weren't written down in the Bible. Flora took these rituals very, very seriously. It said that she would lock her adopted children into dark rooms for 21 days straight to isolate them. The door would only open twice a day to slip in some food. And her kids, her adopted kids, they felt like they were going crazy. But she told them, keep praying. This was to purify them. Other times, it said that she would have them all stand in a circle, all of her adopted kids. She would hand out knives, make them cut their palms, draw blood, and write Bible verses in their own blood. Other allegations included Congresswoman Flora having sexual relations with others under the pretense of cleansing them with her seemingly dark magic powers. One man said he was certain that Flora had black magic in her body. When she was engaging in these intimate relations, he said it felt like he was in a trance, like he wasn't involved with a human. He was doing something intimate with a divine being. It was like an out-of-worldly experience. It said that Flora also believed in a deeper ritualistic meaning of certain objects. She would have wealthy businessmen come over, and if they confided in her that they wanted to be even more successful in the upcoming year, she would have them get naked, sit on an apple with honey drizzled on top of it. There would be multicolored strings attached to the apple, and this was all for enlightenment, all for good luck.
I'm sorry, they're sitting on a apple.
Covered with honey.
And that's it. That's what they're doing.
And taking pictures of it.
And they're naked.
Yeah. So, which side note, I don't want to make it seem like something is wrong with these practices. I'm not exactly sure how to categorize them. I mean, in this context, people call them dark magic. I'm not sure if that's the right categorization. I don't think anything's inherently wrong. I think that everyone should feel free to practice whatever they want, as long as nobody gets hurt, everybody's an adult, and no law is broken. But I think the negative connotation in today's case is that she's a pastor. She's supposed to be leading a group of people closer to a very specific faith that they believe in, yet in her free time, she's doing things that most Christians would probably faint at the idea of doing. So I guess it's more of the misalignment than anything. Another time, one of the adopted kids stated that she walked into a room and Congresswoman Flora's husband was standing in the middle of a chalk circle, like a circle on the floor.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's naked. And Congresswoman Flora starts talking, but it sounds more like a chant. She didn't really understand what was going on or what was being said, but it was very, very clear what Flora was trying to do here. Congresswoman Flora was trying to offer up her husband as a sacrifice.
And when you say husband, is that the adopted child?
Yeah, that she married. So when Congresswoman Flora's husband is found dead, the question came up for a lot of people. Was it really murder? Was he sacrificed? Was it black magic?
Okay,
Flora
yes.
said when she grew up, she always wanted to be a witch, just like her mom. Flora and her mom, they lived on the hill. So that might mean nothing for the people that live outside of Brazil. But in Brazil, there's a saying. There are people who live on the asphalt, and then there are those that live on the hill. If you were to see drone footage flying over parts of Brazil, that you would see these beautifully, well, if you don't really know the context, is beautiful, colorful homes built almost stacked on top of each other up the hills of Brazil. They're called favelas. And there's this picture of one of the favelas at night where there's just lights lining up the hill, and there's almost this serene beauty in the picture. It looks like LA, the Hollywood Hills lit up at night. It's the type of place that you would drive by and be like, oh, what kind of people live on a house at the top of the hill? But in Brazil, it's actually the opposite. On the hill is not where you want to be. There is no government, no zoning, no building codes, no law. The houses are built typically from scrap or stolen materials, and depending on the favela, some of them don't have basic infrastructures in place like sewage networks or even clean water. Some have stated that favelas are some of the most dangerous places in all of Brazil. In Rio de Janeiro alone, it's estimated that almost 2 million people live in these favelas around the city, and around 6% of the total population of Brazil live in favelas. And it's likely not a choice. Favelas are often associated with like extreme poverty. These are the people who are pushed out of the cities because they can't afford it. So they're forced into these favelas where there's an overwhelming presence of gang activity, trafficking, violence. And because of the social stigma that comes in living in a favela, it becomes impossible for these people to find work. because they're like, you live in a favela, you're probably associated with the gang. I would call favelas a city of extremes. Because there's no government oversight, you can see most extreme versions of bad and good just colliding in one place. So the bad being, favelas are run by gangs and arms gangs. They have all the power and influence. They are known to be ruthless, brutal. They will take civilians, stuff them into tires, and light tires on fire. Then you have the good, because this is a population that is not being helped by the government. They've really become community-centered. They're very creative on trying to build this home for kids that are coming up in the favelas. Civilians are inspired to take the hardships that they face, and there's actually a very strong artistic side in favelas. Like, you will see some of the most creative people in favelas. It's interesting. And parents of children, they don't have the means to even purchase soccer balls for their kids, but you still see kids running around the hill with a ball, and it's always made out of random scraps. Recycled bottles, trash, and they just rolled it up. It was fine as long as it rolls. And then right around them, you see kids not much older than them, who were probably kicking around a ball of cans not too long ago, and now they're walking around with assault rifles, and they're part of a local gang. So it's devastating to see two extremes existing all in one place on the hill. So for today's story, all of that's to say,
Ist halt blöd.
most people on the
Immer
hill,
wenn ich hier das
they
hier
had no
cutte,
money. And Flora's mom was one
das
of them.
sieht man
Flora's
dann.
mom, Carmosina, and her second husband, Francisco, they had 5 kids to feed. So every single night they would gather around, they would sit down for dinner, and the table would be empty. And when there is no food, it's time for the witch to come out. They called Carmosina, Flora's mom, the Witch of Little Crocodile. Now, I do want to make it very clear that the next series of events I'm going to tell you about, we have no proof that it happened other than people claiming it happened, so just keep that in mind. But everyone in Jacarezinho, otherwise known as Little Crocodile, one of the most dangerous favelas in Brazil, they said Carmosina, Flora's mom, had supernatural powers. So one night, it's pouring down rain. Most people, they retreated into their homes, and there's lightning, it's like flashing brightly. Everybody's kind of freaked out. There's this eerie aura. Carmosina and her kids, they're living in a house that has a Swiss cheese roof, basically. Just a ton of holes everywhere. So the minute that it rains, just drip, drip, water pouring in. They're running around setting up buckets and bowls, catching the rainwater, throwing it out the window, then putting it back so that it could refill. But that night, there's this pounding at their door. A neighbor. He's drenched in rain head to toe, begging Carmosina, you have to cure me of my terminal lung cancer. I'm gonna die. Carmosina agreed, let the man in, and started the ritual that night. She placed a chair in the middle of the room and told him, sit. Some people who knew her said that a lot of these rituals resembled exorcisms more than anything. She would start speaking in unknown languages and in a very low tone. Sometimes it sounded like she was almost growling or hissing. Carmosina's other 4 kids, they were terrified. Anytime their mom had a little ritual of sorts, they would go hide in their rooms. But Flor was fascinated. If anyone was peeking around the corner to learn and watch, it was Flor. She wanted to learn everything that her mom knew. But instead of like the low-pitched chants this time, it was more of like a high-pitched screaming Carmosina. Carmosina was yelling at the gods to rip the evil spirits out of this man because the evil spirits were the things that were making him sick. And then suddenly, a new hole opened up on the roof, and water just starts pouring down onto the man sitting on the chair. Carmosina's husband reached out to move the sick man, but she yelled at him, stop. The entities are curing him with the sacred waters. And Flora watched as the man started trembling, drooling as if he's in a trance, like his body was being taken over, and then like a switch flipped. He went from being so exhausted, so tired, barely being able to hold up his body weight. His eyes were bright. He was present, energetic. He jumped up from the chair like he's never been sick a day in his life. Prime health. And in the following weeks, people saw him skipping around the favela, riding his bike, looking very, very healthy. And everyone said, see, I told you, that witch knows what she's doing. Until the man died. So the day of the funeral, his wife and kids were a mess, crying over his casket, the man's wife and kids, crying over his casket, when another wife and kids walk in. They were a small family from the town over, and they came to pay their respects to their father and husband. So this man was living a double life. He had 2 wives and 2 families in 2 different towns. And Carmosina held her chest up and said, clearly, my ritual didn't work because his life was full of sin. That is something even I cannot cure. And everyone agreed. But there was kind of a question of like, who decides who has supernatural powers, right? Is that something that you're born with? Is that something that you learn? When did she even become a witch? Karmazina might say that it started when she was 17, and she bathed herself in her dead brother's blood. So in order to fully understand Flora's life and her dark magic allegations, we kind of have to understand her mom. Karmazina's life is very complicated, and it's said that everything that she learned in terms of dark magic, she passed on to Flora. And it was like the connection between mother and daughter, and also generational trauma. So Karmazina was forced to marry a man that she absolutely despised. He was the definition of evil. He would violently essay her, physically abuse her. He tried to kill her in the sense of just everything, emotionally, physically, just wanted her to die, basically. When Karmazina was beaten within like an inch of her life, she ran away from her husband straight to her parents, and instead of protecting her, her parents dragged her back to her husband's doorstep, and her mom got down and scolded her and said, "A man only beats his wife because he loves her. All of this is necessary. This is what's going to make you stronger later in life. So please, if you just do whatever he tells you to do, you're going to get beaten less and less." Karmazina was only 10 years old. After 7 years of this, almost half of her life, at 17, Karmazina finally runs away and goes to live with her brother. So this is Flora's uncle. And Flora would never get to meet her uncle, but he was famous in the area. Before there was the witch of Little Crocodile, it was Flora's uncle. Stories said that he is the origin of the Flora's family's ties to the supernatural. People who knew him said if he cursed anyone, if he didn't even like you, your fate was sealed. You would die in the most tragic, painful way possible. That's how powerful he was. And that's how his own wife died. Karmazina's brother married a 15-year-old girl, and it said that right before their marriage, he wanted to purify her. And the process included locking his soon-to-be underage bride in a room for weeks. She was allowed to wear nothing but this white gown, and every single day the door would open and she would just get raw vegetables and drinking water. That's it. That's her diet. This is to purify her body. She's isolated all day, and then at night, Karmazina's brother would come in to purify her. He was assaulting her. This is even before they got married, and it's only going to get worse after marriage. So he's emotionally abusing her, telling her that she's never going to bear children because the entities he worshipped wouldn't like it. But what do you know? After years of being assaulted, she falls pregnant. She was so terrified, she tried to hide it because she knew that this wasn't going to end well. This was going to go against him. This is proof that he's wrong about something, that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And this is clearly a man that's not okay with being wrong. He finds out that his wife is 7 months pregnant, and his reaction is to beat her violently to force a termination of the pregnancy, and he allegedly sat her down, force-fed her herbal mixtures that would induce a miscarriage, which, she's 7 months pregnant. Whatever he's feeding her is very strong. She ends up getting extremely sick from it and passes. She ends up dying. But somehow, by some miracle, the child miraculously survives. And a series of tragic events were triggered. Karmazina's brother attempted to light his baby on fire. Karmazina saved the baby, her niece. Days later, Karmazina comes home to find her brother dead. At the front of his house, he was hung up like meat. In a butcher shop, sometimes they hang meat on strings. He was dismembered and hung up, and his body parts were on hooks and strings. Whoever did this to him, they knew a thing or two about his rituals because they drained him of his blood and stored it in like a vessel. What? So before he was dismembered, he was drained of his blood, it was put into containers, and then he was dismembered and hung up like meat. Karmazina, she had every intention of calling the police and alerting them of her brother's murder, but only after she bathed herself head to toe in her brother's blood, because she felt like that was the only way to transfer his powers onto her. And then she scooped up his baby daughter that she saved and fled. Laudesia would be Karmazina's adopted daughter, Flora's cousin and adoptive sister, and also her biggest enemy growing up. They hated each other as kids. So it could be said that Flora fell in love 4 times in her life before being accused of murdering her husband. Now we're talking about Karmazina's daughter, Flora, right? So Flora's first love was through proximity. Flora had this very innocent crush on her next door neighbor, Sandoval, and the not so innocent part of all of this is that she's 12 and he's 32. But this is a good learning lesson, you know? It's a good moment for all the adults, including Sandoval, to sit her down and be like, hey, you know, these are a lot of big emotions, but nothing's gonna come out of this, so you know what I mean? But instead, Sandoval, the 32-year-old, starts grooming 12-year-old Fleur. Obviously, so many things are wrong with this, and this is not the definition of love. I don't think I have to state the obvious. But Fleur's mom, Karmazina, knew about the grooming and imposed just one condition. She said, everything's fine. I'm going to allow this relationship as long as you do one thing for me. Fleur, you are not allowed to have any sexual relations with him before you get married, because that is a sin. Fleur listened to her mother. But 32-year-old Sandoval spent every waking moment that he had with Fleur like a little snake, manipulating her into believing it's only a sin if it's done traditionally. He convinced her that him seeing her did not count. Now, Laetitia, if you remember, the daughter of Fleur's uncle, the one that killed his wife and then was butchered like meat, yeah. Laetitia was one of the first people in the family to find out about Fleur's essay. She's 22 at the time, and she knew how bad this was. So she went to their dad, because Karmazina had remarried, and said, hey, listen, this is what's going on with Fleur. And her hope was that he would be so upset, and he would force Fleur to promise, I'm never going to see Sandoval ever again, so that Laetitia could have him to herself. She wanted Sandoval, but instead, their dad got red in the face, and he was screaming about how he was going to gather up all of his friends and go jump Sandoval and beat the living daylights out of him. Laetitia rushed to warn Sandoval that he had to escape, run away, because their dad would never stop looking for him, but she also wanted him to take her with him. Allegedly, he just looked at her and told her, you're too old for me, and ran off.
How old is she again?
22.
Wow.
He's 32. Flora's first love was through proximity. Flora's second love would be through grief. And right now, Flora's house was very tense. Her mom, Karmazina, and her second husband, they just weren't seeing eye to eye. She kept trying to tell him, do not go to that church trip. I had a dream that you're going to die in a car crash, and I told you that my visions are always very accurate. To him, he's like, this is nonsense. He's like waving his hand. He's going on that trip, and he's going to take their son with him, because this is, you can't just have dreams and then tell me how to live my life. Interestingly enough, Flora herself, she always went on these trips with her dad. But this time, she chose to stay home. And her mom just shook her head as she watched her husband and son leave. And she told Flora, I cannot go against God's will.
So she stayed because she believes her mom more than anything. Okay.
She thinks her mom is like a witch, is the belief, right? And it's like she knew that this would be the last time that she would see her husband, Karmazina. The church concert was a success. And they're all thinking, see, Karmazina isn't always right about everything. They pack into their cars and they start driving back home, and that is when a bus slams into the back of Flora's dad's car. It was really bad. Passerby stopped to check if everybody was okay, if anybody needed help. Authorities showed up to the scene, and thankfully, every single person was alive. Minor injuries, but alive. Police arrived at the scene. They're trying to organize everything. Who needs an ambulance, how to direct traffic. And in that moment, a car comes full speed straight towards them, crashing into the civilians that were standing outside the original car crash, killing 7 people, including Flora's husband and brother.
Das muss aber echt mal Pech sein.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Do we know what happened?
What do you mean?
Just a random, a car accident, purely?
Yeah, car accident. I mean, it's crazy that I'm sure after the first car incident, they were having shaken feelings of like, oh my gosh, what a close call. Maybe Karmazina was right.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting. On the day of Flora's dad's funeral, the pastor asked Flora if she could sing for the crowd gathered there. It was all very last minute, and Flora's like 14. She doesn't have a band or a mic. She really does have a beautiful voice, though. She sang a cappella, no mic, in the church, just her vocal strength. And everyone in attendance was moved. For her, her father's funeral was the first time that she felt some level of fame. And it seemed like she really, really liked it. It was her dad's funeral, where she would bump into a man named Paolo, her soon-to-be first husband. So the way that they met honestly sounds like a story for the movies. She's singing at her dad's funeral in front of the crowd. She is on like a podium, like a stage of sorts. And when she's done, she's so shaken from the nerves and the grief and like the sadness. And she looks around and there's a man standing next to the stage holding out his hand to help her down. She takes his hand. He hoists her off the stage, and then he disappears into the crowd. She doesn't see him for another 4 years until she's 18. She's on the church stage singing, and she locks eyes with the man in the crowd. It's the kind man that had helped her off the stage at her dad's funeral. And as she sang, he got up from the church pews. It's like both of them were in a trance. He starts making his way through the crowd, coming closer and closer to the front of the church, never breaking eye contact with her. Which, mind you, it sounds super romantic, but like she's singing a gospel right now, not a pop romantic song. It's a little interesting. He makes his way to the front of the crowd, and the rest was history. She married Pastor Paolo, who told her for the past 4 years he had been waiting to see her again.
How old is Pastor Paulo?
He seems old, yeah, for sure. I don't know for certain, don't quote me on it. I would imagine he was like in his 30s, and she just turned 18, so I don't think it was he was waiting 4 years to meet her again. I'm sure he knew exactly who she was, but conveniently now she's 18. They get married, they had 3
So,
children.
Einzelfall.
So Flora has biological children, Simone, Flavio, and Adriano. They will become very important to this case later, but we're gonna dive in later, right? Don't worry about
4
it.
kids.
She's gonna have another one with her second husband.
Okay.
So she's got 3 biological children with her first husband, Pastor Paolo. And these were probably the most normal years of Flora's life. But Pastor Paolo was convinced Flora was cheating on him. He said that he just couldn't do it anymore. Sure, divorce is bad in Christianity, but he cannot keep up with her appetite. That's what he said. She's just too much. Flora turned around and accused him of beating her. So it was kind of a mess that ended up in divorce and Flora taking her 3 biological kids and knocking back on the witch's door, her mom's door. Flora's first love was through proximity. Her second love was through grief. And now her third love would be through adoption. Flora, now she's in her 30s, like 32-ish, got 3 biological children. She's a single mom, and she's heavily involved in the churches in the favelas. She starts trying to do anything that she can to help. She starts bringing in kids from the favela to stay with her and starts informally adopting just any kid that needs help. Any kid that doesn't have present parents or food on the table, she's bringing them in. And this case is very interesting because she never formally adopts any of the kids. Legally, they are not her children. And this becomes an issue later because the police accuse her of kidnapping 55 kids. But as of right now, she's taking in random kids off the streets, telling them to call her Mother Flora, or Mother Flower, if you will. And she'd be like, "What's your name? Michael? Okay, why not today we start calling you Samuel?" She really liked names with some sort of biblical undertones. And one of the first few kids that she adopted was her biological daughter's 14-year-old boyfriend. So, you know, his name is Anderson Do Carmo, and this is very interesting. Even after being adopted by his girlfriend's mother, Flora, and moving in with them, Anderson still stayed in contact with his biological parents. So it's, you know, is it really like a full-scale adoption? Some of the kids were because they didn't really have parents around, or parents left them, or they were killed, or whatever it may be. But a lot of the kids, their parents still lived in the same town.
I see.
They would reside formally with Flora. They would eat her food. They would stay with her. They would call her mom, but they would still sometimes go see their biological parents. It's a very interesting setup. So that was the case with Anderson. He would go see them frequently, but it seemed like they just weren't really in the space to take care of him as a kid. Because when his girlfriend Simone, Flora's daughter, breaks up with him, he's desperately looking for some sort of emotional comfort. And allegedly, the rumor goes like this. After Simone broke up with Anderson, he said he wanted to go into the mountains to pray. He wanted to go soul search. But instead of going alone, he asked his adoptive mom, Mother Flora, "Can you come with me for guidance? I want you to, like, be there with me, comfort me." They went up the mountain as Mother Flora and adopted son, and they came down the mountain as girlfriend and boyfriend. Anderson was 14 at the time. Flora was 30 years old. This is her daughter's ex-boyfriend. Flora would later refute this and say, no, he was 18 by the time that we started dating, but there seems to be a lot of evidence that says otherwise. Allegedly, Flora was even briefly expelled from her church because, you know, pedophilia, but allegedly, she was allowed back in because a lot of the churchgoers were like, "I know what she did was wrong, but, like, she has a beautiful voice and we want to hear her sing." And that's when she found her 4th love. And maybe that 4th love had always been there, but Flora's 4th love and greatest love was herself. Flora loved being Mother Flower. She loved the idea of it. The mother of the nation, the mother of 50 children. She had this magnetic personality and charm to her it's just always been like that, though. I think charisma is one of those things, like, yeah, maybe you could learn it over time if you buy all these, like, self-help books online, but some people are just born with it. Growing up, Fleur would sit all of her family members down in the living room, and she would sing for them. And it was always the same 5 songs on repeat, but she expected every single one of them to be at full attention and gasp in unison, like this is the first time they've ever heard her hit that note. Which I will say, she is an incredible singer. She has this amazing soulfulness to her voice, which is great for gospel music. You know, it's just Fleur, since the day she was born, she knew she was someone special. And there are a lot of different sides to Fleur. So at first glance, she's Congresswoman Fleur, Pastor Fleur, Wife Fleur, and Mother Fleur. It's like she has 8,000 lives. Her political career, it started with a vision. She told this story a lot on the campaign trail. She said that she woke up one morning with the most vivid dream. She sat up and she started telling her husband, Anderson, about it. I was alone on the road, and all these papers were just on the floor, on the street. Just stacks of white paper, newspaper. And all of a sudden, the wind blew, and the stack of papers came up in slow motion, and they were just floating. They weren't falling back down. They were just floating, levitating in the air. So she grabs one, and she holds it in her hand, and she starts reading it. And it was a picture of herself and 4 numbers. These were flyers for her running for the National Congress in Brazil. And she said, God was telling me to run for office. And that's what she did. She told this story on the campaign trail a lot, and she talked about her family life in great detail also. So her main cause as a politician was to shorten the adoption process. She said, as a mother of 55 adopted children, in this process in Brazil, it's so bureaucratic. There's so much nonsense. If a child is in need of a loving home, they should be able to get that soon, not in a few years when the government decides the paperwork is good enough. There are, at any given point, 9,000 children up for adoption and 40,000 couples looking to adopt. So why are there still kids in the foster care system? Doesn't make sense. Because this cause was so closely tied to Fleur's life, for the listeners, it didn't feel like another politician making empty promises that probably had no real interest or connection to the cause.
Sie will es
Her
noch
whole
einfacher haben,
image
Kinder zu
of being a
adoptieren.
mom
Hat ja noch
was
nicht
so
genug.
fitting that it won her the seat. Congresswoman Fleur made history as the most voted woman in the state with over 196,000 votes. During her time as Congresswoman, she strongly advocated on behalf of children looking to be adopted and children's rights in general. People saw her as an inspiration. Then there is Woman of God Fleur. She opened up 6 churches. She's doing this all at once, okay? She's got 55 kids, she's a congresswoman, and now she's opening up 6 churches. She was a pastor, saying at every single service. She attracted typically a very wealthy and influential crowd, which brought in around $500,000 of offerings every single month.
Wow, so she is doing really good
She's
on
a-
surface, right?
She's a celebrity.
She's a celebrity.
She's a very well-known politician, but also a celebrity. She is a gospel singer, signed with a record, produced gospel music. She would have concerts where tens of thousands of people would show up to listen to her sing. I mean, she's internationally recognized for her gospel music. She even did a U.S. tour. She was here in Miami, New York, went to Europe afterwards. She was everywhere. Yeah.
Wow.
Then there was a side of her that she called Wife Fleur, and she would always joke about her marriage. She talked about the way that she and Anderson fell in love, and she would, it is kind of like a politician. It's very polished. She said, Anderson started by having great admiration for me. Then it became love. And then we got married, and 3 months later I gave him 36 children. And she would laugh this big, hearty laugh. And you know that she's told that line before, but it was endearing. During interviews, Anderson would look at his wife with so much love, so much respect, and he would say, I fell in love at first sight, and I knew that to win Fleur's heart, I would have to get involved in the work that she's doing. When I married her, I knew that I married all the crazy things too.
I'm assuming he's off age now, right? He's
Yeah.
like 20s?
Eventually, like 30s, yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, so this went on for a minute.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. They were together for like 30 years.
What?
So, he said that's when he started helping Fleur look after the teenagers and kids in need during the weekdays. Then there was Mother Fleur. When it came to being the mother of the nation, Fleur said a big part of why she wants to help others is she grew up in the favela herself. She said the favela's people are still forgotten, still being ignored. And it was by walking the alleyways of the favela that I saw the harsh reality of children and teenagers being swept up into drug trafficking. That's why she said she adopted, even when she had nothing. So at this point, she's really rich. But back then, she wasn't. She said that she would work all these odd jobs, cooking lunches for random security companies, stitching patches for military uniforms. She would eat less food so that she could give the children more food. She would use all of her money to help children. Her grocery receipts were like 5 feet long all the time, and that was her hard-earned money. She barely had money. But she was willing to do it because if it wasn't her, the gangs would take the children. That's what she said. She said it's not easy. Do you know how hard it is to work 12 hours a day, come home, change diapers, bottle feed infants, take kids to doctor's appointments, make sure the kids are staying out of harm's way? It's a 24-hour job and then some. And she said it would have been so impossible without Anderson or even the older kids helping.
Yeah, I mean, that's you have to vote for someone like that.
Yeah, and she had a lot of really touching stories. So one night, according to Flora, she made one of her biggest adoptions to date. She was in bed, exhausted, after a long day of looking after the kids, and she heard a knock on the door. She already has like 20 kids, okay? She drags herself to the door. 37 children staring at her. Flora was living in a 2-bedroom house that was already packed with at least a few dozen people. And now 37 kids are looking for a home. Where are they going to sleep in this 2-bedroom house? Where are they going to shower? Who's going to pay for the electricity bill, the water bill, the food, the clothing, everything? Flor closed the door briefly to think about it, and her mom, Carmozina, and Anderson looked at her and they said, like, we know better than to tell you no, right? But, like, this is dangerous. Technically, it's not just about helping children. These kids, they could have gang associations. This could be a death sentence for you, Flor. They could try to steal from you. There's a potential that this could backfire and you could get hurt. Her mom and her husband, they try to reason with her. Like, this isn't going to be easy. You can't just let your emotions run your life. Like, think logically. You have to be responsible for that many children. Think of the never-ending stress. Flora said in that moment, it was clear as day what she needed to do. She needed to be Mother Flower. A senator once said about Flora, each adoption that Flora and her husband have made is a story that can be used to write a reference book about what love truly is. Every single kid at one point wanted to be loved and adored by someone like Mother Flora, but Flora wanted them to prove their love first. A lot of the adopted kids said that it felt like a constant competition between the adopted siblings to be Flora's favorite. They had to go through a bunch of strange, unusual rituals and requests to try and get Flora to even notice them. Allegations came out later that Flora, quote, initiated the kids into the family, kind of like a cult. That's an opinion, not a statement of fact. She would have them change into an all-white outfit, allegedly, and she would throw them into a dark room for weeks. Some of the kids stated that they weren't allowed to do anything. The door would open, slide in some raw vegetables and water, and that was it. Does this remind you of anything? The more sinister allegation was that at night, these kids would have to, quote, perform for Flora. Again, if that sounds familiar to you, that's what Flora's uncle, the origin of the family's supernatural powers, that's what he did to his 15-year-old, quote, bride. Now, once released from that room, the child would be sorted into their appropriate team. The house was divided. The kids said that there's A team and B team. The A team consists of all the biological kids. Anyone who came out of Flora directly, they were on the A team. And then a few of the adopted kids would find their way in there. These were the gifted kids. The A team is where you wanted to be. They quite literally ran the house. They had their own bedrooms while the other kids practically slept on top of each other in crammed bunk beds, crammed into tiny, tiny rooms. You could always tell who was on the A team during meal times. Everybody else would get the same diet every single day of like the cheapest foods in stock. But the A team, they would sit there and eat steak, French fries. Those were the coveted foods. They had a refrigerator filled to the brim with snacks. But it was locked. And only members of the A team had the key. Even if B team kids were starving, they wouldn't get any food. Sometimes food would expire and it would be thrown out.
Do the team ever change?
So the biological kids always stay on A team. The adopted kids, a few of them make it onto A team, but they can easily be swapped. They're
So
basically...
you have to earn your way there. Okay.
And keep your way there. Yeah. Neighbors stated that once Flora's career career took off, some of the Flower kids, they were really well taken care of. New clothes, well fed, always seen at hair salons, spas, getting facials, massages. Like, they never had to work a day in their lives. They lived like Nepo babies. But the other Flower kids, the B team, they would be seen walking around hungry, wearing shoes that were 2 sizes too big, 2 sizes too small. They're constantly working nonstop all day, all night to, quote, pull their own weight and contribute to the family's expenses. They had to hand over most of their money to Flora and Anderson. And if they didn't, it was alleged that they would get beat with a baseball bat. They didn't look like the kids on interviews with Flora and Anderson. One of the adopted sons says, "When you're against Flora, you're the literal devil." It was Team A and Team B, the team of good and the team of evil. Some of the kids stopped seeing her as Mother Flora, but instead they saw her as like a Venus flytrap. They said if you've ever seen a Venus flytrap in person, they don't really look scary. If anything, they look intriguing, unassuming, right? Venus flytraps, they lure the unsuspecting prey by secreting a nectar. It's a sweet nectar. It's like sweetness. And then when that unsuspecting innocent prey makes their way into the jaws, the Venus flytrap slowly closes, strangling it, suffocating it, digesting it, absorbing it. And when no prey landed on her front doorstep, it said that Flora would go looking for them. Flora didn't just bring in children living on the street with no family. Sometimes she would see a kid on the street and think, okay, that kid's gonna be mine. That kid's coming home with me. She would walk up to families on the street and beg them to take their child. And she would tell them, I promise to give your kid a better life than you can provide. To a degree, it almost seemed like she was trying to lure kids to her house. She would tell all of her other adopted kids, like, go tell your friends how fun it is at Mother Flora's house, go, go, go. She would have these big arcade games that she would buy at her house, and then they would run off and, like, tell everybody, there's no rules here, come, come. So a lot of these kids, they would leave their family, just run away to go live and be adopted by Mother Flora. And it's very strange to think about it. If these kids were ever running errands with Mother Flora, out and about, they would be like, Mom, calling on the street. And if their real biological mom sees that interaction, that's just so strange to me, that their real biological parents are there, and yet they're being called new names. They're calling another woman mother. It's odd to say the least. In hindsight, to a lot of people in Brazil, it started to feel like her goal, Flora's goal, was to have as many, quote, adopted children as possible, make that her whole identity, her whole branding, and start gaining some sort of adoration, respect, and love from the community. Not to mention, Flora was a very magnetic character on camera. So once people found out that she had 55 kids, she made informally adopting children her whole personality. Yeah, some of her adopted children came forward later to state that she would come up with these tragic backstories for their lives. They would be introduced on television like, oh, everybody meet Michael. His mom was killed in a plane crash and his dad died tragically in the river, and all 5 siblings were kidnapped by a local serial killer. And they're sitting there like, my family literally lives down the block. Clearly, that's an exaggeration, but she really did go around saying that, like, she fished some of the kids out of the dumpster. One story that she practically built her whole political career off of was Flora was walking around the favela when she heard a kid being tortured by a gang. They were going to kill the kid, and she knew it. So she rushed over, and one thing that you know about the favelas is you do not mess with the gang. Like, that is a death sentence. You don't stand up to them. Even if you look at them the wrong way, you could be killed. So I was trying to, like, go down the rabbit hole of favelas, and I saw some YouTubers had vlogged in favelas, right? And someone had commented, there is an unspoken rule in favelas. You don't hit on any woman in a favela, because you don't know if that woman is the object of affection by a gang member. And even just saying something nice to her could get you killed. Like, that's how easily you can piss off a gang member, okay? So she said, I'm gonna stop this gang from killing this kid. She rushed over, saw a little boy, 13 years old, bag covering his face, bloody, bruised up, there's a gun, assault rifle pointed at his head. He was about to be executed. This is the gang that runs the favela. She stands in between the gun, the kid, and the gang, and says, absolutely not. I don't care who you think you are. I'll be damned if you think that you're gonna hurt a kid in front of me.
She's not scared of the revenge or consequences from the gang?
Yeah, that's a whole thing that comes into play later. So she said that she put her own life on the line and said, you know what, gang? If he messes up and tries to get in your territory, you come after me and you kill me instead then. I'm going to take responsibility for this kid. This story was a guaranteed crowd mover. She told it with so much passion, even when it was people's 5th time hearing it, they'd be bawling. They'd be crying. And remember the story of the 37 children that showed up at her door? There was more to Flora's over-the-top heroic story. She claimed that the 37 kids who showed up at her door were survivors of a massacre. The massacre of Candelaria was one of the biggest events, like tragic events in Brazil, and it was a targeted attack against children without homes. So more than 60 young kids were outside of a church in central Rio when a group of off-duty police officers opened fire on them, killing 8 of them. Side note, there are conflicting accounts of why police officers would want to go out and commit literal murder against children, of all people. There are 2 main accounts. One stated that the police had gotten into an altercation with some of these kids earlier, and this was revenge. The second theory was that they were paid to clear the city of, quote, street children. Either way, a lot of the children fled from the church terrified, and now they really have nowhere to go. Where is safe? Because if they're outside, who's to say that more off-duty police officers aren't just going to come around shooting them? They had nobody to talk to. Flora claimed 37 of them showed up at her door that night, and she took in the survivors of this infamous massacre. This story catapulted Flora into mainstream media in Brazil. News networks, TV shows, they all wanted to meet Mother Flora. They wanted to meet her 50 children. They were so curious about so many things, right? How do they live together? Do they take turns showering? How do they have enough food, right? How does one interviewer even ask Flora, how do you remember all their names? And she would laugh and she said, you know, it takes time. I have to stare at their cute little faces and repeat their names. But to me, that's nothing. You know, saving these children from a life of crime, trafficking, and drugs, that's what matters, you know? And she takes a lot of pride in not just adopting infants, but even teenagers who have, according to her, troublesome history, if you will. The whole messaging is, she's a savior. Now, Diane, her adopted daughter, said, between the adopted kids, there was a feeling that we were being used by Flora and Anderson. Flora never gave us affection or love. It was a house full of anguish and resentment. And in interviews, the family seemed perfect. All the kids looked like kids. They're laughing, happy, carefree. But many of them would later say, it was all an act. We were not happy. We were not well taken care of. Not only that, but there were allegations that they were being sexually assaulted by their own adoptive parents. After the kids were, quote, initiated into the family, Flora would bring them into a secret room that usually none of the other members were allowed into, and some of them claimed that she would perform, quote, rituals on them. Some of them alleged that they were pretty dirty when they came into the house because they didn't have access to a shower. So Flora would say, hey, I need to make sure that you're really clean. A lot of the adopted sons said that she would follow them into the bathroom and start assaulting them during the first bath. And if she liked it, then she would continue to assault them throughout this whole process. And if you tried to go up against it or say, hey, I don't think that we should be doing this, they would be kicked out of the house, allegedly. Other kids said, I don't know about the parental abuse, but a lot of the adopted kids were dating each other, and it was kind of strange. Like, there was always this very tension in the house between everyone. It didn't seem like a family unit. It just seemed more like a group of people, anyone could date anyone. It was just, they thought it was odd. Even kids as young as 10 were dating each other, and allegedly they claimed that Flora not only allowed this, but encouraged it, dating amongst her adoptive children. It was just strange. A lot of these allegations felt like it's nothing like a real family. Additionally, there were allegations that Flora would round up all the teenage, still underage girls in the house, all of her adopted daughters, and offer them up as playthings for politicians she wanted to impress. Or worse, pastors. You know, sometimes you have cases where there are no witnesses, no personal connections to the victim's life to follow, nothing. The lead is cold, dead end. You have nothing else to explore. You wish that you had 100 people who saw something or knew something, right? But with this case, the police said it was the exact opposite problem. There are too many people involved, too many perspectives, experiences, biases, motivations. And when someone is executed like that in front of their home, with most of the wounds to their private area, one thing is very clear. Someone had a very strong, very personal motive. After Anderson's murder, the kids were already divided into groups.
So, erstmal
The ones who
grob
thought
Farbe
nobody
drauf.
in their family had
Morgen
anything to
wird's
do with the
richtig
murder.
bunt.
The ones who thought someone in the family killed Anderson.
But nobody saw anything. Nobody saw the
Lola.
No. And just
Was
like
will sie
Flora,
denn?
Anderson had a lot of people who loved him. Anderson is also a very complicated person. I think this case gets really messy because
Ja,
people start
weil
accusing each
erstmal
other
blendet
of
durch
basically
und wir
everything.
häkeln noch ein
But
bisschen.
before the murder, Anderson was
Nehmen wir
very
mal wissen,
well
was
loved
da
in his
passiert.
community. And I'm not saying that The allegations of abuse didn't happen because he's loved in his community, but it just adds another layer of complication. He held his own sermons at church, and he was able to really motivate people, connect with them. People said that he was charming. It was endearing that he was also very passionate and dedicated to not only his kids, but to Fleur. So most community members, they had a positive association with Anderson, but some of his kids, they did not. Some of the kids stated, Anderson is not the person you think he is. They said Anderson's only goal in life was control. He wanted to control Fleur, their children, and especially their money. Some of the kids said, you would think that Fleur is the one in charge because she's technically the congresswoman and like the gospel singer, right? All of that, the mother of 50 children, right? Anderson is the one that's making all the calls. He's got brains, right? And as much as the kids despised him, they do give him credit. They're like, you know what? He is the reason that Fleur is successful in the first place. Some kids stated that to Anderson, we were all his numbers. Like, we're a business to him.
Oder Max seine
Would
Mütze.
grow up, move out, or run away, and once the numbers started going down in the house, he would go and fetch new kids to bring in. He's not really providing love. This is just to maintain their image of being the adoptive parents of the nation. They said allegedly he would beat the shit out of the kids, and the whole Mother Fleur branding was the only thing that mattered to him. So to the police, once they start digging, initially there's a lot of suspects. Maybe Fleur and Anderson were targeted by political opponents. Because, you know, they're controversial people.
Ja, die haben ihn wirklich der Halle geschossen. Ich glaube nicht, dass das politisch ist, sondern dass
so
mehr meint,
about how
ja, eine
dangerous the
Message
favelas have
dahinter.
been and how the gangs are like kidnapping children and doing horrendous things with them. Maybe they felt insulted that she's undermining their control there. It's not a far-fetched theory. It could be political, it could be gang-related, or it could be religious. Maybe it's a religious opponent who just thought that she's dabbling in dark magic allegedly while running 6 churches and they wanted her gone.
Ich glaube, erst war einer aus der Familie.
Was it someone closer to the family? Maybe someone even in the family. An expert would state that because Anderson's private areas were targeted, quote, there was a goal here to destroy everything there, an indication of sexual nature, rage, and to destroy everything that was there. A few of the adopted daughters would claim that Anderson would nonstop try to essay them.
Ja,
One of them would later
sowas in
tell
die Richtung.
officers, you know, Anderson deserved death. It seemed like a lot of people had motive, but only one person had a whole lot to gain. Congresswoman Fleur. She was questioned about the night of her husband's murder, and things just were not adding up. She denied having gone to a club that night by stating that a public figure like myself, I would never end up at a place like this. Even if she had gone there, at least she went with her husband, right? Instead of someone else's husband? Which is kind of an odd way of trying to convince someone that you weren't there. But regardless, she stated that she had actually gone to the beach. Again, we don't even know if this is true, if they had maybe gone to the beach after the club. But this is Fleur's version of events. And she claims it was just the beach, something that they would do often to get alone time away from the kids. So they're strolling around the beach, holding hands, giggling like they're teenagers in love. And then in this wild, spontaneous, romantic gesture, she said Anderson ran up to a chair on the beach, climbed on top, opened his arms, and screamed out loud for everyone to hear, I love you, Fleur-de-Lis, I love you. People were looking at him like he was insane, but she was just smiling because, you know, their romance was so intoxicating. She said they found a quiet spot, made love in the moonlight, then strolled around a while before making their way back to the car. This is when things start getting a bit strange. Fleur said on their way home, she noticed 2 motorcycles tailing their car. They were driving extremely slow, which is alarming. So there are a lot of motorcycles in Brazil, but they're usually all rushing to get to deliveries to their next destination. These motorcycles usually don't stay behind cars. They'll weave in between cars to get ahead. But there were 2 motorcycles just going below speed limit behind them, not moving in the same direction as them. She thought it was weird. She started paying attention to it because, you know, they live in a city where there was an uptick in crime rates. But after a little while, the motorcycles took a turn and vanished. So she didn't think anything of it. 4 a.m., they get to the house. The streets are quieter. No motorcycles in sight. Her husband said that he wanted to work in the car a little bit longer, so she went in herself to check on the kids. Her grandson, Ramon, was still awake, and she was busy scolding him when she starts hearing the gunshots. Now, she stated that originally she wasn't really that freaked out. Gunshots are not that uncommon in this neighborhood. She went back to talking to her kids, but then a few things started popping up in her mind. She said, 1, why were there so many gunshots fired? It sounded like at least 6. 2, why did it sound so close and so loud? And 3, where is Anderson? She said she started to realize that Anderson was in trouble because, and I quote, Because my husband is always concerned about my safety. With everything, any sort of difficult situation, the first person he'd look for to help was me. Me! Meaning, if there were gunshots fired nearby, Anderson would have run up to check up on Fleur.
I see.
Porque o meu marido, ele era muito preocupado com a minha segurança. Ele era muito preocupado, ele tinha muita preocupação em me manter tranquila em qualquer coisa desse nível, qualquer situação difícil. A primeira pessoa que ele procuraria para tranquilizar seria eu.
That's when she realized, oh my God, Anderson is probably in trouble. Fleur said she believed that this is a robbery gone wrong. The motorcyclists were somehow following them home, hoping to rob them, but instead they were confronted by Anderson, killed him, got scared, and ran away. She later said, I went on a date with my husband. Just a date. And it ended like this. It ended with him losing his life while protecting the house, protecting the family. What he tried to do was to... Unfortunately, he opened the gate to the garage and he tried to stop them from entering the house. He sacrificed his life to protect the family. That's what she said. Nobody, not even authorities, wanted to be suspicious of her, right? Because she's supposed to be grieving the most. But the math was not mathing. First of all, the dogs. The couple owned 2 big dogs. I think they lived in the yard. And they were notorious for barking at strangers that passed by. Literally, a neighbor walks past the gate, the dogs are losing their mind barking. They went around asking for neighbors if they had heard dogs barking after the before the
Ja, und die bellen
gunshots.
auf 4 Uhr
They all
nachts.
responded no. If there were multiple strangers tailing Fleur from their date to their house and they showed
Ja,
up
so
to shoot
kleine
Anderson, the
Idioten.
dogs would have at least barked,
Überall
right?
bellt.
That didn't make any sense.
Nee, magst du nicht.
They examined the dogs, and neither of them showed signs of being drugged. So sometimes
Lola
robbers
bellt.
will throw treats with drugs to make them, mellow out so that they won't bark, but none of that. The dogs were fine. Huh. Could it really be robbery?
Willi.
Robbery gone wrong?
Soll ich ins Bett
I
gehen?
mean, this
Aber ich will
doesn't
noch fertig
necessarily
gucken.
cast suspicion on Fleur. It's just that the police think the robbery theory just doesn't make sense. But they still have to check out all the leads. The police pull CCTV footage from the cameras on the street that showed Fleur and Anderson in the car driving home. No footage showed the actual murder itself, but there were some intriguing things that were found. The police were able to track the couple most of their way home, and there were never 2 motorcycles
Ja,
around
keine
them.
Motorradfahrer.
Why would Fleur lie about something like that? And why would she push the theory that the motorcyclists followed them to rob them but then ended up killing Anderson? To the public, the couple seemed madly in love, like little teenagers. But some of Fleur's children would later state to the police, the wealthier the couple became, the more their relationship started to show cracks. Some kids stated Anderson had full control over the money, and that was a big pain point for Fleur. The feeling being that Fleur seemed like the type of personality that wanted to spend all of her money. Anderson wanted to make sure that didn't happen and save a lot of it. Maybe for himself, maybe for them, maybe for the kids, who knows. Kids said that Fleur complained that the trade-off was unfair. She's like, I am the one singing. Why is he controlling the money? And just to give you context, we don't know the relationship behind closed doors, but some of the older kids reported that the money wasn't even split that unfairly. It was split 60-40. Anderson would take 60%, Fleur would take 40%, but Anderson paid all the bills. So he paid for everything, the house, the rent, grocery bills, school fees for the kids, transportation costs. He funded all the kids. That's why he took 60, and he was the manager behind everything. Like, Fleur literally was just like the charismatic figure. And all of Fleur's 40% was just spending money. But there are
Na super.
unsubstantiated
Soll sich dann noch
reports
beschweren?
that their relationship was getting really weird because of this. And Anderson started doing some questionable things. So if a new teenage girl came in, this is an allegation, by the way, right? If a new teenage girl came in to be adopted, Anderson would ask Fleur if he could assault her. Fleur almost always said yes. Another allegation states that when an adopted daughter came to Fleur terrified that Anderson was trying to essay her, Fleur would tell her, if the wife is aware that her husband is looking for someone else, it is not a sin. If that's true, that means
Das
Fleur
macht's
doesn't see
nicht besser.
this as essay, but just as regular cheating. I mean, that doesn't make sense. But following that logic, maybe Fleur was over it. Maybe she was over him cheating and taking her money and controlling the finances. But would she really have someone kill her husband? Like, that's what the police were thinking. She could just take control over her finances or divorce the guy, right? She can't divorce
Oder die
him.
Geschwister, weil die Schnauze
It
voll
goes
hatten.
against her image of being a family woman, a mother of 55 children. A single mom of 55 children just doesn't have that good of a ring to it in the political sphere. If she divorces him, she risks her political and religious careers, both of which are indirectly bringing in a lot of money, especially being a pastor of 6 churches. Yeah. So going by that theory, if Anderson is killed, Fleur will only gain more love and admiration because she suffered a tragedy. So the motive, there is one. Police, they've got their suspicions about Fleur. But the public is still rallying around her. So for a lot of the public, Fleur was basically an angel that descended from heaven to take care of the unfortunate. And one of the most famous movies at the time in Brazil was based on Fleur's life. So they're thinking, how can she be capable of killing someone? The movie was called Fleur de Lis. I mean, one word is enough to create change. That was the tagline of the movie. Just objectively speaking, the movie was insane. It had some of the most famous Brazilian actors and actresses in it, and most of them worked on the movie for free. They volunteered. They didn't care about the money. They stated they thought that Fleur's life story should be told. And, I mean, one of the main actresses, she was like the soccer player Neymar, like an ex-girlfriend of his. Like, these are star-studded casts. Like, you're talking about, a lot of insane people. Now, if the police were suspecting her of anything bad, the public just thought it's probably because they can't do their jobs. They can't protect these kids in the favelas, and they hate the fact that she's shedding light on the situation to the whole world. It's embarrassing them that she can do their jobs better than they can. So the day of Anderson's funeral, hundreds of people showed up from all over Brazil to show and pay their respects. They just felt so heartbroken. Not just for Anderson's giant family, but for Fleur. They had been together for 30 years, and now she's a widow, a single mom. She's got to stay strong for 55 kids. So when Fleur arrived, the crowd forced a human corridor for her to pass through. She had a white jacket and big sunglasses over her eyes. She was like in the thick of grief. It looked like people were holding her back from flinging her body onto Anderson's casket. Some people said that she looked like she was going to faint at any point. But halfway through the funeral, it got a little weird. Fleur disappeared and reappeared in a new set of clothing. A little outfit change in the midst of a funeral, and she went up on stage to sing. I don't think we can dictate how people grieve or show their respects, and I know that a lot of artists use music as an outlet for their emotions, but I think people were a little bit taken aback because the funeral was like 2 days after Anderson's murder, so it was very fresh. Yeah. Minutes after Anderson was buried, Fleur and her kids, they packed into the car and they started driving out of the funeral. Funeral goers were waving bye to them when they see a line of cop cars pull up to stop Fleur's family car. And at first people just assumed, okay, the police probably want to escort the family home. Maybe her life is in danger because they haven't caught the killers yet, right? It's good to know that the police are trying to protect the family. But instead, the most chaotic scene unfolds. All hell breaks loose. 2 people are dragged out of the family car on the way out of the funeral, and 2 family members are arrested for Anderson's murder. Fleur's biological son, Flavio, and Fleur and Anderson's adopted son, Lucas. They were both arrested for the murder of Anderson, and the media went nuts.
The biological son is from previous husband?
Yes. Earlier in the investigation, authorities had asked each kid where they were the night of Anderson's murder. Lucas, one of the older kids, stated, I was partying all night, got home really late. But when the officers went through CCTV footage outside of Fleur and Anderson's home, there was Lucas arriving home minutes before the murder happened. He was dropped off by a car, ran inside the house carrying a black backpack. Then he ran out not too long after without his backpack. Authorities confronted him about his lie, and he just responded, the backpack? Right, I forgot about the backpack. I just wanted to drop off some laundry. The police were confused. But you don't live there anymore. You left the party that you were at, grabbed the backpack of dirty clothes, and dropped them off at 3 a.m. at a house that you don't live at anymore? He didn't have a good answer to it. Police tried to piece together a potential motive for Lucas, and all of the other adopted kids said he was one of the more, quote, problematic kids. I don't really like that term, but a lot of the family members said that he had a temper. He was very aggressive. He was always involved in some gang activity before he was adopted, and he promised Fleur and Anderson that he would stop, but he never did. He would show up at home bloody, bruised up. Anderson was constantly beating him, telling him, if you don't stop, dealing with these gangs, I'm not going to keep a criminal in the house. We're going to kick you out. One piece of evidence that really intrigued the investigators was Lucas had texted Fleur not too long before the murder. If Anderson comes to me and dares to lay a hand on me, I'll end him. In hindsight, what he texted is really bad. Authorities consider this clear intent to kill, but some could argue that it sounds like a teenager that's upset. Best case, it's a wounded ego and it's not a threat. Worst case, it's a threat on Anderson's life. Police went with the latter.
But while the authorities were searching the house looking for evidence against Lucas, they found a gun in Flavio's room, the biological son. The murder weapon had been wiped of fingerprints, but the police knew it was Flavio's because A, it was in his room, and B, there was a single pubic hair on the gun, and the pubic hair belonged to Flavio. So they arrest the two family members. And this next part gets really unhinged, but both sons were placed in the same interrogation room, seated right next to each other, and the officer presented them with a gun and said, "Have you ever seen this gun, Lucas? Because we think this gun was in that backpack that you dropped off at the house minutes before Anderson was killed. Have you seen it before?" Lucas said, "Yes, I have. Flavio sent me a message with a picture of the gun a while ago. He said it was his new gun." "Okay, Flavio, explain that." Flavio said, "I only bought the gun for protection reasons. I wanted to protect my family." "From who?" "From Lucas." He went on to say, while sitting right next to Lucas, that Lucas was very aggressive and violent towards the family, and Flavio was terrified that something was going to happen, so he bought the gun. "Okay, and how did you buy this gun? Because it's an illegally purchased, like, black market gun." "Oh, I bought it through Lucas." He went on to explain how Lucas took him to see some people that were going to sell him the gun because he had connections. And the logic is just fascinating. Flavio asked Lucas to help him buy a gun so he could protect himself and his family from Lucas. But Flavio continued. He said Lucas even helped him pay for the gun. He paid $700. He pitched it in. Lucas said, "No, I didn't. Everybody knows I'm broke. I don't have $700. And then out of nowhere during this interrogation, if you can even call it that, Flavio admits to shooting Anderson. Even Lucas looks at him in shock. And I don't know if it's shock because he just found out, or if it's shock from the fact that, like, dude, why would you admit that right now? I don't know.
Like, what did he say?
He's like, "I shot Anderson." And the police are like, "Why did you shoot Anderson?" Flavio went on to explain how Anderson was essaying not only his sisters, but his nieces. So Simone, his biological sister, his, like, blood sister, has a bunch of kids, and now he's claiming that Anderson was even trying to assault his grandchildren, I guess. The family tree is very complicated. Both Lucas and Flavio were thrown into prison. Flavio would later say, wait, I take it all back. I was coerced by the police to say that. But the damage was done. Investigators were going to investigate the claims and relationships between all the family members until this, like, house of cards basically crumbled. There were so many kids in the house that all had motive to either kill Anderson or help Lucas and Flavio kill Anderson. A year before his murder, there was an inside joke between the adopted kids that you don't eat food at Flora's house. In 2018, Anderson went to the ER at least 6 times due to mysterious stomach problems. All 6+ times was immediately after drinking or eating something that had been made in Flora's kitchen, and it was a bit strange. He went from wearing pant sizes that were extra large to a medium within a few months. But some of the adopted children felt like something was off. So they started taking bites out of Anderson's food, and they too got very, very ill. And then Marcy, one of the adopted daughters, was caught in the act. She's the one that said Anderson deserved death. She was seen mixing white powder into Anderson's food. Now, Marcy had a lot of problems in the family. She had recently been caught stealing $1,000 from Anderson, and she was told if she ever did it again, she would be kicked out for good. So now police are thinking maybe she helped. Maybe she snapped and wanted Anderson gone so that she could steal more cash. Her search history had things like bad guys, assassins, where to find, someone badass, where to find killers. So was Marcy also involved? Then there's Daniel. So Daniel is the biological son of Flora and Anderson. Police found out early on in their investigation that he wasn't actually their biological son. So there's 2 problems with this revelation, okay, if you will. 1, Daniel didn't know for the longest time that he was not actually Flora's biological son. And 2, Daniel was kidnapped as a baby. The alleged story goes as follows. Flora and Anderson really wanted to have a biological kid together. They start trying to get pregnant, but it's not working out. And because timing is everything, one of their friends tell them about an 18-year-old girl who's going to give birth soon, and she's looking for someone to adopt her baby. Flora and Anderson rush to the hospital to be the first ones to take the baby from their mother, and the 18-year-old biological mom, she said, I don't have what it takes to raise this kid, but I still want to know this child. She said, I will only give you this baby if you promise that I can see this baby once in a while. They said, of course. They ripped Daniel from his mother's arms and then never saw her again. Went back on their promise. That baby is Daniel. So maybe Daniel found out that he was lied to and kidnapped, and maybe he snapped and helped kill Anderson. So the police are thinking Lucas and Flavia are definitely involved, but what if there's other kids involved? Then there was Simone, Flora's biological daughter and the ex-girlfriend of Anderson. She's both Anderson's ex-girlfriend and his stepdaughter. She said this about Anderson. Even at a young age when we were dating, he was rude and arrogant. He was clingy and didn't want me to play with my classmates. He was always searching for me, coming to my house. He's just disturbed. Simone did not think highly of her ex-boyfriend/father, but the police were most intrigued by her Google searches. She had Googled how to buy cyanide, easy to buy lethal poison to kill people. And when the police asked her about it, she said, my friend's dog was sick, so... The dog had cancer. We were trying to put the dog out of its misery.
So they're investigating every single kid.
Yeah.
Checking their search history.
Auf jeden Fall was zu tun. Das
Because
sind
it
immer noch
seems like a
52
lot of people are
Kinder.
not telling the truth.
It seems
Plus
like
dann
out of
Enkelkinder
the
und was noch
55
alles
people, we don't
zugehört.
even know how many people are involved. So the question is, how many of the kids are involved? And question number 2 is, who put the kids up to it? Was it really just the kids acting on their own? Or could it be Mother Fleur? Simone also told them that Anderson was essaying people, constantly telling the daughters that they had hot bodies. He would come into their rooms at night and pleasure himself in the dark while trying to touch them. It was a lot. It was a lot. The investigation into Anderson's murder would last 3 years and would involve police interrogating hundreds of people. And it would ultimately end in the arrest and sentencing of 11 different people. Wow. Most of them being Flower family members, if you will. Now, I don't want to get too into the legal nitty-gritty of the case, and I'm going to try to simplify the trial as best as possible so it's easy to follow, but there are so many moving parts, so many testimonies, so many changing of stories. Fleur would argue that she's innocent. Her husband was killed. She had nothing to do with it, but now that you bring it up, her husband was an abusive husband who was probably essaying the daughters, so if someone killed him, it was probably because of his crimes to begin with. Then you had Fleur's protector kids, who said that Fleur had nothing to do with this, and they were the ones that plotted to kill Anderson all on their own to protect their mother. Then there are the kids who were arrested, and they were now saying, hey, listen, Fleur's the evil one. I don't even know what I'm doing in jail right now. So let's start with Fleur. She was voted out of Congress before her arrest, and she was pissed. She told her peers, you're going to put your head up your ass, and you're going to regret condemning someone who hasn't been judged yet. Fleur begged the public to see her innocence, and she said, for those who think I killed my husband, I'm asking you to give me a reason why I would do that. I didn't gain anything from his death. I only lost. And before the trial was in full swing, Fleur still had a lot of supporters. Her Instagram comments were filled like, God will always be with her, and she won't ever stop giving a hand to those who need it, stuff like that. But once the trial started, public opinion started shifting. Many of Fleur's adopted children started testifying against her, the ones that were not arrested for Anderson's murder. One adopted son stated that after Anderson's funeral, Fleur was shouting, I'm free! Mizelle, one of the adopted kids, stated that for the past year, Fleur had been complaining about Anderson and actively thinking about ways to get rid of him. And when he told her, Mom, just divorce him, she said, absolutely not. They preached at church about the importance of a strong family unit and how sacred marriage is. They would be unthinkable. She responded that she could not scandalize the name of God like that. And when Fleur even found out that Mizelle was talking to the police for this trial, one of
Mizelle is
the adopted son.
Oh, okay.
One of the biological children went up to him and said, you know snitches die, right? He said he was very scared for his life, and he has not been in contact with Mother Fleur or the rest of the family since then. And if you feel like this is turning into a he said, she said situation, text messages were uncovered where Fleur literally told Lucas, her adopted son that's in prison, I will give you $2,000 after the job is done. You can pretend it's a robbery, but only Anderson can be targeted, nobody else. In another text message to a different adopted son, Fleur said, let's put an end to this. Help me, I'm asking you. No, I'm begging you, Andre. How much longer do we have to put up with this scumbag in our lives? Andre responded, Mom, I got your back. There's not much I can do, but I'm on your side. She responded, yes, there is something you can do. It's simple. I'll explain it to you. Help me focus to end this once and for all. 1 week and we can put an end to this story. Later, Marcy, the adopted daughter who was trying to poison Anderson, allegedly, she would declare that she stole her mom's phone and sent those messages to her adopted brothers. Simone and Marcy, they really wanted to defend their mom. But another kid said, yeah, no, we're telling you, nothing happened in that house without Flora's permission. And it's not in the sense of, what if she intervened and prevented her kids from killing Anderson? No. Because this isn't coming from Simone or Marcy. The number one person on Flora's mind is always Flora, without question. Flora argued, I didn't know about any of this. I didn't know about the abuse going on in my home. I loved my husband too much. He was everything to me. He was my life. I had a suspicion once concerning our daughter Kelly, but I didn't want to believe that he was capable of that sort of thing. He abused me, yes, but I didn't want to believe that in my home he was doing the same thing to other women. Saying, if the kids killed Anderson because of the abuse, she didn't know about it. But in the end, Flora was found guilty of all charges. She was sentenced to 50 years in prison
Ja,
for
die
first-degree
SMS waren doch
murder.
ziemlich eindeutig.
Flavio, the biological son who is believed to have committed the actual shooting, was sentenced to 33 years in prison. Simone, Flora's biological daughter and Anderson's ex-girlfriend, was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Lucas, the adopted son who
Wait,
dropped
who was that?
Simone, the ex-girlfriend of Anderson.
They think she is a part of it. That's why she got 30.
That she was like, conspiring with them
Got
to
it,
commit
got
the
it.
murder. Now, Lucas, the adopted son who dropped off the backpack, presumably with the gun inside, the night of the murder, he cooperated with the police and got a lesser sentence of 7 years. Marcy and 2 of the other adopted kids, they were acquitted of all accusations. 4 other siblings were absolved of the murder charges, but they're still facing time for criminal conspiracy. And I think the saddest part, really any story that involves children typically, is that children are always the indirect or direct victims in those stories. Flora had over 50 children. And just to sum it up, because I think this case is so complicated, there's so many things, there's so many other little factors of why people really dislike or support Flora, which is interesting, and how they feel about Anderson. There was a netizen who wrote about this case, and I think this sums up the public opinion. So this is not my opinion, but the general public opinion. Although it wasn't definitively concluded that Anderson was capable of sexual abuse, it was confirmed that there was a huge divide in their family. There were favorites. If it's not sexual abuse, some sort of abuse from both Flora and Anderson. It's clear Flora had reason to kill her husband. It's also clear that she had most of her children under her thumb, whom she probably used to commit this horrible murder, then threw them under the bus when it was convenient for her. She also groomed Anderson probably since he was 14 years old, then married him. If she were a man, we'd all be calling her a predator. A lot of things can coexist all at once. So I think it's really complicated. I do think that Anderson's story gets lost along the way, also because of the allegations of abuse, which I'm not saying aren't true. I feel like they're unsubstantiated right now, but I do think that there were a lot of bad, weird things going on in that house. And if Anderson wasn't the one committing abuse, he likely knew it was happening, because there was some sort of abuse going on in that house, and it's very clear. But it's just very complicated.
Ja, da ist
I think
einiges
so.
im
The only
Haus
thing we know
abgegangen.
is the children, since the very beginning, they were the ultimate victims in this case. In one interview, Flora said, if you ask me, Flora, what do you love doing the most in the world? I will always answer, being a mother. Because by being a mother, you're receiving way more than you're giving. There are 2 ways you can interpret that statement. That could mean she feels so fulfilled by being a mom that she is receiving more emotional fulfillment in the process than giving. Or that she enjoys receiving so much love and attention and praise from these children. Is she altruistic
Ja, gerade die
or is she
Aufmerksamkeit.
selfish? There was an incident before Flora's arrest that I find telling. So Flora had a new boyfriend before their arrest and trial, by the way. And before the arrest,
Ja, aber schnell.
she knew she was getting arrested. She was spending time with her boyfriend at home, getting her hair and nails done.
Wait, this is after the husband died.
Yeah.
She got a new boyfriend.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was getting Botox injections. She was getting her hair and makeup done, and someone was blow drying her hair while she screamed, I'm not a criminal. I didn't kill anyone. I don't know. It's just very telling that she's, yeah. And now in a Brazilian prison, there is a mother-daughter duo sharing a cell, Flora and Simone. Both of them have been charged with the murder of the same man. Simone was found guilty of killing her ex-boyfriend, Anderson. Flora was found guilty of killing her ex-husband, Anderson. Both women shared a lover once, and now they both share a prison cell.
Wow.
The only time they don't is when Flora's new husband comes in for conjugal visits, because she married her boyfriend, Alan. We don't even know when they first started dating. That's another thing that people have suspicions about, because Flora actually knew her new husband while she was still married to Anderson, and there's even a photo of the 3 of them together. So that could have added more motive for Flora to want Anderson gone. To this day, Flora maintains her innocence, and she said, "It's clear that they wanted to arrest me at any cost. They want to make me the mastermind of this murder. That's why I'm asking for help outside of Brazil. I'm begging for help." Flora told a journalist she wanted help from an American TV show called Deadly Recall. It's a true crime show hosted by a celebrity detective, and she told the journalist, "This is who I want to help me. I found him on the Discovery Channel." Most people think Flora's mom predicted Flora's dad's death in the car accident. And now Flora has predicted her husband's death, but in a murder.
How did she predict?
Because if it's murder, you know it's coming.
Ja, da kann man's ahnen.
That was the very intense case of Flora. There's a lot of other things that it's so complicated that there's so many other statements, so many other little things that Flora would have said, but let me know your thoughts. What are your thoughts on this one? Do you think that all of the kids were involved? Were they manipulated by
Auf jeden
Flora?
Fall ein
You really
Großteil
think Flora
von
had no
davon
idea that any of this was
mitgearbeitet
going
haben, ob
on?
jetzt
I
gemeinsam
think it's
oder
so
einzeln.
crazy that she was able to fool everyone, the whole country, for that long.
Yeah.
That brought her to that level of admiration from the whole country. And then they eventually all crumbled down, right? But that's insane. The amount, the success that she achieved for that long.
Terrifying.
Nobody knew until now.
People loved her. I mean, she had some of the biggest celebrities, politicians. She met the first wife of Brazil, and they were friendly with each other. Judges supported her. Everybody supported her.
Yeah.
Nobody saw a thing. Nobody suspected a thing.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show that children really are just unheard and uncared for. And even America, so it's not trying to point fingers at any other country, but just generally in the world. So leave your thoughts in the comments.
Das untere, der
Please
andere
stay safe.
Killerin
I'll
ist
see you
das
guys on
bestimmt.
Wednesday for the main episode.
Ich habe auch schon mal was gehört. Vielleicht gucken wir das morgen an. So, für heute Feierabend. Ja, so langsam kann man auch sehen. Eine kleine Kurve kriegt meine Mütze. Ich weiß auch nicht, ob die Wolle reicht. Dann muss ich eine andere Farbe unten machen. So, dann wünsche ich euch